futuristic thing that you could ever see, we gave up so that we could drive at night. It's really weird. It's really weird because when you go to a place, I've talked about it a bunch of times. I'll say it again. I went to the Keck Observatory many years ago, and we got there on a perfect time where the moon was not out at all, and the sky insane. It was like you were in the cockpit of a spaceship, and it was just like you were in a giant glass cockpit, which is essentially we are kind of in an organic spaceship hurling through the universe, so it should look like that. But it just doesn't because of the fact that we're constantly inundated by light pollution. And I think the ancient societies and ancient cultures didn't have that. And because they didn't have that, I think they had a much more humble view of our place in the universe. Because you're just presented with something that's absolutely impossible to imagine.
We definitely lose our sense of awe.
Yeah.
When we can't see kind of ourselves in the grand scheme of the universe.
Yeah.
And you're right. When you go somewhere where there's no light pollution, you look at the sky, it's like, even not at somewhere like the Keck Observatory, where you can like get a crazy view of it.
Yeah.
When you just go out in the country and look up and you're like,
that's the Milky Way. You can see the Milky Way. Dark energy debunked by lumpy universe expansion. This is the one. Learn how the existence of dark energy is being challenged due to new evidence that the expanding universe is actually lumpy. So what they mean by lumpy is this way of talking about how time moves differently. See if it has a...
I found gets into the explaining what dark energy is.
Gets into the
probably a paragraph at the bottom.
Yeah. What is a timescape model? This is it. So the timescape model rejects the idea that dark energy is the driving force of universe expansion. Improved analysis of type LA supernovae has suggested that the acceleration based on light curves seen in 1998 was a case of misidentification. The timescape model amends this by considering differences of time in void and matter-dense areas. The model suggests that time moves much slower in matter-dense areas, like the Milky Way galaxies, than in voids. With more time passing in voids, increased expansion takes place, making it seem like expansion is accelerating as the voids increasingly spread through the universe. Dark energy, therefore, is not needed to explain the expansion of the universe, according to the researchers. Who fucking knows? It's too much. It's too much. Like, what are you even saying? How crazy is this? Like one of the more controversial aspects of the James Webb Telescope was this theory that perhaps the universe was quite a bit older than 13 point whatever billion years.
Right.
And they were trying to push it back to 22 based on the existence of galaxies. And people are pushing back against that, and there's a lot of debate about that. But the bottom line is all of it is too many numbers for your brain to even register.
Yeah.
That, however many billions of years ago, there was nothing.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there was something. And Terence McKenna had a great line that said that science requires one miracle. The Big Bang. It requires a miracle.
Well, I always say that when people ask me about, the miracles in the Bible. Yeah. And I say, well, if the first miracle happened, if everything, nothing became everything, then, Jesus turning water into wine.
That's an easy one.
Well, yeah.
That's a party trick.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is nothing compared to the birth of the universe, but we're convinced at the creation of the universe, and we're very skeptical at other miracles. It's very odd.
Yeah,
it's very odd.
I think there's an inconsistency there, and you do see when the Big Bang is first hypothesized that there are individuals who are uncomfortable with that sounding like in the beginning, because before that the idea was that the universe was eternal, and if you propose a point in time where everything starts to exist, well, you see some of these people are pushing back on it. They say things like, well, that sounds too early. That sounds like a beginning point in time.
Right.
And at that point, if there's a Big Bang, you have to figure out, okay, well, what's the Big Banger?
Right.
And I mean, that's ultimately it's a metaphysical religious question. How did that thing get kicked off?
Brian Cox was explaining to us that there was an actual environment that existed pre the Big Bang. Don't they call it the environment? Is that what the term of it is?
Is this like Lawrence Krauss having a definition for nothing?
I don't know.
It's not nothing.
I don't know. It was just like, what are you even saying? And then there's Sir Roger Penrose, who thinks there's a series of these things that happen, and that it's just this constant birth of universes and death of universes and birth of universe. And it's like Big Bang, expansion, heat death, contraction, Big Bang. Like, but we're almost like that seems. I don't want to. I can kind of wrap my head around 14 billion years. I can't wrap my head around eternity.
In theology, it's often described as the difference between understanding and comprehension, which my wife tells me are synonyms, and that's nonsense. But the idea is like you can understand eternity as a long point in time.
Right.
You can comprehend it.
It's like numbers.
Yeah.
You can understand how many zeros are in 14 billion years.
How much water is in the ocean?
Right.
I can comprehend. Like it's like that's a lot of water.
Yeah.
But when you start talking about like tens of thousands of gallons, I'm like, lost me.
Yeah, I don't really know what that looks like. I kind of do. My brain's not set up for that. Yeah. Which is part of the weird thing about people, is that our brain is clearly set up differently than every other creature that exists. You know, and if you have, if evolution is the only thing that created us, it's just evolution. How the fuck did we get so far ahead of everybody else?
Yeah.
I mean, not even just, and we're the doughiest, like weakest, softest, but also the smartest. Like we gave up that. That was the trade-off. And somehow or another, by evolving into this particular form, we figured out a way to uniquely change the environment in ways that no other creature has even come close to.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me that there are certain things that we think of in terms of like unexplained phenomena that we'll accept because we have some sort of a scientific definition of what this unexplained phenomenon is, like the Big Bang. I mean, and you can say that there's theories. It's not completely unexplained. They kind of get it, but you kind of don't. Something that's smaller than the head of a pin that becomes the entire universe that we see is pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah.
You know, and just to say that just happened, and you don't really. I know you don't want to say you don't know, but you really don't know. There's no way you can know. It's not really possible to know. There's no like working theory where you can convince me that the whole universe gets compressed into something smaller than the head of a pin and then instantaneously becomes everything that you see.
Well, I think that's why you see natural materialism being woefully inadequate to really explain the ultimate worldview questions that we have.
Just the universe itself, right? Just what we don't know enough. Maybe we one day will. Maybe these, sentient AI systems that we're going to create with quantum computers are going to be able to figure things out in a way that we can't. But at the end of the day, you have one miracle. You have the Big Bang. All of science agrees this happened. That is so much crazier than anything that any religion is proposing. But it's so interesting to me that we say we have echoes of the Big Bang. There's radio echoes. Yeah, but also if a miracle takes place, like let's assume that there is actually a higher power that occasionally interacts with human beings. If a miracle did take place and you were there, you don't have a camera, you don't have a cell phone, you don't have a pen, you can't write things down, maybe you can't even read, and you have this thing that happens to you, and this thing changes the course of human history. This thing changes the direction, that the ideology that these people subscribe to, and the moral and ethical structure that they live their life by. It changes untold billions of human beings from that point on.
Yeah.
Pretty fascinating. Yeah. That in itself, even if this is just a revelation without a divine interaction, that's a fucking miracle.
Yeah.
It's a miracle that it was created at all. Like the whole idea that Christianity, when you're saying that the book of Isaiah?
Yeah.
That the same book is exactly the same as, that's a miracle. That's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If you just imagine the sheer number of illiterate people, the sheer number of days that have to go by where people are telling the story exactly the same, and that it's entrusted in the hands of these very few people that are so dedicated to it that they get the exact words right 1,000 years later, pretty bananas.
Well, I mean, that is kind of the crazy thing about Christianity, where you have this Jewish itinerant guy who's walking around first century Roman occupied Judea. He's making some pretty audacious claims to be God himself, and then he predicts his own death and resurrection. And then his disciples they think it's over. Like they're like, he's dead, we're done.
Yeah.
And then they go from 11, scared men, because Judas commits suicide, scared men in an upper room, to completely overhauling the Roman world in only a couple hundred years because of this claim that they say they saw Jesus resurrected. Like there's something different that goes on there, that they're like, this is a miracle, right? Dead people don't usually rise from the dead.
So, what is your personal belief when it comes to the resurrection? What do you think happened? Do you have a belief, or do you just try to interpret the text and try to see what is the message?
Well, I think so. As a historian, I do think it is a historical question. You have a guy who objectively lived, he objectively died, and then individuals close to his inner circle claim that they see him not dead.
Right.
Again,
This is a highly unusual activity.
highly unusual.
Right. So, but it's hard when you're dealing with illiterate populations, you're dealing with thousands of years of time, you're dealing with an oral tradition, and then you have us sitting here talking about it
Mhm.
in 2024, trying to figure it at the end of 2024, trying to figure this out. Literally, the
Yeah.
last couple days. It's very difficult for anybody who thinks of themselves as an intelligent person to even entertain the possibility that someone died and come back to life.
And I get that. But we've already talked about the fact that we don't think that the only thing that exists is matter and motion. We, as in
Right.
you and I, right?
Right.
Like, we believe that there's something else going on in this world that's a little bit crazy.
There's something else.
And
yeah.
and that to, I think, exclude that, I think excludes something that you're kind of putting blinders on
Yeah.
for. And you do have, I mean, you're right in terms of all of these ancient conventions and the ways that things were spread around. But the Gospels are written in the lifetime of the eyewitnesses. And they're written in this period of time where you have groups of individuals who could have fact-checked those things.
How do
So,
you fact check someone coming back from the dead?
well, if you,
How many people saw his body, right?
well, Paul says that 400 people saw him all at once.
400 people saw the crucifixion.
Who saw the resurrected
resurrected.
Jesus. Yeah, 1 Corinthians 15, Paul says that Jesus appeared to the disciples, and then he appeared to 400 people all at once. I mean, if we read the Gospel of Luke and the Gospel of, or the Gospel of Luke and Acts, so same author wrote these both documents, he says that Jesus was walking around teaching them for 40 days after he was resurrected from the dead. And so these are written within a time period when you have people who would have seen Jesus's ministry, who were there, say at something like the feeding of the 5,000, who could have been able to verify or debunk some of these things that are being said. And you go from a bunch of scared guys who, because Jesus wasn't the only messianic figure who arose and claimed to be the Messiah.
Right.
There were a number of individuals both prior to and after Jesus, but they die and the movement dies with them.
Do you think it's possible that he didn't die? And do you think it's possible that they thought he was dead? Because that does happen. There was actually a case very recently where a guy was about to be harvested for organs. They thought he was dead, and this guy started moving again and came back to life. It's a very, very bizarre case because his family had been told that he was going to be harvested for organs. They were preparing for that.
Yeah.
This guy comes back.
Yeah, I mean, we know a lot about Roman crucifixion, and we
Pretty
know
brutal.
that, and we know that they did their job well.
Yeah.
And so, in fact, if you look at, say, very skeptical biblical scholars, like non-believing, atheist, agnostic Christian scholars, they will say if we can know anything about Jesus, like they'll cast it out on a lot of the things that we read about in the Gospels in terms of the actual historical Jesus of Nazareth. They'll say one thing we can be sure of is that he died by crucifixion under Pontius Pilate, because we have not just multiple attested documents that we refer to as the New Testament, but Roman and Greek and Jewish writers refer to that claim afterwards and talk about the fact that you have this guy, and it's mocked within earliest Christianity. So one of our earliest, in fact, not one of, the earliest depiction of Jesus on the cross is called the Alexamenos Graphido. And it's probably from the end of the 1st century. And it's it depicts an individual with their arms raised in an act of worship, worshiping a man with a donkey's head who's being crucified. And right beside it, it says Alexamenos worships his God in Greek. and it's mocking, right? Because crucifixion was for the lowest of the low. It was for like slaves. In fact, if you were a Roman citizen, you were banned from being crucified.
Who was it that got crucified upside down?
Peter.
What? Is it because like regular crucifixion wasn't good enough for him, or what was it? He didn't deserve it because Christ had gone through it?
Well, so the story is that they say we're going to crucify you, and he says it's like too big of an honor to die like my Lord, and they say, well, we can fix that.
Jesus. Shut your mouth, buddy.
Listen, the Romans were pretty brutal, but this is why we know, like, we have. It's interesting. We know that like the word crucifixion shouldn't even be on a Roman man's lips. I mean, the word excruciating, X is off of in Latin, and cruce, off the cross. That's where we get that word, is because this was designed to humiliate, and it was designed to be as painful as possible. There was actually a really good article done by JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association, which was done by a number of, I think it was in the 70s, early 80s. It was done by a group of biblical scholars and then medical professionals. And so they looked at the conventions of what we do know about Roman crucifixion, and then they looked at the descriptions in the gospel to try to figure out, okay, if we could diagnose how Jesus died, how would he have died? And so they basically came up with this idea that he probably asphyxiated to death. You kind of drown in your own blood. But the chances of Jesus surviving the crucifixion, I think, are narrow to none. And the chance of him appearing 3 days later completely fine, I mean, if the first thing you do, if you survive a crucifixion and then you go and you find your disciples, the first thing you say is not, peace be with you. It's get me to a hospital, right?
Did it happen back then?
No.
Also, are we entirely certain of their measurement of days?
So this is an interesting question, because the differences between when the Gospel of John says Jesus died compared to the Synoptics, because John appears to be using the Roman convention of counting time, and the other Gospels, when they describe the timing, appear to be using the Jewish ones. And actually, if you correlate between the two, they match up pretty well. So the thing is, with Jews, any part of a day was considered a day. So 3 days and 3 nights becomes almost an idiom for any part of that day is the day. So if Jesus, and because they count evening and morning, evening to morning is the day, it's very possible that it wasn't like how we would think of 3 24-hour days, especially if he dies on Friday and wakes up on Sunday.
So that would actually make it less time than more time.
Yeah.
So it's not like he had recovery time.
Oh, no, he didn't have recovery time.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm kind of getting. It's not like it was 3 days, it was actually 3 months.
Oh, no.
Yeah, then 400 people saw him afterwards.
That's the claim that Paul makes. Yeah.
And how many different people have some sort of a recollection or writing or something that's attributed to them of being witness to his resurrection?
Well, you have Peter, Paul, Jude, James, and Matthew, Mark, and Luke. The thing with Matthew, Mark, and Luke is that Matthew and John are attributed to direct disciples of Jesus. Luke and Mark are not. So they are not eyewitnesses within the Jesus community. In fact, Luke prefaces his gospel by saying that. He's right up front about this. He's like, hey, I'm not an eyewitness. Don't confuse me with an eyewitness. But he actually uses conventional writing. What's the term I'm looking for? He uses writing conventions of the day that would fit within regular biography that was written within the Roman world. So you have a guy named Quintilian, who is basically, I mentioned him before, he's teaching people how to write. And he says that if you're going to write biography, you need to be interviewing eyewitnesses, and you can't be too far away from the event to be able to write these things. And Quintilian, Lucian, and Josephus, who are all these very prominent ancient biographers and writers of history, have a lot of crossover in the way they describe how you should write history with the words that Luke uses at the beginning of his gospel, where he says, I'm interviewing eyewitnesses and I'm writing up an orderly account. And so he's saying, I'm going to use these methods that are expected as good history of my day. I'm not an eyewitness, so I'm going to try to find the people who are eyewitnesses, and I'm going to try to encapsulate this within a document that communicates what is being written.
So we have an account of the resurrection. Do we have an account of the denial of the resurrection? Is there an historical record of him just dying and this like a refutal or rebuttal rather to what they're saying?
No, the only ones from the ancient world that deny his resurrection are groups that come on afterwards that sometimes are described as Gnostics, and they're not necessarily just denying it for the reasons we might think they were. They're denying it because they have incorporated ideas of pagan philosophy, where they believe that the spiritual is good and the physical is bad. So if Jesus was crucified, so let me back up. If Jesus is God, he cannot have a physical body. So they deny that he actually had a physicality to him. This is sometimes called Docetism, because dokein in Greek means to seem. So these groups that we describe as the docetics, they are denying that Jesus had a physical body, and he seemed to have a physical body. And they wrote documents later on. So the Gospel of Peter, which comes around in second, third, fourth centuries, is being written, and it has Jesus kind of chilling on the cross because he's not really physical, because he's divine, and physical entities don't have physical bodies. So we don't actually get like a concrete denial of his resurrection in that way until you get things like the Gospel of Barnabas in the Middle Ages, which is it's actually the document that Billy brought up to me. The conversation we had is the evidence that Jesus was never crucified. The Gospel of Barnabas. Well, the Gospel of Barnabas is 15th century. It's not an ancient document. So, but in the ancient world, nobody really had that big of a problem with these kind of supernatural claims. The more of the kind of skepticism was why you would worship a crucified individual to begin with.
Wow. So they were less surprised that he was resurrected.
Or that you would worship a crucified like teacher was just seen as silly,
because it's so humiliating to be crucified.
Yeah. And that like a god would let himself go through this.
Right.
Like what are you talking about? In fact, the ancient world didn't really have a problem with supernatural events. There is an ancient writer who mocks Christianity, and he particularly mocks Christianity in saying that, of course, Jesus did miracles because Jesus had a childhood in Egypt. And he goes, all those Egyptians are magicians anyways. So he just learned the magic when he was a child. So he actually confirms, incidentally, two things: that the narrative in the Gospels where it says that the Holy Family fled to Egypt during the reign of Herod, he corroborates that he actually thinks that happened, and that Jesus did miracles. He just attributes the miracles to Jesus being a traveling magician anyways. And anybody who lived in Egypt knows some magic.
That is what's really fascinating. That the mindset of the people that lived back then was that whatever was going on in Egypt was so crazy that they had to be magicians.
Yeah, but everybody believed in supernatural events. Like there's no such thing as like a secular work in the ancient world. Even Plutarch, who's one of the most famous biographers in the ancient world, he wrote 90 biographies, of which 60 still survive today. He was a priest of Apollo. So like he's already assuming that the gods exist, that crazy things are going to happen in the world. And so they didn't have a problem with people doing miracles or crazy things happening.
But that's also why it's so interesting trying to put your mind into the context of people who lived back then when you try to interpret what these stories were all about. Because they did believe in things that weren't real. So when they talk about this thing that we're supposed to believe is real, when you have all this evidence that they believe things that aren't true, it's interesting, right? Because like you're now saying, yeah, but this one really was true,
right?
But there's so many different things that they thought of and believed that weren't true.
Yeah. So this historiographically is, so when we do history, it's an inference to the best explanation. And so there are probabilities of things that have happened in history where we can say, okay, there's a higher probability of event A happening and a lower probability of event B happening. So the example I often give is like Jonah being swallowed by the fish. Like that's low probabilistically. Not that it didn't happen, but that like as a historian, we gotta like say, well, there's no independent cross-reference sources. You don't have multiple attestation for this particular event. The interesting thing about Jesus is that we have more evidence from different writings in the ancient world than we probably should have for someone of his stature. Because we have Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John, these 4 biographies. There's really only one other person in and around that time that can claim to have that much kind of independent testimony of their life, and it's the Roman Emperor Tiberius. So he also has 4 biographers. He has Cassio Dio, Suetonius, Tacitus, and Velius Paterculus. And so the Roman emperor, who's the most famous, most powerful person at the time, has a similar amount of historiographical evidence biographically for his, the events of his lifetime that Jesus.
What is the interpretation of Jesus from non-Jesus followers at the time? Like, what did they think he was or who he was?
He was a crucified traveling rabbi. Yeah, I mean, you have individuals like Josephus mentions him, end of the 1st century, beginning of the 2nd century. He was a Jewish Roman writer. Tacitus mentions him, who also wrote about the emperor. And you have a number of these individuals, Cassio or Suetonius, but what they're doing mostly is describing what the followers of Christianity are saying about him. So you do have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt in that they're not saying things that they believe happened. They're talking about things that Christians believe happened. And Christians are this very unusual group because they're monotheistic in a world that does not believe in monotheism. And Jews are monotheistic in that time as well, but there was this idea that your religion could be tied to your ethnicity, and that was okay. Like the Jews believe in one God, and that's weird, but they're Jews. Whereas the Christians start to convert people who are of all different ethnic backgrounds. And so they're like, well, what the heck is going on? Because why are you saying... So the earliest criticisms of Christianity were actually that it was atheistic. Being the negative participle, and theos meaning God, right? Because the ancient world was polytheistic. Right. But more than that, it was what's sometimes referred to as henotheism, in that it's not that they believe in many gods, it's that they believe in many gods, and your gods could be my gods, right? Jupiter could be Zeus, just same god by a different name. And your cities could have gods, right? Osiris and Ra can live in Egypt, and Zeus and Athena can live here, and that doesn't compromise anything. But then the Christians are coming around and they're saying, actually, no, none of those gods exist. If they exist, then they're demons, but they don't actually exist. And this was a big point of persecution within early Christianity, is that a lot of physical events were tied to supernatural events. So there's an ancient historian who has this line where he says, if the Nile River is too high in Egypt, or the Tiber River is too low in Rome, the cry will ring out the Christians to the lions. Because if you have a famine in Athens, and they're going, okay, what's the reason for the famine? Well, Athena's mad because there's a bunch of people running around saying she doesn't exist. Okay, well, let's deal with them. Let's get rid of them, and that'll solve our issue. So Christians were this very oddball group.
Kind of crazy that it wound up taking over the area.
Well, that's part of, I think, the argument of, well, how do you explain? How do you explain it going from 11 scared disciples in an upper room to being willing to go out and die for the proclamation that you believe that Jesus rose from the dead, and you saw him, and you touched him, you ate with him, and he wasn't a ghost. You actually ate fish with the resurrected Jesus.
How does Constantine fit into this? Like, what is Constantine's education in Christianity?
Yeah, so Constantine is a pagan up until a point in time when he converts. So, who educates? Good question. I don't know in terms of his education. I know he does have some like crossover with some prominent Christians later on. He's a sun worshiper, but right before Constantine, you had a guy named Diocletian, who was the emperor, who basically had the goal of wiping out Christianity entirely. And so the worst point of persecution was under the Diocletian rule. He actually made it so that if you had to go into like the equivalent of your town hall, then you had to take a pinch of incense and offer it onto the altar of Caesar, him, right, the king, and say, Caesar et Curios, Caesar is Lord. And part of this was that they knew that Christians say, Jesus or Curios, Jesus is Lord. And Christians wouldn't do that. So here's how you outed them. And if you didn't do this, so if you did do it, you were given this piece of paper. It's called a libellus. And a libellus allowed you to buy and sell. If you didn't do it, you didn't get a libellus, which meant that you were not allowed to buy and sell. And so you have this incredible era of persecution where Christians are being like killed, and literature in particular is being destroyed because they're hunting it out. So Constantine comes after this, and he knows that this is bad for Roman society. And so him and Licinius get together. They're both ruling the Roman Empire at the time. And in 313, they put out this edict of tolerance, which includes Christianity. So it's called the Edict of Milan, and it decriminalizes Christianity. So it's no longer illegal to be a Christian.
What was their motivation?
I think they just felt like in order to establish peace within the empire, you need to make sure that people aren't fearing you constantly to that degree. And so it wasn't just Christianity that benefited from the Edict of Milan. A number of religious minority groups were benefited from this particular event. But this happens between 313 and 325. Constantine converts, and so he becomes friendly to Christians. He also he commissions books of the Bible to be written, and so this is where we first get our understanding. Like when we think of a Bible, we think of it as like in a single bound volume, like because we have the 66 books of the Bible. You know, it's a nice cover on the page or on the front. But in the ancient world, those existed independently. So like P52, like that would be a separate copy of the Gospel of John, and that's what it would have been understood as scripture. Well, Constantine, as like a peace offering, commissions all of these documents to be brought together and published in one book. And so we actually have what we think are some of these documents. So when I was talking with Billy Carson, he brought up the Sinai Bible, Codex Sinaiticus. Codex Sinaiticus is probably one of these documents that Constantine commissioned, because it's one of our earliest examples of a cover-to-cover, Genesis to Revelation copy of the Bible. And it comes from the 4th century. And based on both its dating and based on the fact that this would have been incredibly expensive to make. Like it took 360 sheep just to put together, which would have been the equivalent of like, I don't know, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars today. So the reason why we're pretty sure that documents like Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, potentially even Codex Alexandrinus or Codex Washingtonianus are documents that could have been part of this commissioning is just because they're such giant projects. In, very few people would have had the ability to produce something like this other than an emperor. And so we actually have some of these documents that survive today.
Are there any books that were decided, and how did they pick the order that these stories are in the Bible? And are there any books that were excluded?
Yes.
Where there's debate on it?
Yeah, great question. So this is the issue of what's sometimes called the canon of Scripture.
Right.
So very early on, when you have Christians having these conversations, the 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, there's unanimous agreement about those. Particularly, and that's not to say that there aren't other Gospels that pop up, It's that you have this chain of custody that goes back to the earliest Jesus community. Jesus has disciples, and there's a group of individuals who we call the Apostolic Fathers, who are the disciples of Jesus' disciples. And so they comment on the books that the disciples of Jesus, or that people within the community of the disciples of Jesus wrote. And so we actually have a very close connection to the time. And we see early on that you have guys like Ignatius of Antioch arguing that there are only 4 Gospels. He's in the 2nd century, and there couldn't be any more than 4. Or Theophilus of Antioch makes the similar argument, and they name Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Now, Ignatius of Antioch also talks about other Gospels, but he specifically highlights the fact that the Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Truth, Gospel of the Hebrews, Gospel of, these ones that we kind of hear about, Mary, Judas, that the reason we know that they're not associated with the names that are attached to them is because they're being written in times when those people were dead, and they have these rings of pagan philosophy that are incorporated into them, which is completely foreign to 1st century Judaism. So Jesus would not have, so in the Gospel of James, Jesus is worshiping a goddess named Sophia. It's like, okay, well, no 1st century Jew is going to do that. That's obviously paganism. And so we have these early conversations. But when Christians are thinking about, well, what is and isn't Scripture, the earliest Christians are Jews who believe in Jesus as the Messiah. And the Jews had this idea that the promises of God are followed up by the writings, the documents that establish those. So the word that's often used is covenant, right? God makes a covenant with people, and that's always followed up by written text. So this is why sometimes, well, in the case of Moses, it's literally inscribed on the tablet, right? And in the prophets, sometimes you get this command, write this on a scroll and inscribe this on the tablet. And that the Jewish scriptures in Jesus's day were seen as a story in search of a conclusion, because they were looking for this figure, this Mashiach, the Messiah, who would come and fulfill things like the reign of David. So they're talking about these things. They're actually expecting them to happen. And so the story in search of a conclusion in the Christian understanding is that Jesus is that individual. He comes and he does things like he says at the Last Supper, right before his crucifixion, that he's establishing a new covenant in his blood. And so the earliest Christians, mostly who are Jews, who believe in Jesus as the Messiah, they see, okay, there's a new covenant, which is actually promised in Jeremiah 31:31, when God says that he's going to make a new covenant and inscribe the law in people's hearts. That covenant has come, okay, the promises have come. So the earliest Christians very organically say, okay, where's the writing? Because we expect this to happen. Promises are followed up by writings. And so they start to have these conversations of what are the writings and where can we find them? And so very early on, because the New Testament has 27 books in it, very early on, 24 of the 27, by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, we have a list in documents, like there's a document called the Muratorian Fragment, which there's debate on its dating, but it's probably like mid to late 2nd century, and it includes 24 of the 27. And it gives reasoning why. Now, the other books that are in our New Testament that aren't in that 24 are ones that were discussed because the earliest Christians were trying to figure out, okay, can we tie this to either an apostle or someone who knew an apostle? Because we have a lot of books flying around with the names of John and Peter on them. So you have the Acts of Peter, and you have the Revelation of Peter, and you have the Gospels of Peter, and you have, so how do we do our due diligence to try to tie this back? So there's 2 letters of Peter, 1st and 2nd Peter in the New Testament. And the early Christians are like, we got to make sure we can tie these to Peter. Or the book of Jude and the book of James, which are ascribed to the brothers of Jesus. They were like, can we really say that those are written by those people? And so there are some books that the dust kind of takes time to settle on within the whole 27 canon, because these groups are debating and discussing, well, why why do we have these ones and not other ones?
Right.
And so there are various canon lists that come up throughout the ancient world where some people are hypothesizing, well, maybe, you know, this book is part of it, or maybe this book is part of it. But it's this ongoing conversation of people, and by basically the end of the 2nd century, we have more or less unanimous agreement of the 27 books being those that encapsulate scripture that can be tied to either someone who knew Jesus or someone who knew someone who knew Jesus.
And so these books that were not included, are any of them interesting? I mean,
They're all interesting.
But does any of it seem like it belongs in the New Testament?
Well, so part of the problem with some of these other books is they appear to be almost completely reliant on the other books. So you do have, and some of them have an agenda to them. So like the docetic Gospel of Peter seems to be uncomfortable with the fact that the biblical Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, have women being the first witnesses to the empty tomb. Because in the ancient world, women were not seen as good eyewitnesses. So you almost have this apologetic trying to solve that problem by having all the right people be witness to the resurrection. So you have all the Roman and Jewish officials camping out in front of the tomb, which also gives away the fact that, like, no Jewish priest on the eve of Passover is going to be camping out in front of a dead body. Like, they didn't do that. So it betrays that the author of the Gospel of Peter has no understanding of purity ritual rites within 1st century Second Temple Judaism, but is also clearly trying to remedy this embarrassing fact.
Wow, that's what's so interesting about trying to interpret this stuff. You have to think about it in the terms of the culture of the times.
Yeah. And one of the most interesting ways that we figure out, okay, how can we tie, say, the Gospel of Matthew to the 1st century in Judea is studies that have been done on name frequency. So this is called onomastic congruence, where we look at the most popular names within a particular geographical area, and we compare it to how names are differentiated. So the name Joe is pretty common. So when you have a room and there's more than one Joe, you differentiate. Okay, that's Joe Rogan, or that's MMA Joe. You figure out a way to do it, and that's called a disambiguator. And we see this in the New Testament when you have lots of Peters, right? You have Simon Peter, you have Peter the Canaanean, you have or James the son of Zebedee, or you have lots of Marys. So you have these disambiguators. You even have lots of Jesuses, which is why Jesus is often described as the Lord Jesus or Jesus of Nazareth, because Yehoshua is a common Jewish name. And so we can look at the popularity of names written in documents and actually pinpoint some of these documents to particular times and particular places. In fact, Jamie, are you able to, if you go on Apologetics Canada, our YouTube page, so the first episode of the Can I Trust the Bible series we did, we made an animation about this, where we looked at the data and then we actually compared it to one of these other Gospels, to the Gospel of Judas. And so in the first episode of Can I Trust the Bible, in the right books, partway through, it's near the end, the last animation, if you can find it, we had a guy put this together for us, where we looked at the studies, and there have been some really recent ones by a guy named Luke Vanderway, who published this in, I believe it was at Cambridge. No. Birmingham University. He did his PhD on it. And he narrowed the gap within all of these literary bodies that talk about names, and were able to pinpoint and actually show. So if you go to, right here, particular decades that they're writing, a series of scholarly studies has shown that though Jews were located in many places across the Roman Empire, people's names often tended to be geographically located. By observing literary and archaeological artifacts, a list of common names can be clearly identified. By narrowing down the most popular names in places that Jesus lived, traveled, and ministered, and by comparing these to the list from the studies, an interesting correlation can be seen. Just as we see today with popular names, a qualifier or nickname is often used. For example, notice that when Matthew lists the disciples in his gospel, certain names have a qualifier or nickname and others do not. Simon, called Peter, and Andrew his brother, and James the son of Zebedee, and John his brother, Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew the tax collector, James the son of Alphaeus, and Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot, and Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed. As we would expect, the most popular names are those that have an added description. When we compare the most popular names in Judea and Galilee during the first century with names we see listed in key places in the biblical Gospels, we find that all the names with qualifiers match with what we'd assume if they were actually written in the time and place they claim to be narrating. In contrast, the Gospel of Judas only has two names that would fit, Jesus and Judas, but contains a host of other characters whose names match not with first century Judea or Galilee, like the biblical Gospels, but with names that were popular in Egypt during the 2nd and 3rd centuries. Consider how difficult it would be for someone living outside of the locations and times that these events took place to get the right names with the right qualifiers. We have 4 biblical Gospels with 4 different authors, and yet each gets this test of naming frequency and attribution right every time. A test and standard that the non-biblical Gospels simply do not pass. Now we might, so we can use
That is so interesting,
isn't it? So this
God,
is
that's so interesting.
this is
so it totally makes sense too.
yeah. So it's the levels of methodology that we can use to find internal accuracy. We really want to figure out, okay, where was this written, and is it coming from early eyewitness testimony? We look at something like the biblical Gospels, and they fit the bill for something written in first century Judea. But if we look at something like the other Gospels, they're doing things like the Gospel of Judas does, where other characters are coming up with names that are almost either non-existent or like very unpopular in places like Judea and Galilee, but are popular in 3rd and 4th century Egypt. So what can we then conclude from that? Well, this is being written in 3rd or 4th century Egypt. Yeah.
That's really amazing. It's such a complex and fascinating subject. It really is, and I think it's because of the barrier to entry. It's so high. There's so much to learn. There's so much to dig deep that most people barely scratch the surface of this stuff.
Right.
And it takes someone like you to really kind of, because it's like real easy to lean into the fun stuff. It's real easy to lean into the Anunnaki stuff, but the actual real shit that we know is 100% the accounts of people that lived back then.
Yeah.
That to me is as fascinating, if not more, than even we were made by aliens. Like, all of it is bizarre. And the fact that we're still going over these texts thousands of years later is also fascinating.
Yeah. And lots of this stuff, like the onomastic congruence, is something that has really only been studied to the level that it has within the last 50 years. Wow. So we're constantly discovering ways that we can use different types of methodological analysis to figure out the historical validity of something. So this is, we call it verisimilitude, which is historians are looking for what can show us the appearance, likelihood, and probability of something being true. And so sometimes documents out themselves as being unreliable and not true because they inadvertently include these clues. Like, so the Gospel of Barnabas, which I mentioned before, which Billy Carson has brought up as an evidence that he sees as denying the crucifixion, it talks about Jesus getting in a boat and traveling to Nazareth. But Nazareth is landlocked. So that person clearly did not know anything about the geography of first century Israel,
Right.
because you're not getting in a boat to go to Nazareth, right? So, but if you're writing, in the case of the Gospel of Barnabas, you're talking about 1,000+ years later. But if you've never been there and you don't understand, it's like, have you ever seen middle-aged paintings of lions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had no idea what they were.
Well, we brought that up the other day because I was in Ravello.
Okay.
And there's a church, an ancient church in Ravello, and it has a depiction of the whale. And the whale doesn't look anything like a whale. It has wings. It looks like a lion's head. It's so weird.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the Middle Ages, throughout the Middle Ages.
It is.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, it looks like a dragon.
Yeah, yeah.
Crazy.
And lions look a lot like dogs because
Yeah.
they're like, what's your frame of reference?
Right.
So
And also, you're getting someone describing it to an artist.
Yeah.
You probably can't paint it.
Yeah.
So you have to describe it.
Yeah, it's like
yeah, that's what it looks like.
yeah, tertiary,
Yeah.
secondary. So and a lot of these writings kind of out themselves as that literarily within the things that they choose to include. Names are a small example, but geography or distances between places. The biblical Gospels describe going up to Jerusalem.
Mhm.
And we can kind of read that and not think anything about it. But Jerusalem, on the elevation of sea level, you do go up to it. And so it's like these small clues that we as historians are looking for. Or on the parable of the Good Samaritan, it's going down from Jerusalem to Jericho. And you go down like an elevation in sea level to go to Jericho. Or the story of Zacchaeus, who's the guy who climbs a tree to see Jesus. He's a wee little man. He's short, and he can't see over the crowd. And he hears this miracle worker, Jesus, is coming. So he climbs a sycamore tree. And the Gospels specifically say he climbs a sycamore tree. Well, this can be like a detail we can pass over, but we know based on kind of the acidity of the soils, the sycamore trees only grow in those areas in that time frame. So we can look and see, okay, well, whoever Luke is getting this from, he's adding this detail. Maybe he's not even aware of the significance of it, but whoever he's getting this from has been there because they actually know what tree would have been growing there and tell him that Zacchaeus climbs a sycamore tree.
Mm.
And so it's like fauna and flora and distance between locations, things that actually other ancient writers get wrong sometimes.
Have you ever had a debate with a snarky atheist?
Yeah,
I think that would be
like
fun.
a formal debate.
No, not even a formal debate. I think it would be a fascinating conversation because I'm sure. Well, atheists, they vary just like Christians vary, but the worst versions of them are essentially believers in the religion of atheism.
Right.
They worship the concept of there being no God. This is it. When you die, nothing happens.
Yeah.
And that to me is always so arrogant. Just the fact that you exist at all is so bizarre and so spectacular.
Mm.
The idea that you know for sure that when the lights shut out, that's a wrap, like, because there's no evidence of the contrary. Well, okay.
Kind of assuming your conclusion there.
Absence of evidence is not evidence, especially when you're talking about something that's as bizarre as death.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when you have people that have near-death experiences that are radically similar.
Yeah.
Those are really weird. They're really weird how many similarities people have in these near-death experiences from accidents and all sorts of things that people, come back from, or their heart stops beating, they see themselves above their body. There's a lot of weirdness to it that makes you. I just think it's a little silly, because how could you know what you don't know?
Yeah.
You cannot know what you don't know, and the problem is that there's a cachet, that there's a social credit amongst academics in particular that's ascribed to a person who is atheist, a person he's brilliant, he's not silly, he doesn't believe in myths, he doesn't. I get it. I get why there's social pressure in that regard. I get it, but to not look at the universe itself, just this creation engine of planets and stellar nurseries, just the bizarreness of the epicness of it all, and to not wonder if maybe you have a very narrow perception of what this whole thing is all about.
Yeah. Deny the virgin birth, but not the virgin birth of the universe.
Yeah. Well, all of it, like everything, just the big. There's so many more impressive miracles than any of the things that people think of in the Bible. It's just they're so weird in our day and age that we're not willing to, like. If we want to think that things are very clean and easy to measure, and they often are not. And I think most of what it means to be a human being in a meaningful way is not measurable. Most of it. Love and friendship and community, these things are not very measurable. They're very strange. The the bond that people have with their family and their loved ones. And it's very strange.
Yeah.
It's that love connection, whatever love is, whatever good is, it's a very real thing. And it seems to not exist, certainly not in the volume in other animals that exists in us.
Mm.
There's obviously nurturing in other animals, they nurture their loved ones, but their perception of life and death and all of it is very different than ours. So
Yeah.
it leads me to why? Why is our version of life so much more rich and complicated than any other being that exists? And why do we have this insatiable desire to learn and know more?
Yeah.
What is it?
Why does this, however many 3 pounds of gray matter in my brain,
Mhm.
why is that able to plummet the intricacies of the universe?
Right.
Right. Like, and I think that's ultimately the questions that we should be asking in terms of, you matter more than you are matter. There's
Mhm.
something going on.
There's something going on with all of us.
Yeah.
We kind of know it and we don't know it, but it's just, you can't measure it and you can't put it on a scale. So people don't like that.
Yeah.
They don't like that. It makes them feel dumb to believe in that. It makes them feel dumb to even speculate, to even just say, what do you think happens when you die? Like, even
Yeah.
that conversation, it's like, you don't like that. Nothing. It goes dark and that's it. It's over. That's
Yeah.
it. You die. Like, how the fuck do you know? If you died? Like, you don't know.
So-
Like,
In all of this, what do you think of Jesus? Like, in terms of your own, like, journeying and trying to find answers to ultimate questions. What do you think of the historical person of Jesus?
well, it certainly seems like there's a lot of people that believe that there was this very exceptional human being that existed. And so the question is, what does that mean? Does it mean he was the son of God? Does it mean he was just some completely unique human being that had this vision of humanity and this way of educating people and spreading this ideology that would ultimately change the way human beings interact with each other forever? So what is he the son of God? Well, are we all? That's another question. Like, do we all have that inside of us? Do we all have that ability to change everything around us inside of us? Do we all have that unique connection to the divine? And is he a representation of the best version of that? Or was he an actual person that was the son of God? It isn't important.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, what does it mean? It's just the fact that it's a question to ponder is a miracle in itself, in a way. Just the fact that there's this concept of this person that died for our sins, as the Son of God, that you have to you have to believe in a bunch of stuff to go that way. Like, just the concept of that is interesting to people, because what it can do to people is offer them a very unique way to change the way.
Thanks, Pirate Kirk. Pirate Kirk.
Faith they feel about the world itself. And if you do follow that, I know a lot of Christians are hardcore Christians. They're some of the nicest people you'll ever meet in your life. So it does work, right? Like if you do live like a Christian and you do follow the principles of Christ, you will have a richer, more love-filled life. So it is true, right? But you have to submit to this concept that this guy was the child of God who came down to earth, let himself be crucified, came back from the dead, explained a bunch of stuff for people, and then said, all right, see you when I come back.
And you don't know how you can wrap your head around
Right.
that particular thing.
And if he came back, here's the thing. If he came back, who the fuck would believe him today? With all the fake news and all the CGI and AI, like imagine, that would be the most bizarre thing of all time. If we get to a point where artificial reality is indiscernible from regular reality and Jesus chooses to come back at that moment, boy, that's the ultimate test of faith, right? When it's impossible to discern. If we really reach a point where virtual reality is indistinguishable from regular reality, which
Right.
we're probably 100 years away from that or something. Like how far, maybe not even that.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's probably why Jesus came in the first century, not the 21st century.
But imagine if that's the big catch. Like Jesus does return, but when he returns, we're just so confused that we can't even tell.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's how he returns in the first place. Maybe he returns through AI.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the portal to Jesus.
I don't know anything about that. Yeah, I mean,
that scares the shit out of me.
I really appreciate, guys that you're friends with, right? Like the Jordan Petersons and the Douglas Murrays of the world, or, the Tom Hollands, not the Spider-Man actor, the historian, who talk about this stuff. I think I really like the way that Jordan Peterson articulates it, but I think he misses the forest for the trees.
How so?
In that he sees Jesus as an archetype. And I don't think actually even Jesus gives you the opportunity to see him as the archetype. Because I have this love-hate relationship with all of Peterson's stuff, because he seems to so much right where he walks up to the line, but he doesn't want to cross over.
And is the crossover, you think, connected to a life in academia?
No,
What do you think it is?
I wonder, and I'd love to talk to him about this, like how do you remedy this issue that, because he seems to think that the concept of Jesus as an example is more important than the actual flesh and blood first century itinerant Jewish preacher who was crucified and rose from the dead physically, which is the claim of the Gospels and the rest of the New Testament. That's an example for us to look on and live by. But I actually think that Jesus condemns moralism. And ultimately what I see Peterson doing is looking at Jesus as a moral example. And if Jesus is nothing but a moral example, then you can save yourself and you don't actually need a savior. And so I think actually Jesus would have critiqued that, because Jesus was very against moralism.
And how do you define Jesus being against moralism? Like, what do you mean by that exactly?
Well, Jesus looks at the religiosity of his day with like particular groups like the Pharisees and the Sadducees, who are these other groups of Jews during his day. So we talked about the Essenes, actually aren't mentioned in the Bible, but there are other groups like the Pharisees, who are like lay scholars, and the Sadducees, who are professional priest scholars. And he's constantly critiquing the fact that they have this hypocritical religiosity to them, where they're doing things like tithing their mint leaves, like to make sure that they get all of, this is where we get the idea of the letter of the law versus the intention of the law. Like Jesus critiques them for that, because he says, you're trying to do everything right and you're missing the point. So one of the things he says is like, if your donkey falls in a ravine on the Sabbath, do you pull it out? Or is that work? Like, what's the point of the Sabbath? Is it to not do any work? Like, is it to make sure that you're not working too hard because you might be breaking the Sabbath? Or like, what is the point? He says the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. And that there's this intention. This is the whole Sermon on the Mount, Matthew chapter 5, is he keeps saying, you have heard it said, but I say, and he refers to the Mosaic law. And it looks like he's critiquing the Mosaic law, but he's not actually. He's getting back to the intention of the law. So when he says, you have heard it said, do not commit murder, but I say to you, anybody who harbors a hate for their brother in their heart has already committed murder. And what he's getting to is like, what's the intention? What's the meaning of the law that God gives to you? Because the law is like a mirror. It shows you how dirty you are. But his critique is, he's like, you guys are trying to clean yourself with a mirror. That's stupid. It's just if anything, it's gonna make you more messy. Like, get in the shower. The law is not what cleans you. The law is what reveals that you're dirty. And so in that sense, I think, if Jesus is a moral example, it actually misses what I think Jesus actually said about what his purpose was, in that you can't do enough to actually live up to the standard that God holds you to. And so if you keep striving, you're actually going to wear yourself out and be exhausted.
Like atheists.
I didn't say you did, Joe.
They'll go crazy. They go crazy when they get older.
Yeah.
Listen, Wes, this is such an awesome conversation, and I'm sad that it went down the way it went down with you and Billy, but the good thing out of it is that a lot of people became aware of your work, and it's such exhaustive work. It's really amazing what you've done. Thank you so much for these gifts. We will find a great place for them on the wall here. And thanks and let's do it again. And I would love to do it with you and someone who disagrees too. I think it would be a fascinating converation.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think it would be really cool.
This has been a pleasure.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Oh, tell everybody how to find you, how to find all of the different, you have 2 different YouTube channels. You have your own, and you have this new one, Apologetics Canada.
Yeah, so I work for a national not-for-profit and in Canada that is an organization. We want people to have an intellectually robust and a biblically grounded and a faith. We want people to know what they believe and why they believe it. And so We produce materials like we played that clip from Can I Trust the Bible? That's a series that's ongoing. I'm going to be traveling in 2025 to produce more of that content to try to, get this stuff that's all up here out into people so that they can be able to access it.
You have two of them that are on. Well, there's more, but there's the two Can I Trust the Bible versions? One and two. I watched both of those.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so wesleyhuff.com is my website. Apologeticscanada.com is where, if you want to see where I'm speaking or what we're up to. I'm part of a team that does a lot of this stuff. So those are the two places. All my social media handles can be found on wesleyhuff.com.
All right, beautiful.
Awesome.
Thanks very much.
Hey,
Appreciate
thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Governor Perry, thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure and honor to meet you. And Brian, we explain your relationship and how you guys know each other.
I had a public service career in the state of Kentucky.
I've already seen this
and the
like
last
1,000
thing of
times.
it involved my role as the chairman and executive director of the Kentucky Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission. Within that role, I designed for what, by lack of a better term, was the Kentucky Advocate Initiative. The state had received $842 million in settlements that will be paid out over the next 15 years.
What else, Tim? This motherfucker barks. Only at Mills, baby. West Side. Where is he? For Shizzy. West Side.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Like, imagine having to be that measured in everything you say. Just stick to the talking.
That's my whole life.
That's stressful.
Yeah, it's super stressful, especially if you're a little intoxicated. You get a couple of whiskeys in you start talking shit. You got to be responsible for every word that comes out of your mouth, even if it's stupid. But, I think people get it. They get that people are human beings and they can stumble. Like, people, they forgave a lot of Biden stumbles until they were like, what the fuck? A lot of people, like, in 2020 were like, there's no way. There's no way he's going to do it. He was too old to run when it was 2016.
But he's kind of always been known for the gaffes. Like, because I remember when Obama was picked him, that was the number one concern. It was like, sometimes he was saying shit.
Didn't Obama, he was famous to go to Joe as a, don't worry, Joe will find a way to fuck things up.
I never heard that.
There's supposedly, it's hard to know what the quote was, but supposedly.
He got out of all of it. I mean,
that's because the machine was behind him, right? So he gets into office, and you saw that, like Mike Johnson guy, the Speaker of the House, he said that he had talked to him. It took a year to have a meeting, and he finally had this meeting with him. He wanted to talk to him about something. And he said, why did you sign this executive order? And it had something to do with liquid natural gas. He said, I didn't sign that. He said, yes, you did, sir. You signed it. Can we get it? And so he has the secretary print it up, brings it in. He had never read it. So he was just signing executive orders that he didn't even know. He didn't know what it was about. He thought it was about research, and it was about shutting it down. And so so there's a bunch of people behind him that want to do things, and they think it's for the best interest of the country, and they're all acting as a big group that's like the puppeteer of the president. And that's not how it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be that way.
Isn't it like that with every president?
I don't know. Because I think when a president brings in a new cabinet and the new cabinet starts doing different things, then you see what's happening right now, right? So they've already found thousands of criminals that had snuck in here and had committed multiple crimes while they were here. And the Biden administration had left them here. and they allowed them to stay in these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And Trump's just yanking them out and flying them back to Colombia and flying them back to Mexico and flying them back to wherever they're from. Get the fuck out of here.
No, but
And exporting them in planes. The Biden administration could have done this too.
yeah, but I think they every president to get in there, they do little shit different than the other side. But at the end of the day, the big major shit that would help out the average people, that shit, it always just falls short a couple of votes.
Trump is talking about getting rid of income tax and replacing it with tariffs. I asked him about that on the podcast. I thought he was joking around. Yeah, exactly. He was saying that it would be better for the economy. We'd have way more money if instead of you paying tax, these companies should be paying tax. Like, why are they making such a killing off the American people?
But the companies would just charge us bigger prices, wouldn't it?
Well, here's the thing. Could they, if we had American manufacturing that can make the same products? No. So the whole reason
You
why
can't
they,
make the same products the same.
but if you have other countries charge tariffs, and I think we've charged tariffs in the past, and it's an interesting thing. It's like you make a trade agreement. It's essentially a trade agreement. And his position has always been that one side of the trade agreement was unbalanced, and America does a stupid job at negotiating its trade agreements. So he wants tariffs and everything. That's what he threatened the guy from Colombia with. He said, because they didn't want to take the prisoners, the flights were coming over, and he didn't want to give them approval to land. He said, we're going to tax you, we're going to tariff you 25%, and then like in a week, we're going to jack it up to 50%. And this guy wrote like a poem to Trump. It was the most ridiculous thing ever. The guy's a wild dude.
I mean, that's the thing, is like, if you bring in the tariffs, you have to make them so high that the American goods will cheaper by comparison.
Well, you'd have to really ramp up American manufacturing in a lot of places. Like, we don't make phones. That's one of the craziest things about America. We can't make a phone. We can't even make a phone.
We make mistakes.
Well, I mean, maybe we could make a phone. Isn't there one phone that is made in America? Is there one phone that's manufactured here? I think there is.
I mean, even if it's assembled here,
Is it the nothing phone? Is that it?
It might be assembled here. I think they still have to get.
They still have to get shit from China.
Yeah.
They have to get shit from Taiwan.
key
They have to get
pieces.
shit from India. Yeah. Everybody gets their shit from somewhere.
I mean, like I said, the problem with American manufacturing is you can't do it for cheap because you have to pay people.
Our problem is, first of all, we're addicted to buying new shit all the time. I have a bunch of phone lines, and one of my phone lines, I have an iPhone 11. It's like 5 years old. I don't notice when I'm using it. Like, as long as it still works, you don't notice on a normal experience. What do I do with my phone? I'm not fucking making complex video rendering. You know, what am I doing? I'm watching YouTube videos. I'm text messaging people. You don't notice, right? But we're force-fed this idea that you're supposed to get a new one every year. Like, it's one of the weirdest things. You get a new TV every year. You get a new computer every year. Why the fuck do you get a new phone every year? But every year they keep pushing us to get a new phone. If you make a phone that's American-made, more durable, and lasts more than a year, it would be worth a premium, and I wouldn't have to feel bad about like slaves in China making it.
If you make it like the only phone, they need to bring back the Nokia phones. Remember those brick phones?
Yes. Well,
They were
don't
just
do that.
indestructible.
Make it dope. Make
Just
it a dope phone. But you know,
I don't know, man. I think those days are long gone.
the days of American manufacturing. Well, I think with incentives, with government incentives, and people understanding that this competition that we're having is all technologically based, and if all of our technology is getting made in another country, that's essentially a national security issue.
See, you know what I realize is like why, because sometimes politics comes up in the green room, and I always separate myself from the conversation because I realize what everybody has, regardless of what sides the issue they on, is y'all have hope. I'm cynical than a motherfucker. I'm like, this shit is old. This shit been, it's like, so for me, I'm like, I see the asteroid coming.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ain't nothing we gonna be able to do about that.
Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym, it's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They are seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this.
This is rad.
I'm interested to see. Look, if Robert F. Kennedy Jr. gets approved, I'm interested to see. If they start removing pesticides and herbicides and all these things that are killing people, if people's health improves, if we remove things from the human diet, if just start educating people on the importance of diet and exercise, I would love to see
Yeah,
that.
but you know, the problem with that is we live in a society where like none of that shit's gonna happen unless it make more money than what we already doing.
That's not necessarily true because you can motivate people. There's a real power in free motivation. And having a government that's like promoting health in that way would cause a bunch of people to take that step that they've been thinking about taking. So a lot of times motivation doesn't catch you flat. Motivation catches you looking for motivation, right? Like you want to get your shit together. You're like, oh, I just fucking need to get to the gym. I just need something. And then one day the government announces that we are going to turn the health of America around, and we are going to promote a national fitness regime. We're going to start bringing it to schools and kids to get people healthier. We're going to bring in organic food and start feeding kids. When you feed them in public schools and
Didn't
you have
Michelle
free
Obama
lunches.
try to do something like that?
Yes, she did. She got shut down
Yeah,
immediately.
exactly.
They shut her right the fuck down.
Yeah,
They're like,
they
sit
like,
down.
no.
You're gonna fucking kill our
Healthy.
profits. Fuck this healthy shit.
Because that's the other thing. But what's different now than what's happening back then is we're so divided. If somebody in the government suggested anything was the best, the healthiest thing, at least half the country would be like, I'm not fucking with it for that very reason.
Yep.
You know, it's
You're
like
so right.
yeah, it's like they attached Obama to Obamacare, even though it was not a bad thing, right? And if Trump was really like, hey, every American jumping jacks is the best exercise, people are like, you ain't doing no Trump jacks.
Yeah.
That's your president's exercise. So it's like we so divided, nothing's gonna stick.
I also think that the problem with like healthcare and all these things where people are getting paid, you're dealing with a bunch of different games that are being played inside a game that has a function, and that function is healthcare. Like it provides healthcare in a kind of shifty, shitty way. But the game it's playing is make the most money. That's the game it's playing. It's playing a financial game.
Yeah.
That's why it's coming up with reasons to deny people, and it's using AI to figure out how to deny people, and they deny a large amount of claims. So you got to look at it like what it actually is. It's not that it's all bad, but that there's a bunch of different games. Each person in that game is playing their own game. You have thousands of employees. You have thousands of people trying to climb the corporate ladder and make more money and get promotions and make more money for the company and impress the board. They want a fucking yacht, bro.
I'm talking about how much we're divided, but it's weird. That's the one thing they couldn't divide people on. Like I remember, like after the CEO got popped, like on CNN and MSNBC and Fox, the narrative was like, how dare people be excited? Because at first they tried to do what they do with everything, and they say, oh, look at these liberals fucking laughing to death, and then they realize like, oh, the insurance industry is fucked over everybody. Everybody. They don't give a fuck who you voted for. They'll fuck you.
That might be the one. Healthcare might be the one thing that we can come to like a bipartisan agreement on, that health insurance and insurance companies in general, they're just captivated by what a corporation is. A corporation has a responsibility to its shareholders to make the most money. And that's a problem with the whole structure of it, is that no matter what the business is, they find a way to make money more than they find a way to do the thing that they're supposed to be doing well. as a service to people.
If Trump actually fixed healthcare, he would go down as one of the greatest presidents. He would be like, it would be. I think it would be a whole different. Like, he actually did like viable, real change to the healthcare system that like made it work for everybody.
Well, it used to be that there was no social media. So if you wanted to make a big change, the government could gaslight you on TV in these press conferences and bring out experts, and they could gaslight you and tell you what to do. And that was all the information you had. That doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. So this is one of the reasons why this is the best time ever to kind of revamp healthcare and revamp like the way people think about what is healthy. What is healthy?
Why are you going to revamp it in a way that still makes money?
Well, it doesn't have to. First of all, you're going to lose money. The country's going to lose money. It's like, who's going to get the money? There's an exchange of money, right? So if a lot of people are sick all the time, and a lot of people are on Medicaid, and a lot of people are on health insurance, the country's going to spend more money that's going to go to pharmaceutical drug companies, but it doesn't have to go there. We can't commit to giving it to them every year just because they figured out a way to keep getting it. That's dumb. The right way to say is we have to look at the collective money of the country. Wouldn't it be way better if we spent way less on healthcare because people got healthier because they figured out there's no easy way to do it? You have to have diet and exercise. It's the most important foundation for any healthy human being. It doesn't matter what kind of exercise. It probably doesn't even matter what kind of diet, as long as you're like committed to eating healthy, real food. The whole thing is just diet and exercise and movement. That would fucking cure 70% of the problems we have in this country with healthcare, because people would be healthy. And so then you wouldn't be as susceptible to getting sick. You wouldn't be as susceptible to getting injured. There's a bunch of things that would probably likely stack up financially in our favor. So that's how you make money out of it. You make money out of it because everybody makes more money. You make more money if you're healthy. You make more money if you're active. If you're in the bed all the time because you have back surgery constantly, or you got this and that, and you got a lot of interruptions in your life, they're going to hiccup your career. They're going to hiccup your whatever you're trying to accomplish in your life if you're dealing with being sick all the time.
So you think if people were healthier, they would deny less people?
I think if people were healthier, first of all, you would need way less healthcare. First, that's the number one thing. If people were fit and they took care of themselves, there's a giant part of, if you looked at all of the healthcare issues that we have in this country, there's a giant chunk of it that's connected to diet. It's connected to the standard American diet. It's connected to eating too much calories, garbage food, obesity. All that is it's possible to shift that in a different direction. You just have to change the way people eat. And that you would see other people getting results, and then you would want those results. If you hear RFK Jr. on TV trying to motivate people to do this, and you see him working out, like maybe that's the thing you need that takes you from, man, I got to go to the gym one day, to fuck it, I'm going to the gym. This is it. And then if more people do that, there's more healthy people. If there's more healthy people, there's less losers. If there's less losers, the country makes more money. The whole GDP goes up. Everybody, you're going to do better. You're going to do better with whatever you're doing in life if you're healthy, because health is energy.
But how do you make people like?
You don't make them do it, but you inspire. And the government has never done that before. Why not try it? Why not try that? Why not try that? Why not try to like fucking gaslight people until you got to wear a mask in your car or you're going to die? Instead of that gaslighting, how about pump them up? They scared the fuck out of everybody with COVID. How about they pump everybody the fuck up with health?
If the government wants everybody to do anything, they have to pay them.
You know another problem with my theory?
I give you a tax break if you lose 40 pounds.
Here's another problem with my theory. Trump eats nothing but McDonald's, drinks Diet Cokes, sharp as a tack, 78 years old. Like, okay, I don't know what to tell you.
If he came back, if he disappeared for like 6 months and came back just
jacked, shaved his head. Did you see him play tennis with Serena Williams?
Nah.
He took his shoes off. He was playing tennis with Serena Williams.
I mean, playing?
Not playing like as good as she can play. She's not going to embarrass him. They're volleying back and forth.
I mean,
and he's playing.
Is he running?
He plays tennis, man. He can play tennis. Like, the guy plays tennis. Like, I don't know how to play tennis, so I don't know if it looks good. But I'm looking at him hitting the ball. It looks like he's doing it the right. He doesn't look like me. If I was doing it, I'd be a fucking spaz. I don't know how to play tennis. Yeah, well, let's see it. It's because oh, it was. Oh, god damn it! I got lied to by the reels. I thought it just happened.
2015.
But check out the tennis. Check this out. She can clearly fuck him up. Oh, that's a nice gentle serve. Look at it, but look at dude. He's firing back. He's old.
I mean, but he is doing better than I would do.
Oh, way better than me. I mean, he plays tennis. There's video of him playing tennis. There's like photos of him playing tennis. So he does do some things. It's like there's a lot of guys that are too they can't go to a gym. It's just they need a purpose, or they need something that occupies their brain. So they play golf, or they play tennis, or they play games. They play a little pickup basketball. They do that for their health because they just can't do the gym thing. I just don't want to do it. So they do something that keeps them active.
I mean, most of the people I know do shit like that.
Yeah, so he's active.
Pick up basketball or
But that dude just eats cheeseburgers and shit all day long. Like,
yeah.
it's like, I don't know what to say.
But he probably also has zero stress.
Well, he has a way of letting shit roll off his back. I mean, he had to have some stress when that guy shot at him. But even then, he gets hit in the ear and he stands up and yells, "Fight, fight, fight." It's like, is this a movie? Are we in a movie? Is this like a simulation?
Yeah. And then his ear healed up like Wolverine.
Bro, he healed up pretty quick. You can see a little mark on it. You see there's a little tiny, if you look at it, like when he's right there, I go, let me see it. And he leaned in. You can kind of see. The ear's filled with blood vessels. That's why it bleeds so much.
Nobody talks about it.
No. You know what else nobody talks about? The guy who blew up the Cybertruck in front of Trump Tower. What happened to that
I don't
guy?
even know what you're talking
You don't know that story?
about. I don't follow any of the political stuff.
Well, this isn't even political. This is a weird story. It's a guy who was like, now, is it being confirmed that that's him? Let's pull up the story because I don't want to do it any misjustice. But this was after the election, correct? Yes, definitely. It was a real reason. Okay, New Year's Day. That's how crazy the news cycle is. Like you forget what day things happen. Like was that a year ago? No, it was last week. Oh, all right. There's like something constantly bombarding you all the time. So this dude, yeah. What is the story behind him? He was a special forces guy, right? And he was in a television show with Tim Kennedy. They had like a special forces TV show where they did something. So this guy's like, he's an operator. He's like a serious soldier.
Why a Cybertruck?
And he allegedly committed suicide with a large handgun, a Desert Eagle. It was a large handgun, and blew up this thing. It says self-inflicted gunshot wound. The thing's weird, man. Nobody could imagine him doing this. Everybody's saying it doesn't make sense. Why would he? This guy knew how to make bombs. Why would he make a shitty bomb like that doesn't even blow up the building? It just blows him up in the car. And why would he do it in a Cybertruck, which is like the most durable car you can buy? Like that whole thing, the Cybertruck, you saw that video where I tried to shoot an arrow through it?
Oh, yeah.
My arrow exploded. That thing's solid steel. So why would you blow yourself up in a solid? You would get a convertible and fuck everybody up, right? If you're going to blow up yourself in a car and you want to do the most damage, you'd have a car that you'd want to blow apart. Those Teslas contain the entire explosion.
Yeah. I mean, did he leave some kind of manifesto?
I don't know if he left a note. Did he leave a note? They probably found it like barely smoldering outside the curtain. Look, it's like, remember when they found the terrorist passports? The planes went into the fucking World Trade Center, blew up in front of everybody's face, just a gigantic, enormous pile of fire. And yet this dude's passport just barely singed on the outside like a Bugs Bunny cartoon, falls to the ground.
That was just the whole Sean Ryan thing was about, because they sent the email, and then did the guy write the email?
Right, that's right. That's right. Now I remember. God, I forgot. Sean Ryan was involved in that. And then people were saying that that guy didn't send that to you. You got hoaxed. And then Sean Ryan proved that the guy did send that. So he was saying some stuff in there about drones and what was he saying? Let's put up what he said.
You know what I realized, man?
Shout out to Sean Ryan. It said, in case I do not make it to my decision point or onto the Mexico border. I am sending this now. Please do not release this until 1 Jan and keep my identity private until then. First off, I'm not under duress or hostile influence or control. The first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. First of all, that's not true. That was not his first car. No, he had a different car. We'll find that out in a second. Put a tab on that, Jamie. What we have been seeing with drones is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but throughout history, the US. Only we and China have this capability. Our open location for this activity in the box is below. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up. As of now, it is just a show of force, and they're using it similar to how they use the balloon for SIGINT, how do you say that? SIGINT and ISR, which are also part of the integrated comm systems. There are dozens of those balloons in the air at any given time. The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft, they are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted to. It's checkmate. U.S. government needs to give the history of this, how we're employing and weaponizing it, how China is employing them, and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere in the East Coast. I've been followed for over a week now, likely from Homeland or FBI, and they're looking to move on me and are unlikely to let me cross into Mexico, but I won't because they know I am armed and I have a massive VBIED. I think that's vehicle something. Oh, you know, you're a military guy. I've been trying to maintain a very visible profile and have kept my phone, and they are definitely digitally tracking me. I have knowledge of this program and also of war crimes that were covered up during airstrikes in the Nimruz province, Afghanistan in 2019 by the admin, DOD, DEA, and CIA. I conducted targeting for these strikes of over 125 buildings. 65 were struck because of CIVCAS that killed hundreds of civilians in a single day. US FORA continued strikes after spotting civilians on initial ISR. It was supposed to take 6 minutes and scramble all aircraft to CENTCOM. The UN basically called these war crimes, but the administration made them disappear. I was part of that cover-up with US FORA and Agent Redacted, they cut his name off, of the DEA. So I don't know if my abduction attempt is related to either. I worked with General Miller's 10 staff and on this as well as the response to Bala Murgab, AOBS commander at the time, redacted. Okay, he said you need to elevate this to media so we avoid a world war because this is a mutually assured destruction situation. So he gave his LinkedIn for vetting, active duty, you know, he did his profile, the whole deal. Now, the problem is that was not his first car. So Google what his first car was.
But why lie about that?
Because somebody might not have known. Like if you ask, like there's a lot of people that say, what was your first car? And a lot of people don't know. I've said it publicly, but like how many people know what my first car was? Right. So if you're a dude and you're hanging out with other dudes, like I don't know what
so you're suggesting someone else wrote that?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, if they get the car wrong, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a hell of a detail to get around.
Here, I had my first car was a 1973 Chevelle, but I only had it for like 2 days. It broke down, and the guy sold me a lemon, and I got my money back. He came and got his car. I think he knew he fucked me, you know. And then my next car after that was a 1968 Oldsmobile. So I remember. I know what my cars were. Like you're a kid, you get your first car, you know what your first car was. Yeah, bitch, if your first car was a 2007 Mustang, everyone's gonna know. You're gonna tell everybody, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna forget your first car.
You're gonna know. You're not gonna be confused. You're not gonna be confused as to what was your first car. You'll pull it out right away.
Yeah. I mean, I've never seen anybody get that wrong.
Your car is like the first time you have freedom. You can't believe you could just drive anywhere you want. You go to your friend's house, like, dude, I can drive. It's one of the wildest experiences. I remember clearly just learning to drive and how wild it was. You just drive. We're so used to it. They're basically riding around in amusement park rides. You would pay a lot of money to ride in. Like your car, that Audi, bro. That's like you're in a super capable sports sedan from 2024. So you're talking about like modern suspension and anti-lock braking system, and everything's controlled electronically, and you have a fucking super powerful engine. It's all taut and it moves differently based on how the fucking ground moves, like whether it's shitty surface or smooth surface. They just adapt to everything. That thing's glued.
It's crazy.
Yeah, those things are crazy. This world that we live in today is so fun. You would remember your first car.
I have a hard time. This is one of the strangest searches I've had.
Yeah.
It's a lot that's the conspiracy. I can't find anything that's coming up with a date before like January 4th, which will only be a few days. Excuse me, a few days after. I've done Google search and Twitter search. Twitter search didn't show anything, and I hit latest and still not showing me anything recent.
Damn, somebody wrote a whole article about how that was not his first car.
I know, but it's just weird that it's blocking this stuff. Look at the thing.
Can you try the Brave browser?
How would they,
I don't know that it would have. I'm on a website.
What-
I'm
what
on
was the-
Twitter,
what was that
and the
proof that
Twitter
that wasn't-
search isn't giving me anything more recent than January 4th.
So when they say about discrepancies, does anybody use the car as a discrepancy? Because I definitely know I read that.
No, that's not what I'm even bringing up. I'm sort of saying like the search is being manipulated right now. Like I can't search for this.
What?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Ew.
Like searching for his name in car was. I don't get anything in the
Let's-
last 3 weeks. That's weird. That
Let
no
me-
one on Twitter is talking about.
Let me imagine this. Is it possible that if there was a story like this and you were trying to like cover up discrepancies and you didn't want people talking about it, could you just flood the search with a bunch of other stories on it so that it takes so many pages to get to it that you
I
never
would
get it?
argue yes, you could, but I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing the opposite. I'm seeing no stories other than like within the 48 hours of it happening.
Wow.
I mean, I find that odd.
That is
like,
weird.
Like I'll go to page 2.
bro, this is how checked I am. I
I
didn't
went
even
to
know this
news.
happened.
News isn't show. It's like 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks
But
ago,
how
3
about
weeks
just
ago.
write? Will you do me a favor and just write Matthew Livelsberger? That's it.
Livelsberger?
Livelsberger's car was not first car. Just say first car.
I did.
No, but let me ask you. Just say first car was not a 2006 Ford Mustang.
That's too specific.
Yeah, that's too specific.
But just try it. Was not first car. Was not a 2006 Ford Mustang.
And it's getting the same thing. That's sort of not the best way to do a search.
This ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Vince Lombardi trophy, and you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
The other thing was that the gun that he used is a crazy gun. It's a crazy gun to shoot yourself in the car. And the question is, like, when did he do it? Because it looks like the guy in the video in the car sits there, pulls up, and then the whole thing blows up. So are you telling me that he's blowing himself up and shooting himself at the same time? Like, does he have a button on his left hand that's the bomb detonator and then the trigger on his right?
I don't know, man. That shit's
When I take
highly
off
advanced,
car,
man.
I get tweets from 2
The
hours ago.
Cybertruck might have shot it. Shit.
So again,
When I take off the word car from my search on Twitter, I get tweets from 2 hours ago.
so they're still tweeting like crazy
But
about
when
it.
I type in car, now it's
You get January
old
16th.
tweets.
Yeah,
And I'm on latest.
that's weird. You typed first car?
I didn't. I just typed in the word
But
car. It should
tell
matter.
me the whole
Try
conspiracy.
first
I
car.
already
I
did
know.
that.
I know.
I reduced it so that it was less specific.
But what's the rest of the conspiracy?
Incorrect after the first car discrepancies. Click on that. Show more. So, including incorrect reference for the first car Livelsberger owned. According to public records, his first car was not a 2006 Ford, contrary to what's in the email. This has led to skepticism on whether the email is real or fabricated. That's it.
Well, where's
It's
the?
according to public records, that was not his first car.
Show us the public record.
Let's see. It was a BMW, 2008 1 Series BMW.
Wouldn't this just be registered under his name? Maybe he borrowed one. Maybe his parents registered it. I think they checked his parents' cars too.
What about that 1998 is a Ford Mustang?
It's 2006. It's a big difference.
See right here, why is Sean Ryan spreading an easily confirmed fake email? If your first car was a 1998 Mustang, would you say your first car was a 2007 Mustang? The dates don't even line up. So he had a 98 Ford Mustang. Why is the BMW circled?
Because you see, the thing is, whenever weird shit happens, the first people to talk be full of shit. They the worst people.
So it looks like he didn't have, he had, scroll down back again. So he had a 98 Mustang, not a 2007. That was his first car. Then he had a 2008 BMW, and then he had a Jeep. He never had a 2006 Mustang.
You can see right when he got divorced because he got a Mustang again.
Yeah, I'm back, baby.
2018.
2018, he got a Ford Mustang GT.
That's that midlife crisis.
He got the GT too. Greg Fitzsimmons got it. He got it with the EcoBoost. He was telling me how much he loves it. I was like, I know, but you didn't get the V8. He's like, oh, gas mileage. I'm like, shut your mouth.
What you mean EcoBoost?
Oh, it's a great engine. Don't get me wrong. It's got plenty of power. In comparison to old cars, it's way more powerful. It's a fast fucking car. But the EcoBoost is just more fuel efficient. It doesn't have the same horsepower. And the GT has the Coyote V8. The rumble. Makes you feel alive. You know, when you rumble. You ever been at a red light with a guy in a Mustang and they take off and you hear that sound? Especially if he's got a manual.
My homie, when I was in the service, he had this fucking blue Corvette. Mm-hmm. I forget what year it was, but it was older. But he was obsessed with this motherfucker. It was so fucking loud. Yeah, it was definitely like a 70 something. Ooh, you know what I mean? Yeah. 60 something. It was like an old.
Oh, the cool ones.
Yeah, but it was like no modern technology. It was loud as shit.
Corvettes are the only cars that look good into the 70s. All the other American cars turned to dog shit. They became boxes. They became fuel efficient boxes. But Corvettes always had that, and then eventually they fucked that up too. And they made Corvettes like flat and looked like a wedge. They looked so stupid for a while, but now they're back. Now they're better. They're better looking now. I think like Tony's. I think these new ones, the 2025s and 26s, they're better than any other car ever. Any American car. Like the Corvette ZR1, it's the greatest American car that's ever been built.
Really?
It's 1,100 horsepower.
Shit about it.
Oh, Brian Simpson, you ready to look at this?
You got one?
No. But this is, Google this. This is literally the greatest American car ever produced by a long shot. ZR1. It's got a giant wing on the back of it. It's literally a race car that you can buy. It has 1,100 horsepower. 1,064 horsepower. And this is not even tuned, right? Guys are going to be able to do things with these things. You're going to get these Hennessy guys.
Is this new?
Yeah. You're going to get these Hennessy guys that are going to like jack up the boost and make them even faster. These things are insanely fast, and insanely capable. I don't know if they've got Nürburgring times on them, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's the fastest American car ever. How much does that cost? I think it's like $190,000. Bro, this car is fucking insane. It has carbon fiber wheels. It's insane. And it's beautiful. Like, look at that thing. I mean, it's just a piece of art and engineering. together. It looks like what you'd expect from a foreign supercar,
Yeah,
from like Ferrari or McLaren or something like that. That's what it looks like. It looks incredible. I don't know how we get on the subject.
Oh, we were talking about how you remember.
Oh, you remember your first car?
Yeah.
Fuck! Imagine your first car's this thing. Your first car should be a Miata. Everybody should drive a stick shift Miata.
But you can't buy because like some people get crazy and they buy their kids shit like that.
Well, it's like motorcycles. I was going to get a motorcycle license at one point in time, and one of my buddies was going to get it like a Ninja. I was like, we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't just hop right on some crazy bike. That you got to get comfortable with the whole deal of riding a bike.
Bro, if I told you how many of my friends or family that I've had to talk out of getting a motorcycle, like it's like that midlife crisis part where it's like, hey, bro, you never rode a motorcycle. You're 40, you can't start now.
I got real close, and then the universe gave me a whole bunch of signs.
Even the best riders in the world will lay that bike down.
Yep.
So it's like, you out here, you haven't ridden a bike ever or in 25 years, like you gonna get fucked up out there.
You ever see the one when the dude is flying down a country road, he hits a deer?
No.
Oh, this dude is like on one of those race bikes, flying through the air.
I saw one the other day where it was the other way around. It was like the end of a parade or something. And there were girls in the street, and this guy, a bunch of motorcycles went by, but only one girl got hit.
Oh, God.
It was like,
oh, God.
Oh, man,
vehicles.
Yeah, but you can't.
So you didn't see this thing today. A Black Hawk helicopter collided with a American Airlines flight. Over DC. Yeah.
Over DC?
Over DC, yeah. And they plunged into the Potomac, and everybody's dead. And there's video of it. There's a fireball in the sky. The helicopter collides right with the plane. It explodes in the sky. Watch this. Boom. They explode and collide in the sky. And then this is the plane. It's crazy. And it's only, it's not, there's nothing fortunate about it, but it's fortunate that it landed in the river and that it didn't land on apartment buildings, and kill a bunch more people.
Man.
I don't even know how that happens. I've never heard of something like that happening. And then where did the helicopter emanate from? Where did it come from, Jamie?
Oh, Andrew.
Because this is a military helicopter.
Andrew's Air Force Base, I guess.
I don't understand how that's possible. I don't get it, but I don't know anything about flying.
Man, you know what? Honestly, man, it comes close to happening a lot.
Fuck, that's so crazy that a military helicopter collides with an American Airlines jet.
I don't think it was some kind of malfunction. It probably was bad communication. Somebody got wrong information.
Yeah, maybe. Unless we find out that someone was on that jet. Like someone was like some gravity drive scientist. some fucking dude who's at the forefront of quantum computing. And he's got a laptop with him that he's trying to deliver to somebody in Saudi Arabia.
This is why I checked out, bro, because it's so hard to take everything serious because we live in such a ridiculous time where that is the chances are more than zero that what you said is the case just now.
Right. More than zero.
It's like we live in a ridiculous. We don't trust anything.
Right.
I don't. So it's like that could be somebody. Because my next thought shouldn't be, I want was on that jet.
The other thought was that you can control those helicopters remotely. You don't have to have pilots.
No, bullshit.
Yeah, you can.
You can fly a helicopter remotely.
Yes. They use artificial intelligence now not just to fly helicopters, but also to fly jets. And when they use jets that are controlled by artificial intelligence versus jets that are controlled by the best pilots we have, the jets can controlled by artificial intelligence win dogfights 100% of the time.
Yeah, but they gonna fuck. Listen, because all I have to judge
this is the tinfoil. We're putting on some tinfoil.
Yeah, but all I have to judge my artificial intelligence is the Google Gemini and ChatGPT, and they be fucking shit up.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
this is just
till I see
consumer
it, it's
grade.
propaganda.
This is consumer grade shit that didn't exist a while ago and exists now. So here it is. Black Hawk remote control demos have been performed by Sikorsky Aircraft and Lockheed Martin to demonstrate the ability to remotely control a Black Hawk helicopter. These demos have shown the potential for autonomous flight and the ability to perform missions without a pilot.
Okay, but here's the other thing.
But this is the thing: if it's such a super sophisticated piece of equipment, how is it not? If it is being piloted by a person, how do they not have sensors that detect where the planes are? How is that even possible? That you could be in a place where planes are flying 500 miles an hour, left and right, all over the place, landing and taking off, and you're going to fly through that, and you don't know where the planes are? That seems insane. That doesn't even seem possible because, like, how could you exist as a military aircraft if you don't have a comprehensive analysis of everything that's around you all the time? We have sensors. We put them on jets. Why wouldn't we put sensors on the helicopter?
They probably do have it.
So why didn't it work?
We're going to find out pretty soon.
Will we even know?
We'll never
But everybody's dead, right? So how do you know when everybody's dead? They think the pilots are dead of the helicopter. I believe there was there supposed to be 2 people in the helicopter? Three people in the helicopter, and was it like 60 or 70 people? 60 people in the plane were dead.
And only 60 people on the flight.
Small flight. Yeah.
You're supposed to have a figure skating team. Figure skating.
Fuck, man.
Oh yeah, because that's the thing. I was like, it would have to be a group of people. Because if they just wanted to take out one person, why waste a helicopter? Like there's better ways to kill one person.
Yeah. Well, also, you want like the worst press possible. Kill a plane filled with young figure skaters. The sweetest, most delicate people, like twirling around the ice. I mean, you think of them like they're almost like superhumans. You know, we don't even want to think of it. That's why, like, when that Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan shit went down, nobody wanted to believe it's possible. The figure skating community's got thugs. Remember that?
Yeah.
The figure skating community tries to take out people by breaking their knees.
And that shit was right for comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah. People get vicious about shit, man. But
vicious.
But here's the other thing. It might just be incompetence.
Most likely it's incompetence.
Somebody was just fucked up. Or
most likely someone made a mistake. Most likely.
Yeah.
But in this day and age, when you know about things that have happened, you know about false flags, you know about all kinds of shit that happens, you always got to wonder. And if we do find out, here's the worst case scenario. What if a foreign government has figured out a way to hack in to our equipment and they can get a helicopter to fly right into a plane?
Oh, like this was a test, right?
What if this is like proof of concept?
See, I think a better conspiracy would be if we found out that it was like Delta was behind it. You know what I mean?
Delta trying to take out American Airlines.
Like Alaska was like, yo, we're gonna fucking ruin their reputation.
But if you were a foreign country and you wanted to demonstrate that you have technical superiority over people, how would you do it? Well, first of all, you'd lay the groundwork, right? This is one thing they definitely did, right? Where's that light? Okay, thanks, sir. You lay the groundwork, and the groundwork is sell them all the shit they need. Sell them all the shit they need. And some of the shit you sell them, put a little back door in there. Put a little back door in there. And they've been doing that. That's a fact. That's why Huawei was banned from the United States. They banned Huawei phones. They were the most sophisticated phones.
I mean,
they were coming out of China. They were so good.
They was great.
I've told this before, but forgive me if you heard it before, but I tried to buy a Porsche design Huawei phone. It was an amazing phone. It was like so much more advanced than iPhones. It had a bigger battery. It had like 100 megapixel camera. And then right before it was coming out, they put the ban. And then there was all these national security concerns, and Huawei is like spying on Americans. And something about their routers and their systems. They figured out there's like backdoor possibilities that were engineered into these things. So they sold us cell phone towers and computer chips and all this stuff and all the components that you need to run your AI. So wouldn't it make sense that if they're a part of it, they're integrated into it physically, and we know they put back doors on things, wouldn't you put back doors on the stuff that you're putting into jets? Wouldn't you pack? It's like, who's making that stuff? Who's making all those electronics that are inside the jets?
I think we make those.
Do you think we make the chips? Do you think we make the chips? Do you think we make, what do we make? Do we make the hard drives? Are you sure? I don't know.
I don't know.
Do we make the processors?
It just seems like it
Do
would be the smart
we-
thing to do.
It would be a very smart thing to do. But
For your
do we
military.
make do we make the processors? Or have there been installed some sort of electronical backdoor into almost everything we have? Almost everything we have. Or
Okay.
anything can be taken
I
over.
think that it probably is the case, but it's definitely our government doing it.
You know the Michael Hastings story, right?
No.
You don't know that story? No. This was the guy who was a journalist who was writing for Rolling Stone. And he goes over to Afghanistan? Was it Afghanistan? Goes over to Afghanistan and gets stuck there because of the volcano. So the volcano in Iceland, I think. So this volcano blows up and the sky is covered with dirt. You can't see for like weeks. So you can't fly. So he can't leave there. So he gets stuck with his troop. He's embedded with these troops. And they get loose. They get loose. They start saying things. They start talking shit about Obama. The general talks shit about Obama. And then this guy puts all this in the story. And he puts all this in this. And they thought he was like one of their homies. We're just hanging out. We're just boys. He's not going to write about that. And like I wrote about all that shit. You get these 20-year-old kids. They're deployed at war. And of course they're going to talk shit. They're kids. You get the generals like hanging out with these guys. They're going to talk shit. They're a bunch of men out there doing war. So he has to step down. And the general, is one of the most beloved generals in the military. And then this guy is terrified for his life. And his opening reporter, the reporter's terrified for his life because he's been threatened. So then he dies on, was it Laurel Canyon? La Brea. He dies on La Brea going, oh, Melrose and Highland?
I'm watching the video right now, but it's
Well, either way, point is, he's in LA. He's going like 120 miles an hour and he goes straight into a tree and the car explodes. The car explodes and watch how fast it goes. Look at this. He just hits the gas and boom, runs into a tree and explodes. That said, if anything happens, I didn't kill myself. And then the question was back then, so was this 2005? 2013. So back then the question was, do they have the technology to take over vehicles? And if you ask people that are honest, the answer is yes. Yeah, they do. There's a way to do it. It's not impossible. It's not like, breathing underwater. It can be done. Whether you have to get access to the actual car itself and put something in there, I don't know. But
that's why
it can be done.
That's why people, it's going to be a couple generations before people will be down with it being fully autonomous cars. But we see all these driverless cars around this motherfucker all the time. But it's like, I ain't getting one of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
No way. But because if they wanted to kill you, we saw that in the new Total Recall they did that, where it's like all the cars drive themselves, but when they want to find you, they fucking stop your car, pull you over.
Yeah. Well, everybody's terrified about that, and there's cars right now that they can shut off if there's a police chase. That's what OnStar does. So, like, if you're in one of those Corvettes, I bet that Corvette has OnStar. Does that Corvette have OnStar? So the way they sell you OnStar is they say, well, Brian, if someone steals your car, we can just shut it off. And you're like, oh, that would be good. I don't want anybody stealing my beautiful car. But the other side of that is we could also just shut it off for other reasons. Right. We can shut it off because we don't like you, and we just decide to shut your car off.
But don't worry, it says right here that that's illegal.
You could have the wrong political opinion depending on who's in power. You want to give these people power because you don't want the other side to win. But then the problem is now you've established that the government, which is not always you, is going to have power. And they're going to just be able to shut your fucking car off. Stolen C7 Corvette disabled remotely by police using OnStar. Yeah, they shut them off. See, that's a happy moment. Look at that. The sad moment is you got a trunk load of meth and you're making a run for it. They just shut your car off.
But imagine being a drug runner and getting all the features.
Well, the drug runners always get caught going too fast. It's the dumbest fucking thing you'll ever hear. They always get busted going like 16 miles an hour over the speed limit. What's it say, Jamie? Mandatory.
My
Comes
favorite,
with mandatory OnStar subscription. There's no way around it.
one of my favorite online lawyers.
Whoa.
He always goes. His name is Bruce Rivers. But he always saying, "You never commit a misdemeanor while you commit the felony." You know, it's like if you moving cocaine, don't break the speed limit. Put on your seatbelt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the dumbest. But you get these kids that are willing to do these drug runs, and they're cocky, and they're probably using, right? So they're probably taking little amphetamines while they're driving to stay sharp, Brian. Can't get sleepy behind the wheel. And they're probably not the most reliable people anyway. They're literal drug runners. Like, what they're doing could get them locked up for the rest of their fucking life, and they're probably going to make $2,000 for doing this.
Yeah, and I have some cool stories.
I mean, who's going to make the money? They're probably doing it for somebody else, right? They're probably moving it for somebody, and they have to sell it, and then they get a piece, and then and then they keep doing it, and that's they just have to hope they don't get arrested, and then they do it a few times, get a little cocky. I mean, someone's bringing all this shit in. Like, how's it getting in? How many if you're a cop and you're just out there looking around at all, how many of these moving trucks have fentanyl in them?
I think the CIA bringing most of them.
A bit of it.
I mean,
for sure.
Because who stops selling drugs when they get away with it? Nobody.
Right.
Why would they stop doing that?
Right.
They
Right.
they just know how to not get caught.
Well, they probably work with people.
Yeah. Because please believe, if we really, really wanted to stop drugs, it would be extreme, but we could. But we don't want
It
to.
would be too hard. You'd have to take away too much freedom from people. They wouldn't stand for it, and they'd vote you out
I'm
all.
talking about just stop it from coming in the country.
Yes, you could stop it from coming in the country, but you're not going to stop at demand. The real problem is just like the prohibition of alcohol, and I'm not comparing meth with alcohol because I think most people that I know responsibly use alcohol. They take a few drinks. I mean, I know a bunch of people who have abused it. I know a bunch of people who had to stop drinking. But most guys that we're friends with, they have a drink. You guys want to do a shot? Let's do a shot. Yeah, and then you go do your show, and no one's getting drunk every night.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I rarely see it.
But if you're out there doing meth, there's a chance you're not engaging in like responsible meth use. There's a good chance if you're using meth, you're going hard.
Just microdosing.
You're just
Meth.
going, no one ain't microdosing meth. They're going hard. I think meth gets you to go hard. You're listening to fucking Slayer in your car, and you're fired up, and you're making bad decisions.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely just not thinking. You just doing it.
But what is Adderall? Adderall's super close to meth. Super close.
It's an amphetamine. For sure.
Yeah, it's not the same, but it's
And yeah, and you
in the hunt.
can do wild shit on that shit too.
Especially if you take a lot of it. If you take a lot of it, it might as well be meth.
If you
And people abuse the shit out of everything. Tell them to take one, they're going to take 5 or 6.
I think the biggest problem is like most people's lives suck so bad that like drugs is their only thing.
That's
You know what I
true
mean?
too. That's
Like,
true too.
Because that's happy. That's instant happiness. It's like
That's true.
even because you know what's so funny is I think a lot of people assume that most of the like homeless people on the street are homeless because they had a drug problem, but it's usually the other way around. They usually are fine when they hit the street and they start using drugs. Because like, what else the fuck you gonna do? Where else you gonna get happiness from? You're not warm. You're not safe.
Well, there's probably a bunch of different scenarios there, but a lot of it has to do with drug use. And a lot of it has to do with self-medicating. A lot of those people are just like severely mentally ill and really should be in some sort of an institution.
People are never gonna stop getting that.
No, they're not going to. I'm smoking a cigar right now.
And I don't know if the solution is just legalize everything.
I don't know that
I would have said that 5 years ago, but maybe that is the ultimate solution. But the way it's implemented, because I think they tried that in Seattle or Portland or something.
Yeah, they had to stop it.
Yeah, and so it was like, but they also just went from what we doing now to like just everything's legal.
Yeah, but
like,
they also, it's Portland. They're ridiculous. Those people are ridiculous. That was Seattle, right? No, was it Portland or Seattle? Which one was it? That it was Oregon that legalized everything, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Oregon.
Yeah, it was Oregon. So it's Portland. Portland's ridiculous. They're ridiculous. So if you just say you can just do drugs wherever you want, just do what you want, everything's legal now, everyone's just going to be brazen about it. You've got a culture that it was demonized for so long, and you have a culture of mental illness where people are looking for something to get them out of this rut that they're in. And the only thing that makes them feel good is fentanyl or oxycodone or whatever the fuck they're taking. What if that shit that makes you lean over? What's that stuff?
It's a lot of shit to do that.
The stuff that we're doing yoga in the street, trank, whatever the fuck they're doing. These people, they're trying to escape, right? And the idea that you just like leave them, they're obviously like severely mentally ill. Like if we spend money on people with illness, why don't we spend money on people with mental illness? It seems like if you want to support Medicaid, shouldn't we support like mass medical assistance to most of these people? Because a lot of them are probably severely mentally ill and unmedicated. And maybe they can be helped. Maybe someone can take them into an institution.
There's somebody calling you a socialist right now.
I am in a lot. I am with some things like the fire department. I think the fire department is a very socialist idea. We're all going to put our money into this one group of people that's going to act in the best interest of the entire community and put out fires everywhere, regardless of who's got money or doesn't. Like if you're a poor person and you live on this block and your house catches on fire, they don't say, we're not going to put that fire out. We're only going to put the big guy's fire out. No, if the fucking house gets on fire, everybody agrees that that fire needs to get put out. So the fire people move. That's, you spend your tax dollars on.
See, that's how I feel about healthcare.
It's true. That's a good way to look at it.
It's like, imagine the fire department could deny you when your house was burning.
See, the problem is they're already making so much money doing it the way they're doing it now, and they've got a really good system. If I was a business person involved in that system, not just a human being with ethics and morals, I would say this is the way to do it. This is the way we're going to make the most money.
Yeah.
But people are tired of it. That's why people were cheering when that guy got shot, which is kind of fucked up.
Here's the truth of the matter. Some shit just can't be for profit. If we want it to be for the best, some stuff can't be for profit.
The thing about that guy shooting that person that's the most disturbing wasn't just that a lot of people cheered for it. But was the most disturbing was that people weren't mad. They weren't outraged. They didn't treat it like a regular assassination. It was like an assassination where he deserved it. Right? It didn't seem like a bad, even though people were like, that was horrible. It didn't seem like as bad a thing. It's like if someone shot John Lennon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or not even a famous person. Someone just randomly shot some, executive as he was walking out.
You know how I reacted? The same way when they got us on the block. I was like, it's the same way.
Really?
Yeah, it was like, because think about it.
You feel like that insurance guy was a Osama bin Laden?
No, but I mean, they both are indirectly responsible for the death of how many Americans? Except he was doing it for profit. Osama was doing it for the love of the game or whatever.
I do think it's a corporate capture issue. Because I think the culture of the corporation is to make as much money as possible and deny more people than the other insurance companies do. Like they had a higher rate of denying.
Yeah. And you can't let people's grandmas die and let them stay in pain and shit and then expect them to have empathy.
Did you ever see that one video? I think we played it on the podcast where this woman talked about how she made a decision to deny someone care that they definitely needed, and she was thanked by the company. And then the guy wound up dying, and she knows that she could have given him the life-saving care. She could have approved it, and she was rewarded for not approving it. Like they were like, "You did the right thing." Mm-hmm. So that's like the culture. It's not about. It's like what we were talking about earlier. It's not really about healthcare. Healthcare is the arena in which they're playing their game, but the real game is the people behind the scenes that are trying to make money, and especially doing something that is not. You don't have a lot of meaning. It doesn't give you a lot of meaning to deny people healthcare. It doesn't give you a lot of meaning. Like you don't feel like you have a meaningful life. So those people guarantee you they get addicted to material stuff. They get addicted to getting a nice Rolex. I want to get the newest Rolex. I want to get a fucking Ferrari.
You also gotta it gotta switch up your whole ethic.
Yep. And you gotta somehow or another placate yourself, whether it's with drugs or with buying a new purse, something. You need new stuff. You're not gonna live in a fucking log hut in the woods if you're living like that. You're not going to be interested in starting your own fire, reading books by candlelight. Shut the fuck up. You're doing cocaine and you're trying to buy a house.
And you're surrounded by people that they're impressed by the shit you're doing too. So
and they probably all medicate. Yeah. Everybody's on probably something that's like allows them to like not freak out all the time. Some sort of anti-anxiety medication because of what they're doing, and then they don't feel fulfilled in life. Like you don't feel like that's a good relationship between you and the way you make money and the way you interact with people.
No, I don't think they feel guilty. I mean, some people might feel guilty afterwards. But I don't think they feel bad.
I think they're medicated. I
Yeah.
bet. Yeah, I bet if you're in, I bet you have anxiety when you're doing stuff like that. You probably need an SSRI. Probably need a little something.
It's like the easiest person to lie to is yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you probably feel like shit. You get that first paycheck and you start twisting shit so you could justify it. Like, well, somebody would do this.
And you also realize, hey, the rest of the public, they don't know. They don't know. That's just the insurance business. That's the business.
Yeah. Well, this is standard.
Yeah.
Standards is a word they use a lot when they're trying to fuck you.
People looked at it very differently than someone just shooting some other person. They almost looked at it like he deserved it.
And it wasn't bipartisan. That's what I mean. That
Right.
was the wildest thing about the whole thing. It was like you couldn't tell by any other information from anybody how they felt about it. I just felt nothing.
It was weird too because it gave a lot of liberal grifters the opportunity to celebrate someone getting shot and murdered violently, which is like should be the complete opposite of the way they view violent crime. They should think of violence as being the last resort. Violence is abhorrent. Violence is not a part of a civilized society. We want kindness and compassion, and we want people to be able to live their life. You don't want violent murders on the street if you are a progressive. But a lot of progressives were cheering when this guy got murdered.
Yeah, I mean,
it just shows how many grifters and hypocrites there are.
Because for me, it just depends on who got murdered. I'm not rooting for a murderer, but if certain people die, I'm like, well,
Well, I don't even know what this guy's relationship to that guy was. I don't know why he wanted to kill him specifically.
And they haven't said specifically. I mean, there's a lot of speculation about was it a family member or like he had a back surgery that screwed him up. But like I said, I only get the news that like rises. That's like forced in my face. I don't watch any of the.
To me, it's different than like let's say some Iraq War veteran assassinated Dick Cheney. Like that to me makes more sense. That one makes more sense. Like here's a guy who knows that this guy engineered this thing where they lied about weapons of mass destruction, led us into a war that ultimately wound up killing who knows how many people.
But I think Dick would have got a better reaction than this guy.
You think people would have been sad that Dick Cheney got shot? Well, they would have thought it's very dangerous because whenever a vice president gets shot, everybody feels vulnerable.
I think that's something that you can partisanize a word. I think it's something you can make partisan. But like I said, that's what's special. That's what's special about this is
everybody got fucked over.
Everybody got fucked over. So there's people that love Dick Cheney. There's people that still hold like those politics from back then.
I don't know if anybody loved Dick Cheney. That's why it was really crazy when Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala, and they were all like, "Yeah, like what are you not? What that guy? What you forgot?"
Yeah, but I just mean, I don't think he is as hated as. I mean, the truth is, nobody knew that CEO's name before this, but the whole business is hated. So it's like he became the face of that, and it's definitely apolitical. It's like I don't know a single person that hasn't had an issue with health insurance.
Yeah. Well, again, it's a business. It's a business designed to make money, and all of them want to make. I mean, they have an obligation. They need to make more money next quarter. What can we do? What can we do? They start denying people. And if you're using AI, like specifically to deny people, like let's make this more efficient.
Is this what's happening now?
I don't know if that's true, but I've read it that some insurance companies are using AI to deny more claims than ever. See if that's true. I wouldn't be shocked. Would you be shocked if you're a company and you're trying to make the most money and you find out that there's software that will allow you to make more money and all you care about is making money? You're not really caring about healthcare. You don't want people to feel. If you did, you'd say we should all make less money and give out more money to these people. We could, accept more claims and we would have a much healthier world and we would feel better karmically, right? Wouldn't that be nice if they thought like that? You'd have to own the company. You'd have to be like a guru like a really calm, peaceful guru, and you would own the company and just have like an ethical insurance company and not give anybody stake in it. Don't let anybody like try to juice the system because they want to make more money.
Oh, like not a public company.
Stay private. Stay private.
Don't you think the type of person that
Stay
would
golden,
want to
pony
make
boy.
an insurance company, like I think you would have to be a certain type.
Yeah, you have to be a
I
psycho.
should profit from stuff and then somehow.
Yeah, I should. Well, you're gambling, right? You're gambling that something doesn't happen to you that's more expensive than all the payments you give me every month for 10 years.
Because I think if you start heading in that direction of like ethical health care,
Yeah.
eventually you're gonna arrive at it. There shouldn't be health insurance. It should just cost what it costs.
Well, it should probably be the same way we treat the fire department. But if we're going to do that, people say, what about all these people that are obese? What about all these people that are like eating bad food? Yeah, we got to educate our society. We have to think of ourselves as a community, as a collective community, educate ourselves, and healthcare should be something that's paid for by the government. Insurance companies use artificial intelligence to automatically deny claims, which can raise concerns about bias and inaccuracies, If your claim is denied by AI, you can take steps to understand your rights and challenge the denial. Keep records. Document all correspondence with your insurer, including denial letters and any communication about AI. A lawyer can help you understand your rights and determine if the denial was made in bad faith. Like, you're fucked. Yeah, for most people, especially people that work all day and you're dealing with this shit, you're fucked.
I think this is in California.
Landmark law prohibits health insurance companies from using AI to deny healthcare coverage. All right, that's great. Especially like using it specifically to deny. So that's California. That's a great law. The whole country should adopt that.
Using AI to deny.
Yeah. I really think that the problem is that there's been a long history of profit for healthcare and that they go into it to profit. And the real problem with that is you also want the best surgeons, right? You want the best doctors, and they have to be motivated. And most of them are motivated both by excelling in their practice and also by material possessions that reward them. Like doctors always have like a Porsche, doctors have a Mercedes, doctors have a nice house. Like, you should be a doctor, Brian. You should be a doctor, a nice doc. Doctors make a lot of money, but they also have a fuckload of bills and they have a fuckload of insurance. Okay, so they have the problem with them is like liability insurance. Like, liability insurance for malpractice insurance for doctors is crazy expensive.
But don't doctors still make good money in
They
countries?
do, but they're constantly moving people in and out of their office because they got a fucking heavy nut to cover every month. Yes, United Health is facing multiple class action lawsuits over its use of algorithms, its investment practices, and its treatment of patients. Algorithm use claim processing. United Health is facing a class action lawsuit over the algorithm it uses to process claims. Yeah, monsters. But this is also because we've set up a system of profit. Now imagine if that system of profit existed for the fire department. Imagine if you had to pay fire department fees every month, and if you didn't and your house burned, they go, hey, Brian, we just checked and you don't have fire coverage. And so then now you're fucked. That sounds crazy. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I
Right. So we agree that the fire department should be kind of a socialist organization.
Yeah.
Okay. Why not healthcare?
Yeah, that's how I feel.
But then the problem is, Dr. fucking Grossman, who wants a Ferrari. The baddest motherfucker for fixing knees. He fixes everybody's knees on the Lakers. He wants some money.
Give him a Ferrari.
He's the best. Yeah, but the problem with that is like, how much does everybody get paid? Does the government just pay everybody the same way they're getting paid now? Or does it become like a government job, like you're a state appointed defense attorney?
It becomes like the NFL.
You know what I mean? Like, not as motivated as some like super high powered defense attorney that, handles huge cases and knows the law inside. You know what I'm saying? It's like, who's going to fix you now? Because like my friends in Canada, they say, yeah, healthcare is free. But like one of my friends, my friend Jen, she had to wait like a year plus to get an ACL surgery. And it's all fucked up still. So like this ACL surgery, she's waiting like a whole year to get her knee fixed. I'm pretty sure, I hope I'm not speaking out of school. I'm pretty sure it was close to a year. And so she's got a bad knee for a year. Whereas like in America, you're supposed to be able to go to the doctor. The doctor says your health care is up. Yep, you definitely tore your ACL, Brian. Okay, well, good news is you're covered. You know, you have a deductible, but this is your deductible. Okay, we can schedule you for February 16th. This is what we need you to do. No aspirin, no this, no that. You know, don't eat within 8 hours you get here because you're going to go under. They tell you, they prep you for surgery.
Or they tell you all of that, and they go, "Oh, actually, you not covered because you didn't tell us about this thing from." Yeah. Okay. Well, I still need the surgery, and I don't have $50,000.
Right.
It's like that's the shitty part. Yeah, because there's some people that like they are healthy and they take care of themselves and they pay their insurance, and then they get a tumor or something unforeseen.
Yes.
And
100%.
they're completely fucked.
They're completely fucked.
And it's like that shouldn't be possible.
Well, how about this fire insurance deal in California?
What happened?
Like a giant percentage of those people that lost their homes in that fire, they didn't have insurance. These insurance companies pulled out of fire coverage.
Oh, bro, did you also know there's fires? The same thing's happening in South America and Africa. Really? Yeah, just whole places burning the fuck down. Just, I'm shocked that I'm not hearing more about that because, I only.
Here's the thing about the fires. There's satellite video of those fires, all three of them starting at the same time. You ever seen it?
No.
It's super suspicious. Super suspicious.
There's satellite footage of all of the three fires starting at the same time.
Simultaneously. Yeah. You want to see it?
Yeah.
You need to see it because it's so creepy. I think it was arson. I think somebody did it. Whether it was a schizophrenic person, whether a firebug. There's a lot of those people that are firebugs, man. There's people that are like actual arsonists. And when you get into the conditions that happened in the Santa Ana winds when California's dry, like you remember when it was. Well, you were there in 2018 with that big crazy fire, right? Did you see any of that on the 405?
Yeah.
It was insane.
Yeah, and I remember there being a big one, probably like 2007 too, or 2008.
The thing is, like, it doesn't have to be some crazy conspiracy. Like, people think it's a conspiracy, a land grab, this whole thing. Maybe, but also people start fires. It's a known crime. In fact, one of the people that they arrested, he had a fake fire truck. So this dude was a known arsonist, I believe, from Oregon. He bought a fire truck and drove with a fireman's outfit and was going into these areas. And he's an arsonist, like a known. So he's probably starting fires.
The arsonist with a fire truck.
How crazy is that? But some people are just out of their fucking minds, including a lot of firemen. Like, that's a problem with firemen. There's been firemen who have started fires.
But it's wild that I feel like if you go to prison for arson, like you purposely burn it. If they let you out, they should at least track you like they track Pino.
Well, you've killed a lot of people. Like, if a human being was caught that did definitely lit these three fires that appear simultaneously, if a human being did that, they're responsible for, I don't know how many deaths. How many people died? I think it's 25 or something like that. Yeah. 25 burned alive.
How much damage? How many people are going
to die? The damage, sure. Like, you're in jail for the rest of your life for everything. For the damage, you're in jail for the rest of your life. You owe $350 billion and counting. It's $350 billion of damage. And then Altadena is gone.
They still having the Grammys or whatever.
I don't know. They probably are. Well, we did the UFC there. We did the UFC like in the middle of the fires. I didn't think we were going to do it. I was like, are we going to do it here? And Dana was like, we're going to do it. The Clippers are going to play there on, I forget what day, but earlier in the week. And if the Clippers play, we're going to do it. Otherwise, they were going to do Vegas. They were just going to move everybody to Vegas if it got worse. Because they keep starting. New ones start. There's one that's up in Santa Clarita. Somebody started one up there, or something started one up there. The 2018, they know was an accident because they know there was a part that cost $1. That one part failed, and it started a fire. A $1 part.
Yeah, I think we're going to just see more and more of this.
Well, they have to fix it. They have to fix it. You have to clean up the brush. You have to do what they did with the water, where they opened up the water from the north to come flow freely down to the south and not divert it into the Pacific Ocean. To fill up the reservoir that you had that was 11 million gallons that was empty, you fucking psychos. Like, what are you doing? You clearly haven't taken the right steps if that can happen. It can be at least mitigated. You're always going to have those crazy winds. You're always going to have arsonists. You're always going to have things that fuck up where something starts a fire accidentally.
But don't they do all that shit? Don't they do like controlled burns and all that stuff every year?
Fact check old satellite footage falsely linked to 2025 LA wildfires.
Yes, it's saying
So what is that video of 3 fires starting simultaneously? Because people were saying it was the California fires.
is this the video.
I don't know. Looks
This
like
is
it.
just a picture, but this is from 2024's fires. These are fires are in a different spot than the ones that just happened.
So I don't know if that's the one. It's hard to say.
This is the caption from this.
So it's miscaptioned. So it's not true. What about the one where it shows a person starting the fire? Because there is one video where they think that they have an image, an actual image of a guy starting the fire. Whoops, just happened to be near with a blowtorch. How about that guy? They caught that one guy. And he's like, I was just lighting my joint. He had a blowtorch in his hand. And they made like a citizen's arrest.
Yeah, but he might have been telling the truth.
Nope, dude had been arrested like 8 times. He had vandalism, all kinds of shit on his resume, violent crimes, I believe.
That don't mean he was lying.
Well, he was running around in a fire with a blowtorch. Hey, bro, put that down.
How you gonna light your shit?
A lighter?
I mean, yeah, it was
He said he couldn't afford a lighter. Bitch, a lighter is a quarter.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, it's wild to just to like carry it up.
How much is a lighter? How much is like one of the little dick lighters? $1? Is that $1?
Like $1. Maybe it's probably $1.20.
See, if it's made in America, it's gonna cost more. All right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, China's gonna chop off our fucking supply of Bicks. Who makes Bicks?
Yeah,
Am I guessing?
See, in my head, I was thinking like, you in the house, you can't find a lighter, so you're like, I got a torch, I'm gonna just use that.
I will
But
run
you're
around on the
saying, you're saying
streets.
he was like walking around out.
They found him out where the fires were with a blowtorch, and they said it was empty. He's like, "Look, it's empty."
It's like, even if you tell him the truth, like your stupid ass deserve
Well, also,
just the inconvenience.
yeah, he was a criminal. What was I just going to ask you to Google?
I'm trying to find a picture of the satellite of a person near the fire.
Mm. Huberman filmed people starting fires. Andrew Huberman. He was driving down the street and he caught these guys starting a fire and filmed it, put it on his phone. So people are starting fires here. Because you got all these homeless people and crazy people and people that want to burn it all down, man. And while the fire is going on, they feel like, fuck it, man. Let's help this fucking fire. Fuck these rich people. I mean, it's the Palisades. They're like the richest people in all of LA.
Mm. You think that's their motivation?
Yeah, I think a lot of that for the arsonists. I think it's a lot of it is like, fuck society, my life sucks. I think a lot of people there's crazy people like the guy from Oregon that are like almost like amateur firefighters. They're like amateur arsonists. It's like that's their side project.
You see Chappelle talk about it in his SNL.
I didn't.
Man, it's the best one ever.
Yeah.
Easy.
I know, I need to sit down and watch it. Everybody tells me it's awesome.
It's the best monologue I've ever seen. On SNL.
Well, he talks about Palestine. He compares Palestine to.
Yeah, he pretty much went through all the major things that's going on.
The Palestine thing is nuts. I watched a video yesterday of Gaza, and I don't know if you've seen like flyover drone footage of what it looks like now.
Nope.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah, let's see it.
Or do you want to like live?
No, I want to see it. I want to see it because I never see shit like this.
It's crazy. You shouldn't go looking for it. Good.
Nah,
I won't see you anymore.
I don't mind people send me the news, but I just don't actively go seek it out.
This is so depressing.
I'm like, if it's something I need to know, somebody will tell me about it.
There's a lot of before and after videos where they'll show someone driving down a road before, and they show what it all looks like now. It's like the city doesn't exist anymore. It's like if way bigger than downtown Austin wiped off the map. Look at this. Yeah, this is crazy. So this is flying drone footage over Gaza City, and it's just everything's destroyed. Everything's destroyed. It's like a nuke went off. Look at this. From the sky, when you look at it, like as far as the eye can see, just destruction. Everything's got a missile hole in it. Everything's collapsed. Everything's fucked up. Every now and then, like one house and one building in between is untouched. But most of it is fucking destroyed. If I was the guy who lived next door to that house that's perfect, I'd be like, who did you pay, motherfucker? Right? He doesn't even get blown up once.
This is
crazy. And this is right now. And somehow we're being fed that this is the only way to do this. And then somehow I know this is acceptable to get rid of Hamas, just to completely annihilate everybody. I mean, the number of people that are dead now is off the charts. They don't even know how many.
Yeah, this looks insane.
Insane. It's insane. And it's happening right now.
This is how it used to look.
Uh-huh. This is what it used to look like. Look at that. Shops and cars. And now it's just destroyed. Everything destroyed. They bombed the fuck out of everything.
Oh, this shit make you feel something.
Well, this is not back. Like, this is like, they essentially like moved everybody out of there. Like, who's gonna stay there now?
What is all of this? What is all of it? What is it? What is that? What is all that?
Tents.
Oh,
Tents
wow.
where people have to like stay in tents. By the way, they might bomb those tents too. The whole thing is very scary, dude, because it's just at a level of destruction that's impossible to say that you support it. It's like, this is insane. These are human lives. Like, how many people are dying here? Is this the only way to do this? Is this the only way to do this? This seems crazy.
Yeah.
And how did you guys get to this point?
Damn. See, man. See, Joe. You know, this is why I avoid the news.
Good.
It's because all the stupidest people I know are happy as shit. So I'm like, I just need to know less, and I can enjoy.
I think there's something to that, but I think we kind of need to pay attention nowadays. I think things are getting real weird.
Because you know what it is? It's the death of truth. Like, it's hard to know what's true. You hear something that sounds true, and then you hear something else that that's not true. And then and both can point to the links and studies, and you're like, it's just stressful trying to figure out what's correct and what isn't.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
I know.
That's on purpose. That's they're doing a real good job of confusing people. That's when I you know.
And everybody thinks they're right.
Everybody thinks they're right. Yeah, and there's also a lot of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. Like, a lot of the way stories are amplified is to serve as a distraction from other things that are taking place at the same time. Like, they love to do stuff like that, where they'll push out a story, like some inflammatory story, but really the design of that story is to get you distracted from other things that are going on simultaneously. That's what I think a lot of this, when I think about the UFO stuff, I'm always like, man, this, if I wanted something to distract the shit out of people, this is a really good one. Not saying that that's what they're doing, but it makes me.
Scientific discovery yesterday.
No, you were about to tell me at the beginning.
They had they found an asteroid.
Oh, I did see it.
And it had like most of the ingredients for life.
Yes.
All the amino acids, not all of it, but all the three, and then all of the, I forget what the big ass word this lady used, but I think that this was a theory before, but it's becoming more and more likely that life was seeded by
asteroid
or something.
Yeah, that's a theory called panspermia.
Panspermia.
Yeah, and it also accounts for some things that don't fit in, like psilocybin mushrooms. Like, there's something very alien about them. That one of the things about spores, that spores can survive like almost anything. They can survive in a vacuum. They can survive through space. Like, spores are like insanely durable, and it's, if you have the potential for all of these amino acids and different minerals, and there was actually salt on that, right? Wasn't there salt on that rock as well?
I don't know.
I think there was a bunch of different elements of life on that asteroid, and why not spores? And if, you know, some mushroom that grows on another planet where these human beings interact with nature through it, and it just lands here on Earth. Did you find it?
Osiris Rex mission. So they found amino acids, nucleotide bases, minerals from salt water, and more. Yeah.
So that means it has all the building blocks of life, and it comes from salt water, and a chunk of it comes flying off. Isn't that nutty? Like, that's how a lot of things. They think that's like maybe how the water got here. It's one of the theories. Yeah, that like comets. That comets hit us. That's where we got the water. Is that a real theory still? Because they changed those. You know, like they look at them and they go, well, maybe. Like now they're wondering with whether dark energy is real. They think maybe time moves differently in between galaxies. Like they've got some like new theory.
Yeah, I've heard this. I think I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about that.
All this.
Oh,
What are you even
yeah.
saying?
Or that gravity is different in different places, something like that.
They think there's like that gravity and space time moves differently in the voids in between galaxies and planets.
Wait a minute, who's saying that?
Who's saying that? Like, what are you saying?
Right. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Are they thinking that's what accounts for the
I just
like?
think no less because it's breaking my brain.
That's why they're apart from each other. It's not like dark energy is pushing them away from each other. I don't know. Like this is the theory of like dark matter and dark energy. It's like 90-something% of the universe is this theory.
Right.
So what does that mean? So if it's not that, then this 90% of the universe, what? It's like just space time moving in a different way. Like, what happened?
Yeah. I mean, science has been kind of doing it.
Well, they've got some new tools now, like that James Webb telescope. That thing's crazy.
Remember when I first told you about it hadn't launched yet? And I was like, that's going to change everything.
Well, I remember Duncan told me something about it a long time ago. He said they found something that they think is at least 22 billion years old. They found some star cluster or something that they think is 22 billion years old. So it throws the whole Big Bang thing.
You know, is he talking about the
into a
Methuselah
tizzy.
star?
No, that's interesting too, because the Methuselah star is actually older somehow than the entire universe, which doesn't make any sense. It's like 14 plus billion years old, so it's like a little bit older than what they think was the Big Bang.
But then didn't somebody recently, well, not recently, but didn't someone say that like it's still within the margin of error?
Yeah, it's still within the margin. The Methuselah star is, but not this new discovery. So the new discovery for the James Webb telescope is they found galaxies that formed too quickly, and they formed so long ago, like so far away, because they can see bigger now, that it's changing. Like there's two things possible. Maybe we were wrong about how quickly galaxies form. Maybe they formed way quicker, or maybe the universe is way older than we think it is. So maybe the reason why these things exist, and then you could find them, and then all those things that like blink in and that they exist at one point in time and don't exist anymore. They don't know what the fuck those are. These red lights, these red spots they found in the universe. But they think that it's but people are very reluctant to commit, right? Because they don't really know. But the potential is that the universe is not 14 or 13 point whatever billion years old, but maybe as old as 24 billion years old. Or maybe
the next time you come here, I want to be here the next time you have one of these Lars Krauss.
You want to be in here with
Michio Kaku? So, yeah, because I'm fascinated by this kind of shit.
The problem with two people talking is like I gotta like lock in on these dudes.
I just want to listen.
Yeah, but I want you to chime in too. That just like with some of these people, like you have to have one-on-one, because even if I do two guests, like everybody always has something cool to say, right? And then someone else is talking, and you want to. It's hard. It's hard to like work it, and when you got someone who's talking about something like very esoteric, very difficult to grasp, you know, they're talking about like quantum physics, and they're trying to explain to you the dynamics of these subatomic particles. Like, what? You need like one person just locked on.
Every time I hear quantum physicists talk, I never understand everything they say.
Bro, I barely understand a fraction of what they're talking about.
Even when they're talking about other shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
they're operating on a different level.
Let Eric Weinstein try to give you a fucking recipe.
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ, man.
Weinstein's crazy smart in a spooky way.
I know, but he forgets how much smarter than.
Right. He'll talk to you in a way that like I don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah, but like I don't have that degree, bro.
Yeah. Well, he has a theory of everything. I do not understand it at all. I don't know how many people can follow it. I don't understand it. But that kind of person that would sit around and try to create a theory of everything, he's of the belief that potentially we're looking at U.S. made stuff that's like super advanced, and that they put a lid on it somehow.
But what would be the purpose of that?
Because I think if you develop something in secrecy, like they do all the time with like the stealth bomber, all these different things, even the Manhattan Project, you develop things in secrecy, and then there comes a time where you You test them, you use them, you have them, but then are you going to admit you have them? Because then the enemy's going to infiltrate. They're going to find out you have them. There's espionage. They're going to steal your information. They've been doing that forever. We talked about these back doors that China has in all our electronics, or potentially could have, right? How many things are vulnerable because of AI now? How many things are vulnerable because everything's attached to the internet? How many things can be hacked? Who fucking knows? But the reality is, we're in like a very uniquely vulnerable position in terms of if someone did have that kind of technology that could take over AI systems, that could kill the power grid, that could fly things through the sky autonomously, that move at speeds that are impossible to imagine with conventional aircraft, and could really, like you said, park it over the White House. Maybe part of what he's saying is true. Maybe he really did write that. Maybe someone wrote that and it's like some truths and some wacky shit to try to throw you off of the truth, which is also a strategy that gets used. When you have something that's like a real conspiracy, you know what you do? You attach it to a bunch of other shit like witchcraft, voodoo, fucking ghosts. Attach it to stupid shit.
Make it sound crazy.
Make it sound crazy. Yeah, these people came from, Bigfoot is an interdimensional traveler who communicates with people telepathically. Add some stuff to it that just makes it stupid. But inside of it have like the truth. They definitely do that. They do that to make people's stories seem stupid when they go and tell them to the press.
Yeah, I mean that's what I would do if it was in my interest to keep some kind of weird thing secret. I would tell people you're just gonna sound crazy.
Well, if you were like abducted by a UFO, you're gonna sound crazy.
Like,
what are you gonna do?
Like you walk in the green room and you see me changing heads. That's around like, oh,
you've been a robot this whole time?
Yeah, it's like no one will leave.
Yeah, the new alien Romulus.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new one?
Oh yeah, it was great. Actually, I saw it. That was the first time I actually enjoyed one of those. I don't know. They call them 4D or D-box. But like they got the smoke and all that shit.
You went to one of those places?
I saw that movie. Yeah.
Oh, and that's a good move.
And the thing is, it's not a consistent experience yet. But that was the best one I've had so far. Oh. Especially when I realized like you could turn the water off because like when like the aliens spray, some of the shit. Oh, it's like spray from the ceiling, and I was like, I'm having a good time,
but I don't want to get wet.
But can I turn this fucking water off? but you can. I just didn't realize it for too.
It was the first of these alien movies since the original that captured the spirit of the original one. Yeah. Like the fear of going through the corridors, not knowing where that thing is, it hunting you. The way it got to those people, that was a good alien movie. I think that was the best alien movie since Alien 1. I think.
Oh, Alien 2 was like that though.
Yeah, but Alien 2, they were too easy to kill. I didn't like how they could just gun them down.
But you're right. It was the same sort of. I don't know. Prometheus was kind of the same kind of spirit.
Prometheus was pretty good. Covenant was better. I like Covenant. Covenant was really good. Actually, Michael Fassbender, he's the shit.
I didn't like Prometheus until the second time I watched.
Oh yeah,
but yeah, because it just wasn't what I was expecting. It's like
right.
But once I saw it like on its own merit,
I think Covenant's better. Prometheus is pretty good, but they had this story to tell about like seeding DNA and the operators.
Yeah, Covenant was the one where they landed.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was great.
The other one was there was the actual like human-like aliens in their planet, and they have like some war, and they all die, and this one guy comes to remember these guys. Remember that's Prometheus.
I think what they called them.
They called them the operators.
No.
But there was it said no xenomorphs.
They didn't have a war. They were seeding other planets.
They're gonna do a Prometheus 2. It says no xenomorphs in Prometheus 2. Oh, they're gonna have a Prometheus 2. I hope they do another one. Because you have like a whole universe of alien possibilities now because they skip timelines and shit. Like this one is like right after the Nostromo gets blown up and they find it and they find the dude, you saw it. Yeah. It's fucking good.
The what was double about Aliens 1 and what was the one
Prometheus?
No,
Aliens 2?
The latest
one. Oh, God, what did I call it?
Romulus. So what they had in common was like the protagonist didn't know what they were dealing with.
Right.
So it made it more exciting.
Right. Because it was right afterwards. So people hadn't known yet.
Yeah, and all the other elements after that is like,
Yeah,
Sigourney Weaver's like, I know exactly how to do this.
exactly. Right. Get away from her, you bitch.
Please believe me.
Yeah, and she's got the fucking robot suit on. I didn't like that either. That thing would fuck her up in that robot
And
suit.
then wasn't there one where like she gave birth to him?
Yeah. Sigourney Weaver was probably the first woman that was the badass in the lead of a science fiction action movie, and it was 1979.
Well, speaking of which, Charlize Theron. It's a movie on Netflix. I have no idea why it wasn't bigger. It's called like she's immortal. Can you look it up?
She's immortal?
Yeah, she leads this team of immortals. Ooh, and they're like mercenaries or whatever.
So it's like a superhero movie?
Kind of. Old Guard. It's good as shit.
Really?
Yeah. She's real good at playing like a badass. When she played Furiosa, she killed that shit.
Well, she also played Eileen Wuornos, that serial killer bitch.
Yeah, she don't fuck around.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
She's a beautiful woman. She gained like 50 fucking pounds to play that person.
Really?
Yeah, she got fat, shaved her eyebrows off, looked disgusting. Like, Charlize Theron is beautiful. It's like stunningly good looking.
Yeah.
I've seen her in person. And then you see what she looked like in that movie, like, damn, the kind of courage that it takes to do that.
I see it.
Oh, you never saw Monster?
Oh, okay, no, I've seen Monster. Yeah.
Monster's a great fucking movie. Shout out to my friend Patty Jenkins who made it.
Wow.
But that movie was like, no ladies do that. Like Robert De Niro did that, you know, Marky Mark's done that. So Stallone got fat for a movie. They'll do that. But like for her, bro, crazy. And she looks just like that lady.
But I didn't see this. I was mixing this up with another movie called I Pissed on Your Grave.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a revenge movie called I Pissed on Your Grave.
I was telling you before, you know what's good is Nosferatu.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch it. I'm gonna download it for the plane actually.
I'm saying right now, it's the best vampire movie ever.
Really?
The best vampire movie ever.
That's a big statement.
That's a big statement. I'm saying it. It's the best vampire movie ever. It's the creepiest vampire movie ever.
So you're saying it's better than Blade?
Blade was awesome. But Blade was a superhero movie. More than it was a.
So you don't count Blade as a vampire movie?
It was a vampire movie in that the superhero had to kill the vampires, but it's a Marvel comic guy. I've known Blade since I was a teenager. I was into Marvel comics.
So Blade's a vampire movie the way that like Die Hard's a Christmas movie.
Yeah, Blade was a badass martial artist who was half vampire, who was fucking up vampires. He was the Daywalker. It's a fun superhero movie more than anything.
But the movie wasn't really about the vampires.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
so
It was like they were the enemy and he was the good guy. That was the movie. The movie was essentially, revenge. They killed the Riddler. Oh shit,
So what about like what's the one that the teenage heart party one? The kind of ruined it.
Oh, the Twilight. Yeah, that's bullshit.
But do you consider those vampires?
Yeah, those are vampire movies.
All right.
They're fun. They're fun. If you're a girl, like, there's a lot of stuff that girls like that I don't like. I don't have to like it for it to be good. Obviously, it made hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. People love those movies.
But I'm not one of those people that's like, it doesn't have to be good for me to like it. Because there's a lot of people that like bad movies.
Right.
I can't get with it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of watching bad movies, but Nosferatu.
This is the trailer for Nosferatu?
Yeah. It's really good, dude. It's really good. Like, for real, like, if you like a good old-fashioned, hard vampire movie, and the dude who plays Count Orlok is the dude who played Pennywise in It.
Wait.
And it's the best vampire ever. They're probably not going to show you anything in the trailer, what he looked like. But holy shit, dude, there's this one scene where you get to see like his whole body naked as he rises up out of the coffin. Spoiler alert, it's insane. And not just creepy, but beautifully shot.
Oh, I remember seeing previews for this.
Oh, dude, it's good. It's good. It's good. And they're not going to even show you, even in the trailer, they don't show you the vampire.
See,
And when you do get to see the dude, it's incredible. Not real. That is like some fan-made shit. There's a video where you can see him. Google Orlok.
So much of the shit on the internet is bullshit.
I try not to spoil it for who.
What he looks like?
It's a big reveal in the movie.
I don't know.
Really?
But it's based on the image, the way he looks is based on the original Legend of Dracula, which was a guy who had the Impaler. So
he was real.
Yeah. This is what he looks like in this. But you got to see it. Like, this is a very toned down version of it. It's incredible. But like, if you like a good scary horror movie, it's the best vampire movie.
I love a review.
It's a great review. It's really good, and they drag it out. Like, you get to see him kind of in the beginning, and then eventually you get to really see him, and you're like, oh my god.
And this isn't my take. I've heard other people talk about this, but that's the other thing that made it. It's like, it's like you don't always show the monster.
Exactly.
Right? Because like horror, right? Knowing that there's some shit in here, and I don't know what the fuck it is.
You need a little foreplay.
Yeah. It's like I walk in,
before you get horrified.
why is Johnson dead?
Yes.
I was just in with it. What the fuck? Why the wall built this? You know, that's the shit that makes it good.
Exactly. And this movie does it perfect.
Jaws.
That's
why Jaws was such a hit.
Yeah. That's right.
Jaws is great. It still holds up.
Predator holds up.
That still holds up. The first Predator.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
No. My favorite line is when
Jesse Ventura.
No, when they walk into the woods and the boy keeps making noises. He goes, "Who the fuck is this motherfucker?" He's like, he telling like, if you keep making noise, I'm gonna bleed you. Ooh, I'm gonna like lead you out here. I forget what the word is for you, but he was like, this is like you telling everybody where the fuck we at. By the way you moving, talking, tripping, sliding.
There's something about that. The idea that a sporting alien would come down and hunt people, it's uniquely scary.
So many iconic scenes in there too.
Oh yeah.
The joint where the native dude is like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Take off my shit, I'm gonna cut my chest.
Yeah.
That's a fucking dope one. The one where Arnold and Apollo Creed, where they do this right here.
Yeah.
So this is what's wild. That's a meme now.
Yeah.
Right? Just their arms.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of people don't even know that it's from Predator. They just see it as like that's the meme.
Right.
Yeah, I've tried to show that to one of my nephews. He was like, "Oh, that's like the cooperation meme or whatever the fuck they call it."
They started getting silly with Aliens versus Predator. Remember that? They were doing that for a while. There it is.
I'm here for that.
Oh, that's an arm wrestling scene in Predator. Yeah, that's it.
They're like, this is how two badasses say hello.
Yeah, they have arm wrestling in the air. It's so stupid. It's so dumb.
No, this movie the dialogue is crazy.
That's back when Carl Weathers was jacked.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know when to quit, huh?
You didn't know when to quit, huh?
What is this fucking pie business?
Oh, come on, forget about the time.
The way they acted back then was like it was a different form of language. It's it seems so fake. Compared, like if that was like a director today, like the same director that did Nosferatu, he'd be like, cut. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Are you guys really meeting each other for the first time, or is this like a play? Come on.
But also
convince me.
Bro, the run that Arnold had.
Oh, he did a gang of great movies.
Like just actions. Like he's the
Conan,
action.
bro.
Conan the Barbarian.
You know what was the best Conan though? Jason Momoa.
What?
Jason Momoa did a terrible Conan movie, but he was the best Conan because he was the only Conan that looked like Conan really looked. Like Conan was like super muscular, but he wasn't a bodybuilder. He looked like a killer. He looked like a UFC fighter. He looked like Yuri Prohaska would be a good Conan, like that kind of build, like a big, strong guy, but not a bodybuilder. And also, it's like the film was more stylistically appropriate to like the Conan lore.
What do you mean how Conan looked?
In the books.
Oh, I didn't know Conan was books.
Oh, dude, I'm a super Conan nerd.
So there was like a comic book before?
Yeah, well, it was a book. Robert E. Howard. He wrote books about Conan the Conqueror. And he created this whole, like, world of Samaria where he's from. And this whole lore of this one usurper who rises and kills everybody. And that's Conan. And he slays dragons and monsters and demons and, you know. I think he comes back from the dead at one point in time. Like, he's the greatest warrior of all time.
You know what Conan was for me as a kid? It was my first, like, John Wick.
Right.
Like, dude, fuck everything.
But that's how the books were.
Yeah.
The books were incredible. The books were written by a guy who lived with his mom and committed suicide. So the dude was like, he wanted, his life sucked. He was super depressed. And he got thrill out of imagining him being Conan the Barbarian. and conquering lands and having sex with all these beautiful women and
So
killing
who's published the book?
sorcerers.
They came up with after he died.
No, they were. This is like in the 30s is when he wrote it. Yeah, it was a long time ago he wrote these books, and then they turned them into comic books in the 1960s. When did they start making Conan comic books? So then they had the comic books, and then they had illustrated books, and then I think that was the first Conan movie. Was Arnold? I think he was the first Conan movie, and then there's been a few attempts since then, but no one has really captured the books, like stylistically, except for like the Jason Momoa movie. But the movie just wasn't that good. This wasn't a. Someone needs to. You need like a real, like a Robert Eggers, the guy who did this Nosferatu movie. That's his name, right? It's Robert Eggers, right? The guy who did the Nosferatu movie. That guy. Like that guy did a Conan movie, it would be sick. But it has to be like a realistic movie. It has to be a movie of this realistic warrior encountering these crazy things. It can't be like cartoonish. It can't be like, I just have to believe this dumb shit. Too much suspension of disbelief. It's got to be like a wild movie based.
The Northman.
Oh, The Northman was amazing. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. This kind of movie is exactly like what Conan would have to be. That movie's fucking great. That's like one of the best Viking movies. It's not the best one.
It's
ever.
actually dark as hell.
Really good movie. Oh, there's no good guys in that movie.
No.
That movie's crazy and probably representative of the real life of Vikings, the way they really lived, because they were fucking losers. That movie's great, but it's also got like supernatural in it. There's a lot of cool shit in that movie.
Yeah. I mean, they believe in a lot of supernatural shit.
If that guy directed Conan, holy shit! Then you get to see like the real books, because the Robert E. Howard books were great.
So the same got to be Nosferatu did Northman.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, bro, it's good. It's fucking good. No, the Nosferatu is one of the best movies I've seen in a long time. It's great, and it's so beautiful. Like the way it's shot is so beautiful. There's a scene when he's walking up to the castle. It's the creepiest setup of all time. It's so good. I don't want to ruin it. It's so good. If you like those kind of movies, I love those kind of movies. I grew up on monster movies. I grew up on that's why I have that American Werewolf in London out there. I grew up on all of
I'm
that.
here for monsters, action. That's my kind of movie.
Nosferatu cinematographer promises Robert Eggers' Werewolf is unlike anything done before. Wow. A medieval werewolf movie. Oh boy. And the primary candidate has never been used in a film.
Maybe the guy they want to lead it.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Subject, like the character of the.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
so it's a new
He
character.
did The Lighthouse too?
Yeah.
Wow.
That shit is weird.
Wow, that guy's done some killer fucking movies. I'm excited about this werewolf movie. I've been saying that forever. Someone needs to make another good werewolf movie. Like that Benicio del Toro one.
Specific medieval image or tale of werewolfery that's being clipped close to their chest. So it's like a story that hasn't been made into a movie yet.
Yeah, but medieval, so like candlelight, spooky. It's gonna be awesome.
Maybe the Jack Nicholson werewolf one. What was that called?
Oh yeah, that was terrible. With Michelle Pfeiffer. Those two, but they're like, it looks just like a person.
I went and saw that. My family went and saw that, and I went and saw a different movie. It was the first time that it was like a thing we did. We go to the movies like every other week. But my father, my stuff, don't give a fuck about no age limit. And I'm like, you gonna see what we see. And this was the first time I was like, I don't want to see that shit. And I still ended up going in there after my movie was over. Before I think I went and saw
This is a Jack Nicholson
Short
line.
Circuit 2 or something.
Like he's going chasing after this deer. I'm a wolf. Look, he just looks like a regular guy. It's so dopey. It's so silly. Like, look at this. They decided to make a horror movie that wasn't that scary. And he moves like a $6 million man. Look, slow motion jump, obviously a stunt man. And he's going to tackle this deer. And I'm supposed to believe this. I'm supposed to believe that this dude who just looks like a dude can run faster than a fucking deer. Look, he's running. It's so dumb. He's flying through the air. Like, how does becoming a human that's part wolf make you this fast when you look exactly the same? No, he's on a tree. He flies and he grabs the deer. This is so stupid. It's so stupid. The owl's freaking out. This is crazy. This is crazy. Did you ever see the Benicio del Toro one? There's one good scene. One good scene when the doctors are examining him and they're trying to tell him that he's out of his fucking mind, and the doctor's speaking in one of those medical theaters like they used to do in the 1800s, and he's explaining that this person has delusions and they think they're going to be a wolf, and so we're going to show him by having him tied to this chair while the moon turns full, and we're going to like cure him of whatever the fuck is wrong with his brain. So they have him in this thing. Give me some volume on this.
Has witnessed that the full moon holds no sway over him, but he remains a perfectly ordinary human being. He will have taken his first small step down the long road to mental recovery.
I can just feel everybody in this room about to die.
Everybody's going to die. It's great.
Oh, this is awesome.
Witness his mother's faith revelations. This young man,
Smith show.
created a fantastical dream that his father is to blame.
His father's a werewolf. Yeah, skip ahead a little bit.
Kill all of you. Kill all of you. Yes, really. As you can see, like concrete is existing in the deep human. For him, it seems very
Great fucking scene. Great fucking scene.
It's not a scary enough world.
It's not.
Everything else is great.
It's not like American Werewolf in London. It's too much like the Wolfman, which is what it was kind of based on, like an updated version of the Wolfman.
It's more like
the same guy who did that makeup, by the way, did the American Werewolf in London. That was Rick Baker.
It was like the Teen Wolf.
Was right? Was Rick Baker that did that, right? Yeah, Rick Baker. So the thing is, though, it was not CGI, and that's what they were trying to achieve. Because like, there's a difference between the way it looks. When it's to do with the mask on, it looks more realistic. Like, it doesn't take you out of it. And there's something about CGI that even if the wolf looks good, it takes you out of it. Like the American Werewolf in London, you didn't get to see shit for like a long time. Like, it was deep into that movie, you saw flashes of the wolf. Until it was in Piccadilly Square and he started like killing people. Remember that?
It's been a long time since I said that.
The guy turns into a werewolf in the movie theater. He goes to a dirty movie theater. So he's in this dirty movie theater and they're playing porno films. And he's talking to his dead friend. He's telling him he's got to kill himself. He's going to become a wolf and kill people. And his friend is like rotting. It's hilarious. It's very funny. And he turns into the wolf in the movie theater, kills everybody, and then bursts out onto the street, starts killing people in traffic.
And I do remember there's a scene, a subway scene, right?
Yes, there's a subway scene where there's a businessman. He's trying to get away, and he sees it, like, creeping up on him. That's a good scene, too, because you barely see the wolf. You see this guy running, and you know that it's coming after him. You see the terrified look on his face. And at the end of the scene, you see the wolf enter into the frame at the bottom of the escalator, where this guy's, like, completely exhausted and sliding down this escalator.
Another scariest movie I've seen recently. Well, I guess maybe scary ain't the right word, but it was the sequel to X.
The sequel to X?
I forget the name of it. Yeah, not Malcolm X, but like it's the same. But the same girl played in both of them. You know what I'm talking about? It's called. She was like, so the sequel to this movie.
So X.
It's about like.
It's a slasher film.
Yeah, it's a slasher film. Yeah. Cool. But the sequel to it, because I never saw that when I saw this.
Okay.
I still haven't seen X.
So
What's it called?
X.
Maxine with 2 X's, 3 X's.
No, that's not it. It's not X.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had 3 X's.
No, that's not it.
That was the sequel, right?
No,
That's not it.
it's got that same girl in it. Who's the star in this? Pearl. That's what I meant. Oh, so Pearl was a prequel. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Okay, so Pearl came out. I saw Pearl before. I haven't seen any of the rest of it. This shit is. I liked it.
And she's a serial killer.
She's insane. But it's like you kind of know she's the monster the whole time, but she doesn't become monstrous. It's kind of the same thing.
And she's cute.
Yeah, she's cute. She's adorable. At first glance.
I want to be special. Dancing up on the screen like a pretty girl's in a picture. I will not let you leave this farm again. There may be something that bothers me. Rumor has it they only take one gal to town.
We're looking for someone with X Factor.
Has to be me.
How about a film nobody else has seen?
Is it legal?
Will be eventually.
I know what I've done.
Yeah, the bitch making a huge mistake.
Terrible, awful, murderous thing. I want to be loved from as many people as possible. But truth is, I'm not really a good person.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, bro. Like you want to talk about like
This is like psychotic.
like this bitch is just slipping into insanity further and deeper and deeper and deeper.
I just don't think you should show this to America right now. You know what I'm saying? Like after people celebrated Luigi, we don't want to like glorify people that just go on killing rampages.
It wasn't a rampage. In fact, that's the thing. That's the thing I respect more is that like the people that like to shoot up a place. It's like if you mad at somebody, go after them. Why are you killing people that got nothing to do with your beef? Right? At least he was like specific. He didn't like.
That's another one that's been memory hold. The New Orleans guy just ran over all those people.
The New Orleans guy.
You didn't hear about this?
No.
This was how long ago, Jamie?
That's the thing. New Year's Eve, they're like within 8 hours of each other.
So this New Orleans guy turns down Bourbon Street and just runs people over. Like 200 people. Bunch of people got fucked up. Bunch of people died. How many people died? I think like 200 people were injured. 14 people dead. 4 more.
He was in the side of the truck.
Yeah, and he was also no, he was around. Yeah, sorry, not outside the truck, but he was also one of the guys from Fort Bragg. Like we were talking about it yesterday with Metzger. Metzger will get you to believe in conspiracies. Bro, Metzger will take you down to rabbit holes.
He just hit you with so many.
So many around.
I can't even get. They're like that's like his.
Oh, you didn't know?
His entertainment.
Oh yeah, it's his life.
Yeah, and I'm on the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
Exactly.
I like to hear people that's into it talk about it, but I'm never gonna go look it up.
Yeah, well, luckily, Kurt gets it. If you're like, dude, I can't right now. Like, he'll stop. If you say, I can't do this right now. I gotta go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't hear how many people Hillary Clinton killed.
Right? I think he probably is abreast at every conspiracy theory.
Right, but he believes a bunch of them that are kooky. He and I have had some conversations about ones. I'm like, why do you believe that? That one doesn't make any sense.
Because the primary belief is that the official story is bullshit.
100%.
So
that's probably true a lot of the
right,
time.
but where you run into logical trouble is like, just because they lying don't mean that the first alternative that people give you is the truth.
Right, like some kooky YouTube video.
Yeah,
that's got it broken down.
It's like they don't want you to know.
Maybe.
I saw, bro. Did you see this shit? Godfrey,
the comic.
Yeah. So he had, I forget the name of the scientist, but he had like a scientist come on and debate Lord Jamar. Lord Jamar is a flat earther, and it didn't go. It didn't go well.
Of course, it didn't.
That
doesn't make any sense. Was that Professor Dave guy?
Yeah, Professor Dave.
Yeah, Professor Dave's done quite a few of those. He's doing the world a nice favor.
Yeah, but it's like, bro, imagine that being the whole life is just opposition.
Well, to what? To bad science. It's to people getting led down a bad road and believing something that's uniquely preposterous.
No,
that the Earth is flat.
You know Christopher Hitchens, right?
Sure.
He made his whole career like debating Christians and Muslims. And he would like go to their churches and debate their leaders.
Right.
And somebody asked him one time, like, "Hey, if you could snap your fingers and make all religion just go away, like, would you do that?" And he was like, "Honestly, no, because I just like arguing with them too much." Or something to that effect. Those weren't his exact words, but it was like, I think you got to be a special kind of person to be like, no, I want all the smoke. I want to argue directly with people that I don't think.
Well, Christopher Hitchens was uniquely brilliant, and he was so good at forming arguments and sentences, and his grasp of the language was so expert.
He was a great speaker.
Amazing speaker. So that he would have these conversations with these people, and they'd be like woefully underprepared. They couldn't handle. He also has an incredible amount of knowledge when it comes to religion, whether it's Christianity or Islam, and he'll call out everything that has ever happened that's terrible that every one of them has done, and he knows that information at the tip of his fingers at any given time.
I grew up religious, and he was the one that made me be like, oh.
He makes some very, very, very compelling, logical arguments. There's also the problem with religion is that there's so many of them too, and they're so different, and they all think that they have the right one. That's a real problem. But I think the desire for religion seems to be a part of the structure of our thinking. It's like one of those things that reoccurs everywhere there's groups of people. There's a desire for meaning, and then there's a connection to a higher power that we all seem to agree is not just likely, but you feel its presence every now and then.
But also it's like we're puzzle solving.
Yeah.
It's like the need to have an answer to the puzzles.
Oh, yeah. And also to have a daddy. We always want someone who is above us, whether it's the president or the mayor or your father, whoever it is. You want some person who's looking out for you, and it is watching over everything and has a plan for
wait
all.
Until your God gets home.
Yeah, wait until God is watching, jerk off.
Oh man, that fucked me up for a little while when I was like,
because I was watching all the time.
Because we used to go when I was little. There was a church that was also a school. Like, they were a Christian school, but on Sunday they used the school buses to go pick up kids, just like school, but it was for church. And we got sent to that. It wasn't even the church my grandmother went to. She just sent us to this one.
What is better, an overly religious childhood or a childhood filled with crime and violence? Clearly overly religious, right? That's better. Because you can learn your way out of some stupid shit that they talked you into when you were young, depending on what the religion is. But crime and violence gets you killed, someone else gets killed, you go to jail. It's not good. Like, it's definitely better in terms of like what is more compatible with society to grow up very religious with very strict rules. And then maybe as you get older, you sort of recognize that.
Doesn't it depend on which religion?
It does. It definitely does.
Yeah.
It definitely does. I mean, you have some religions where you get a gang of wives. Woo! You get
That sounds like more trouble than it's worth.
yes. Well, that's the reason why the Mormons moved to Mexico.
They moved to Mexico. What you mean?
You don't know about that?
They're not in Utah no more?
Listen, when Mitch, what's his name? The fucking guy
McConnell?
ran for president?
Oh,
Mitt Romney.
Mitt.
Mitt. That's why I was fucking up. Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney's dad was born in Mexico. So his dad couldn't be president, but Mitt was born in America. Mitt Romney's family was Mormon, and they moved to Mexico in the 1800s because of religious persecution, and part of that was polygamy. They made polygamy illegal. So these guys, well, fuck it. This is like the 1800s. They're like, Mexico ain't no different than America in the 1800s. Before cars, everyone's on a horse, you got a house, whatever. Same shit. Let's go to Mexico. So they went to Mexico. And to this day, they have giant Mormon compounds in Mexico. And then recently, there was a situation, like they're armed to protect themselves against the cartel. It's like wild shit goes down. And I think it was like a family was killed. I think it might have been an accident. Cartel mistook them for someone else or someone did. And there was like this real problem. I don't know what happened. I don't remember how the story went down, but I remember it was a big international story. And then everybody was like, wait, what's going on? There's giant camps of armed Mormons in Mexico.
Yeah, they don't fuck around.
Like, why did they move to Mexico? And that's why they moved to Mexico, because they have religious freedom.
They don't fuck around.
You know, religious freedom.
The forefront of shit. I bet you the Mormons got an app.
Oh, they probably are now.
Yeah,
But like, that's the story, right? That they were killed by the cartel. I think it was a woman and her child was killed by the cartel. 6 children. Oh my God. Oh my God. Attack on a group of Mormon families in Mexico. So 9 women, scroll back up. 9 women and children from a Mormon community in Mexico were killed while traveling in the 3-car caravan south of the U.S.-Mexico border on Monday. 3 women and 6 children, all with dual U.S.-Mexican citizenship, were killed in the attack, Security Minister Alfonso Durazo said in a news conference Tuesday. Here's what we know about the attack. The victims were all shot while in the vehicles while driving. Investigators believe the 3 vehicles traveling between the Mexican states of Sonora and Chihuahua were ambushed by criminal groups Monday. Mexican authorities said women and children between 14 years old and 10 months were massacred, burned alive. LeBaron said mothers were screaming for the fire to stop. They were driving together for safety reasons, said Kendrick Lee Miller, whose sister-in-law was killed in the attack. The family was supposed to go to Miller's wedding next week in Lemoore, she said. Wow.
I actually know they were screaming. She did.
I don't know. I don't think everybody died.
So
5 children who were hospitalized in Tucson will survive, while Jessup, whose son married Donna Langford's daughter, told CNN, Willie Jessup, 3 of the children have very serious injuries, but 2 others could be discharged soon.
And they wasn't connected to that dope shit? They got to be.
Well, I don't know.
Because
They said it was a mistake of mistaken identity.
Yeah, but they always say that. Because listen, this is why that don't make sense to me.
Oh, no, they don't say that. They say it's not clear if the attacks were specifically targeted or if the family was a case of mistaken identity.
You don't accidentally shoot the wrong caravan. I mean, what's the chances that there's another caravan just like yours?
Well, here's what it says. It said Castaneda said there were long-standing tensions between the families and the cartels. He said one of the women killed was an activist, and there were frictions over water rights. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ooh, scary dog.
I mean, it's scary for whoever live down there.
Yeah.
I feel pretty safe where I'm at.
Yeah, but imagine living in a place that's controlled by the cartel. Like, you know, the government has its faults in the United States, but it's a superior system.
But hasn't the government like started cracking down on the cartel?
I don't know.
They did that shit somewhere. I mean, I'm pretty sure the dude is a dictator, but he just locked everybody up.
Venezuela.
It's Venezuela.
Yeah, they literally imprisoned all the gang members.
They just locked every single. Even if he was associated.
They made these giant prisons, and they just filled the prisons up with gang members, and the crime just stopped.
But that was the immediate effect. Is it still the case now?
I don't know. It's a good question. Like, you know, is that what they're going to do forever? They're just going to keep these guys in that cage for the rest of their lives?
That's expensive.
It is expensive, but is it less expensive than letting them wreak havoc and ruin your entire community? I don't know. It's a very totalitarian thing.
That depends on who you get for the
What's also depends on like how many of those people were set up. How many of those people weren't actually in a gang? How many of those people were like maybe somebody doesn't like you?
I mean,
A little bit of that going
in
on
that type
too.
of situation was like a drastic change,
Yeah.
and they rounded up hundreds of thousands of people.
Right.
There's gonna be a couple of revenge joints slipped in there.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, sorry, well, hey, I accidentally put.
Yeah. Crazy. Oh, El Salvador.
Oh,
It's not. It's not Venezuela. It's El Salvador. Look at that. Oh my God. They just said, "Fuck it. We're just gonna take crime down to zero."
So it's just life in prison.
Well, you know what, man? I mean, is this better? It seems like it's better than having the criminals run society and kill everybody.
I mean, but at least like get them on some bicycles, providing free power or
I don't
something.
know. And what have they done? You know. But also, if you grow up in that community, what are you gonna do? Like, if you grow up and your whole family's involved in the gang, like, what do you do? Like, you're literally guilty by birth. You know, if you grow up in those communities and that's all they've been doing forever, what do you do? What do you do? You know,
How do you sustain that too?
right? I guess if you have enough money, because now you don't have to fight crime anymore. So now everybody's locked up. It's dark.
It's just gonna be new for me.
What could fix the world, Brian Simpson? Is it going to be
Nothing.
technology? Is it going to be mushrooms?
You know my stance. We done.
Yeah.
Nothing's gonna fix this shit, bro. We're cooked. We passed the point of no return.
But why do you think that, though? Because people can exist in small groups together in harmony. Why can't they exist together in large groups in harmony?
Because I think people are less intelligent when they're in large groups. The larger the group, the dumber the average IQ of it. Like in terms of like how people behave.
Well, I think also in large groups, you don't have to think as much because things are like set up for you.
Yeah. And it's just because you know how I know we're doing online gaming. We could go play a team. I'm playing this Marvel Rival shit everybody playing now. It's like try to get matched up randomly with 5 other people and get everybody to cooperate. And how often you come across people that are just completely selfish to the point where like they'll lose on purpose. And they take the penalty for losing too, but just to win your day.
Well, that's just randoms that you're meeting online, though.
Right, but I mean,
you got to cultivate.
You see how people communicate, and obviously the gaming is a certain demographic, but I just mean
incels.
It just reminds me. It's not incels. It's regular people out there that just act like assholes when they're anonymous,
because they can. Yeah.
So people will do selfish shit. Or you see these game shows where it's like, you know, it's that whole what's it called, the prisoner's dilemma or whatever.
Oh yeah.
We could all win. Or I don't.
Right.
And how often do you see people just go
all the time? And they probably encourage you to do it because it makes for good TV.
And I know, look, there's good people out there. I meet extraordinary people all the time. Now, especially now that I live here, I meet people all the time that's like, wow, you, like if it was more people like you,
yes,
we would be good. But it's so little people like you.
Right, but how many people like that do you know now? You know a lot, right? You know a lot more.
Not enough.
Yeah, but you know a lot more. And the key is just to try to limit your associations to people who aren't exceptional. Try to be exceptional, first of all, to attract exceptional people, and then kind of like encourage you got to surround yourself with people that are cool. Like surround yourself with people that are interesting. Surround yourself with people that are exceptional. It gives you like energy in this life. It gives you like motivation.
Yeah, you got to make new friends. I'm not with that either.
Some friends are worth making. Some new friends are worth making. But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
You know what it is? I can make a new. I'm very emotionally unavailable, so I just need friends that don't need that. You know what I mean?
That's interesting you say that, because you're very friendly. I don't know why you think you're emotionally unavailable. I think you just don't like to be bothered by nonsense that people could fix on their own.
There you go. I'm very easily irritated.
Yeah, but you're not emotionally unavailable. Like when we talk about stuff, like everybody talks about stuff in the green room, you're like one of the most like honest people.
But maybe emotionally unavailable is not the right word, but I'm very, I feel very much burdened by unexpected obligations.
Yeah.
So like, if you hit me with some last minute shit, or you're like, or you constantly need me, because I'll be there for you. But if you're constantly needing stuff and it's just,
exactly. But you got to realize that's a transactional situation. That's a bad situation. That's not a situation. You haven't surrounded yourself with people that are like autonomous. Yeah. There's a lot of people that aren't. They like need friends for everything they do. and they can't make decisions if they don't get their shit together.
You know what? I love being by myself. I love going to a restaurant alone. I love company too, but I'll go to the movies alone. I like being alone. I like shopping alone.
But you have a balance. You spend enough time in front of like thousands of people.
Because you know what I don't like? I don't like variables. It's like the more people that come, the more shit can switch up. The more shit
That's
go
true.
wrong.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
And also, you get like all these social dynamics at play when there's a bunch of people together.
Like we did. How many times have we eaten dinner? What would you say is the perfect amount of people to bring to dinner?
It depends. There was this one time, I don't want to say the time, but where there was a bunch of us and a bunch of other people, and it really helped that there was a bunch of us because we all huddled up together.
Oh, right.
Remember that time?
Yeah. Oh, and don't forget, Vegas was great. There was a lot of people at that table then.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
but
like
we knew all those people.
Right.
You know, those all people were like close friends. It was a good time. It wasn't like there was no social dynamics at play. You know, when we're all hanging out, it's generally just fun. There's no like one person's trying to get to the top.
Yeah, comments are different.
Yeah.
But I say, but 6 is for me.
6 is a good
If
number.
I hear that it's going to be more than 6, now it's like it's
Yeah.
going to be separate conversations, and it's
Right.
going to be
And what if Bob can't drink? What if Bob starts drinking and
Right.
gets real loud?
right. And then you want vegan options. And,
So it's non-gluten. Gluten-free, please. You have a gluten-free menu.
Yeah, but yeah. I don't like being in big groups.
Right. I know what you mean. I get it. It's like, you know, like when you're a group of people and then one person has a friend that they tell you it's cool.
Oh,
Don't worry, Bob's cool.
Like, bro, my middle name could be who all gonna be there.
Right.
You invite me to something, because even now, like Derek and them, they'll invite me to stuff, even though they know I'm not coming.
Right.
Oh yeah. Dude, come to the. I can't. Yeah.
But that's also like a reflection on your sense of humor because you're always finding things that are stupid and everything. Your act is essentially, let me tell you about some stupid shit.
It's a gift and a curse.
Oh, it's a gift.
That's why I say, like, ignorance is bliss. When you notice too much, you can't be happy. You can't possibly be happy. Or you gotta distract yourself with, like, you'll be happy for a second when you're on a drug or having a good time.
Right.
But eventually you go,
Yeah.
how did that fucking helicopter crash into a plane?
Yeah. You think about all these different variables. You know, I used to say that to my students when they would fight. Because a lot of them that were really smart, I would notice they would be much more nervous. So the dumb kids, more smart. What do you mean?
Of course it's martial arts, but my dumb ass, my mind went to like you be teaching in the classroom like a professor.
Oh, and they would fight? No. No. I mean, I'd take them to tournaments. So I had students that I would take to tournaments, and the really smart ones would be the most scared, and I would have to tell them it's because you're smart. The reason why you're scared is because you're aware of all the variables and you know you're vulnerable. Whereas dumb people don't think that. They're overconfident and they're not aware of all the variables. But you can overcome this. You're like, I did it too. I have the same feeling. I don't want to do it. It's stupid. Why am I doing this? Why am I risking my health? Why am I risking my safety? You have all those thoughts that are going to go in your head, but you're going to learn something about yourself from doing this. And you're smart, and that's why you're nervous. And you should be nervous because it'll help you. It'll help you move faster. I used to use Customato's expression. Customato, this great thing they told Mike Tyson. He said, fear is like a fire. It can cook your food if you can control it, or it could burn your house down. And that's what it's like that. But the intelligent people are the ones that are aware of it. The intelligent people are the ones that oftentimes struggle the most with overcoming anxiety to compete. Because they're aware of how fucking dangerous this actually is. They're not blissfully unaware like a moron just walking into a cage fight, not knowing they might get knocked the fuck out. Not gonna happen to me, bro. There's a lot of those not gonna happen to me, bro, guys.
Yeah, but you can still be world champion and be that person.
Oh, well, if you're gifted.
Right.
If you're gifted and if you're genetically gifted, and if you're driven and you really work hard and you enjoy it, yeah, you could get pretty far.
You're not gonna talk well. You're not gonna speak well, and like
at the end,
at
the end, it's gonna be rough.
Because it's amazing to me. Like that's another thing. Like we talk about like I see stuff like that, but MMA wise, John Jones is like the equivalent to Floyd Mayweather in terms of like how little damage he's taken over.
Yes, there was a few fights where they were real rough. The Dominic Reyes fight was real rough. He got hit a bunch of times in that fight.
Fight.
He got caught a few times by Lyoto Machida before he put him to sleep. Lyoto was catching him he hit him with one big left hand. Rashad Evans clipped him with a big right hand. But for the most part, John is the very best at utilizing distance and also having a strategy.
He said that was the hardest one to hit.
Rashad, yeah. Well, Rashad knocked Chuck Liddell out cold with that punch. Remember?
Yeah.
Out cold. One shot.
Was that the first time Chuck Liddell got knocked out?
No. Chuck Liddell had gotten stopped by Rampage and Pride.
Okay.
And then Chuck Liddell, I mean, he'd been stopped a few times.
I mean, like,
I think Shogun stopped him. No, because Rampage stopped him during his rise. Like, Rampage stopped him.
God, this is so fucking boring. Hey guys, we have a project about press flowers. It's called dollar coin. Dollar flower. Oh, is it hashtag dollar flower? Oh, I don't really fucking know. God, that play this fucking game I go on. All day long. I play this fucking game all day long. No, your show sucks. Rabbi Friday. Terrible. No one gives a shit about that. Everybody cares about my content. Let me talk. You know, those are the you watch this right now. I'm comfortable I'm sick and tired. That guy's been chilling chill. Yo, dog. Dog. Let me in on this bitch. So we're gonna listen to you fucking burp and not listen to me show my project. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Do you mind if I tell you about my project? Okay, I can be patient. Would you like to tell me about your project first? I should probably tie my spiel. Let me grab. You guys are able to do it and have a bunch of that. Your fucking Twitter space sucks. Hey, what's going on, Les? How you living, Tim? I'm just about to speak in Twitter space, so bear with me. Okay, do it. Turn down. You're hard to hear. Is there a reason? Can you hear your microphone? I couldn't hear you. Bear with me. You can say anything on my other side. I'm going to have to do one. Is there any way you can come back and see if that improves the sound quality? Okay, but my normal sound sounds fine. How about now? Yeah, good. Very hard to hear. Just one moment. I'm going to get my spiel. Just bear with me. But I don't know if this is up with your phone or check the computer line. Just a little bit different. Yo, a lot better. It's still not as loud as it was, but it's better than it was. Here, I don't know if you can hear this. Can you hear this for his face? I don't think you'll be able to. Okay. Excellent. We'll see you in a few minutes.
stopped him when the UFC, when he was a champ in the, or maybe he wasn't the champ. He was like the best guy, or one, like, because like Tito was the champ for a little before Chuck fought Tito, and everybody knew Chuck was going to beat Tito. It was one of those things where like this is a bad matchup because Chuck is a really good wrestler and just a ferocious striker, ferocious and so aggressive and it's just nasty power, and just would throw himself into the wars, throw himself. He had an iron chin, so you just fuck you, he just throw himself, and really skillful too, man. Like underrated skills, but just a desire for the firefight that was like nobody else. But Rampage beat him. Rampage stopped him in Pride. So they had an exchange where they were going to send UFC fighters over to Pride to fight the best Pride guys. And Chuck was one of the best UFC guys. And Rampage stopped him. And Chuck fought Alistair Overeem, and Alistair Overeem was doing really well. But Alistair, damn, Chuck stopped Alistair.
Just that this though. Rampage used to
Yeah. Oh, bro, this was when Chuck was Chuck, right? This is not like past his prime Chuck. This was like in his prime Chuck. But Rampage was fucking ferocious. He was so good. And Pride had knees to the head on the ground, all this shit. And Rampage eventually, I believe he stopped him with like body shots on the ground, if I remember correctly. I remember he just beat him up and then they stopped the fight. I think he just got on top of him at one point in time. It was a grueling fucking fight though, but I think this is like the end of it right here. He was just beating him down and eventually stopped the fight. So these punches to the face and then just digging to the body.
how tiny that referee is.
I know. And then it looks like he got on top of him. Yeah, he got full mount and then they stopped the fight. Yeah. That was Rampage in his prime. Rampage in his prime was
I saw a video of somebody talking shit to him. One of the young fighters now talking shit to him.
That was Kevin Hall. Yeah, Kevin Hall and him had some sort of a disagreement.
Yeah, so they don't get that. You don't get like legend status. That you gotta let it slip on.
Young guys, you know how they are.
Because that's like if Randy Couture says something out of pocket.
Right.
A fighter like you gotta
You gotta go slide. He's a legend. Rampage is a legend. You know, it's like there's a lot of guys who just you know, when you talk about BJ Penn, talk about him with respect.
Yeah, because it also like it doesn't look good.
No. Especially like I'll fight you right now, like that kind of shit. Like,
right, that's not a good look.
Yeah, especially the guy like paved the way. Like Rampage was. This was like when Rampage fought Chuck. What year was that? Was that like 2003? What year was that?
That's 05.
Was it 2007? Yeah, the Rampage knocked Chuck out.
It was like 05.
In the UFC too. Rampage caught Chuck with a right hook. 2003. So then they fought again in 2007. Is that what happened? Show that one. Yeah, Rampage knocked out Vanderlei Silva. He lost to Vanderlei Silva twice though. Brutal in Pride. One of the fights was fucking brutal knockout. He got kneed in the face and went through the ropes unconscious. So this is Chuck and Rampage at the UFC. This is when Rampage won the title. And, you know, Chuck had already fought him once and got stopped, so he was wary. But this is
way past his prime, right?
No, he was in his prime now. He was still in his prime. He was the champion. Chuck was the champion at this point in time. But Rampage was fucking good, man. He was fucking good. And just so dangerous. Boom. And I was saying he's the funniest guy in MMA. He's very funny. I actually interviewed him I did that UFC show for a while. I forget what it's called. But it was we hung out together, we rolled, we did jiu-jitsu, went and got something to eat. But he's very funny, dude. He used to have this crazy monster truck. There it is. Boom. That's how he won the title. Chuck's confused, but you know, that's what happens. You get knocked out. You know what the fuck happened. You think you're fine.
Really?
Yeah, you don't know what happened. You get shut off. Like, what happened? Like sometimes guys get shut off and then they dive for the referee's legs and they think they're still fighting. They take the referee down.
That's gonna be swinging.
Oh yeah, I don't know what's happening. I mean, a lot of these guys are on like full fight or flight after they get tagged. They're just it's just chaos. They don't know what they're saying. Referees get hit all the time.
Yeah, that's why I was like, look how tiny that motherfucker was. Like, what you gonna do? What are you stopping it?
Right. How are you going to get a rampage?
I should like Herb Dean died.
Right.
Moved it.
Well, you got Herb's a big guy. You know, that's what you want. Or a strong person. Like you have to have like physical strength. Like imagine like Francis this fight. This Francis fight. How are you going to get Francis off? Like how are you even going to move him?
There's no way that like Herb Dean is stronger than Francis.
Impossible.
But it's like, but you got to be strong enough that they feel you. Like they snap them at it. You know?
Yeah, you can't be 125 pounds of refereeing that fight.
I thought that was a woman at first.
Mark Goddard's good too. He's a big dude.
Mark Goddard?
Yeah, he's great for those big fights.
I've never
He's
seen him in person.
Oh, you've seen him.
I've never heard of him.
He's one of the best referees. The best referees.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My stream goes back to the pandemic. I'm currently live on YouTube, I'm even live on Twitter. You can see it on my profile. Additionally, I have the world's largest Twitter biography with 50,000 characters. And I talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponic, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of desalination plants. Other things that we talk about on the stream that are really interesting are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien closure, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that was successfully de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, company. Sure, great question. Essentially, it's a species that was once extinct that is essentially brought back to viability. So the company called Colossal Bioscientific out of Dallas, Texas, is working on de-extincting the woolly mammoth next, and they have it on their timeline to de-extinct the woolly mammoth by the year 2028, essentially reintroducing the animal through African elephants into the Arctic Circle. Following the extinction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So these are some really exciting things that people don't really know about that I like to educate people on. Moreover, we talk about things that are important to everybody here. When you all were born, the average life expectancy is probably about 880, and I want to increase that to age 100, 120. Data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. Data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource in the year 2018, according to The Economist. And if that's true, I'm sitting on the world's largest archive of data, and that may make me a wealthy and influential individual someday. And if that happens, I want to help everyone who's helped me along the way. And I'm going to want to help you with life extension technology. I want you to be in the loop along your way. cells, ambrosia therapy, cryogenics, things like as cold shock therapy. The final thing that I talked about is really what I want to enjoy with all of you if you want, and that's known as mind uploading technologies. This is where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent for later download, like a CAT scan or an MRI, where every molecule is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. For later download is an android, an avatar, and cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be. But I just want everybody to know here that there's an opportunity for exit digital immortality. I really appreciate you sharing my project. I'm actually sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Son of Pet Union. It's worth more than $100 million. They provided me all my merchandise, my bedding, my pillows, and everything, and also giving me as well. So yeah, I joined that team about a year and a half ago, and like I said, I've been live streaming 24/7 from more than 10 different angles for more than 3.5 years. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 TikTok accounts. I have more social media than any person in global history. Essentially, I want to be uncancelable. I want redundant streams in case anything ever happens to my accounts. Really create the world's largest archive. I think people will be able to study this in the future, like a time capsule or a timeline. We see the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and the launch of the Meet Right phone. We've seen every major event since the pandemic and look forward to many more. No, I'm all natural, but I have been showing my project for 3.5 years, so I got my elevator speech down pat. %. Well, first and foremost, I'm going to follow everybody here. Follow you back. That's the first thing that we can do. And additionally, just if you see any of the content that I have to repost, feel free to. My pinned post, I just started this account a few days ago and it already has a few hundred followers. Feel free to retweet that. It already has over 20 or so retweets. And really just tell your friends about it. Hey, did you know? Everybody's starting to learn about me on Twitter Spaces. And did you know that somebody live streamed their life and basically they created a real life treatment show? It's quite an interesting project. I don't want anything from you. What I want to do is help you in the future. I really mean this. I will help your friends, your families, yourselves in the future. Give you all the money that you need to live not just comfortable lives, but live out your greatest, wildest dreams to the point where you can start your own charity someday, become a profit organization to help those less fortunate. I really am about helping people come together and emphasize that which unites us as opposed to that which divides us. I see it probably as well as anybody in Los Angeles. I can tell you this, that I think that it is very difficult to become a United States citizen and that we force a lot of people to perhaps immigrate illegally, and I don't think that that is right. And I would like people to be able to go to become an American citizen or a U.S. citizen in a legal fashion. I think that's kind of what all of our parents or grandparents or great grandparents did unless we were indigenous people. But there's a right way to do it and a wrong way. And the recent waves of immigration, illegal I additionally think the United States takes advantage of these people, and I think it's unfair. I see it in our agriculture areas, especially around California, where people aren't paid a living wage, and I think that it's in some way like slavery. No, not at all. No, not at all. I'm saying that those people shouldn't be. We should not give them an opportunity to come here and work at that rate. Those could be American jobs. Those could be people that could be people could work for them there. I do have an issue with it. I think that those jobs could perhaps be done by summer laborers who are from the United States. When you develop a type of summer labor or temporary visa system, then you create a class system where you don't have to pay people a living wage. I'm about paying people a living wage. And there's always been the argument that, oh, those are jobs that Americans won't do. To the right, great, Americans will do those jobs. It's just that they don't want to pay people the going rate that it would take. And I think that's the unfortunate part. There are already subsidies, though, that the government pays for, especially when it comes to corn, that basically pay farmers not to grow it. I feel that the system is corrupting itself when we have of um, those types of organizational hiccups. So, I mean, I think the whole system needs a revamping, but at this point, I don't think it's right to take advantage of people who are essentially going to work at a slave rate when really, in my opinion, pay people a living wage, and those should be American jobs. And that's where the issue arises. We have to be careful. That's $1,500 or $2,000 that could be done by a young American adult who will essentially pay into the system as opposed to taking that away from our economy. I don't think that that is right. I know it's very expensive to have American labor in, to perform many of these jobs with the overhead on insurance and healthcare and benefits that occur. And I feel that we are basically taking advantage of of the country south of the border, and I'm not fine with that either. I really think that these jobs should be American jobs. There's the idea of rising tide lifts all ships. completely agreeing with you. I shudder to know what the pendulum's going to look like when it eventually swings back and the large blocks of sweeping legislation that may occur. I'm really personally against the executive order. It's really not in our Constitution as it normally should be. It's more of a modern, um, more than a modern invention, and that's why we have legislation to be able to pass these things. Really, what ends up happening is the president, no matter who they are, signs some type of executive order, and it has to go through the court system eventually, whether it's unconstitutional or not. And that's 3 years later when it's already been passed. It's really an unfortunate system. I would really like to move away from the executive order. That's not what they were made for. And especially with some of the sweeping things that have been done by both sides of the aisle, that's why we have legislation. That's why we have a representative system. Well, excellent. It sounds like I'm with some like-minded individuals, at least on some of these topics. I want you all to know I really appreciate the opportunity again to be able to bond with you all, share my project with you. If there's anything I can ever do for you, I'm literally live twice a day on the internet. If you ever need a shoulder to cry on or something to tell about your good news, I'm live in Discord at discord.me/Rabbi whenever you want to get a hold of me. And you'll see me more around in Twitter Spaces as well. So just thank you so much for the opportunity and best wishes with your project. I typed the word shill into the Twitter Spaces search engine, and wherever I see that, I'm giving me an idea where I can share my project. So that if you want to know what word brought me into here, it's the word shill. Take care, my friends. Oh, my hub isn't responding. Well, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is my hub? I don't know. It's not responding. It sucks. Nobody wants it. Close it. This shit ended. Sucks. Oh, my hub. What the fuck? Why does it always shit have to run in the background? And it's just not working. And on top of that, why are these assholes banning all my accounts? Unfortunately, they're not banning, but they're not Alright, Spaces. Spill or shit. Keep this. the opportunity, do you mind if I share my project with you? Thanks. No problem at all, Hatter. Yeah, Hatter and I were playing a little game of back and forth of requesting. No problems at all. And I just want absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I have been live streaming going back to the pandemic for more than 3 years. I have more data online than any person ever. This is essentially a real life Truman Show or real life Big Brother. I talk about some things to help the world, specifically in terms of helping world hunger through the use of technology. A lot of people haven't heard of this. Things like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I think that these are really important technologies to help the less fortunate. And also, I want to help world thirst, specifically through the use of desalination technology, essentially where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Other things that I talk about that normally aren't talked about in the mainstream and I'd like to inject into the common conversation of the world are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003. This is essentially taking an extinct species and reintroducing it into nature through technology. The first successful de-extinction was with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Scientific was founded. They have it on their agenda within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephants. I think this is fascinating technology. It's really not being discussed, and I want to see it discussed more. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. These are just really exciting things. People don't know this, but data overtook petroleum in the year 2018 as Earth's most most valuable resource, and I have more data than any person ever. I'm live on 10 different YouTube streams right now. I'm live on Twitter video right now. You can see it on my profile. If anything absolutely, I'm raising my hand to you right now, my man. If you have the opportunity, take a look at my biography, not the short one that they have on Twitter, but view more. It's over 50,000 characters. It'll tell you all about me, all about my project. In closing, I want you all to know that when you were probably born, your average life expectancy was about age 80. I want to increase that for all of you. When I go viral, which I will one day, I want to help all of you. So what does that mean? I want to help you with stem cells, human growth hormone, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapies to increase your life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But here's the real kicker. Once you're 120 years old, you're going to say to me, Rabbi, my body's breaking down. Now what's the plan? And that's where the exciting technology comes in. It's known as mind uploading technology. If you want, with your consent in the future, we may be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But I want you to know that there's an opportunity to have some digital immortality. And with that, thank you, Sil. Do I sell drugs? No. Oh yeah, I've got 33 different devices going at any given time. I got over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kik accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. Well, certainly. So here, I am a Freemason. I just really want people to know that I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. I don't currently have a phone line. I don't know. But the cryptocurrency that sponsors me is Harry Potter and Amazon Prime Video. I've been live in their Telegram 24/7 for more than a year and a half, and they sponsor all of my bedding, my clothing, my pajamas, everything. So if you're wondering why do you have Sonic and Rothschild all over, that's right. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I just created it a couple days ago. I had a bunch of them. My largest one was Rabbi Rothschild that had over 10,000 followers on it, but got suspended. It just got suspended. And then I had another one that was Best Rabbi Ever that had 3,000 followers, and it got suspended as well. I usually get suspended because I just create so many different accounts that Twitter just comes in and deletes all of mine. So I feel that if anything, I do my best to be as uncancelable as possible so I can create a lot of accounts. entitled to, not in the country, I have to store it, but no, certainly not in the country. I'm here at my own free will and accord. And I understand you don't like my light. You should know that I have cataracts, so it's very hard for me to see. I have very poor vision. So if I have a bright light, it's very bothersome to me. So having a more dim light in the bed makes it easier for me to see. Hey, thank you so much, Sassy, and thank you for the advice. I completely understand where you're coming from, so I appreciate it. Okay. Shalom, my friend. Absolutely, great question. It can vary depending on the night, but generally it's from like maybe 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific time. We can work that out. I mean, I have a couple different kinds from different cryptocurrencies that have set activity, but I have a bunch of different Harry Potter along the side t-shirts, so I can let you choose whatever shirt you want. And you don't even have to donate to me. I'll just do that just because I mean, if that's what you want, that's what I do. No, it's most certainly not. Did I get kicked out? Yo, dog, if you can see me, I don't know if I got banned. I get banned from everything, but shout out to Slick Rick. He's very nice. And to the guy who wants to tell me what shirt to wear, I'll give you a choice, man. You don't have to donate to me. That's very nice of you, though. All right, well, that was cool. Shout out to Slick Rick. That was tight.
There's quite a few of them that are really, really good. But I always say the gold standard. He's the gold standard. And Big John, he's the gold standard. Yeah, he does commentary now. John does commentary. Well, he's doing it for Bellator, but I think Bellator is now no longer. So he also has a podcast with Josh Thompson. That's really good. Steve Madison. Yeah.
What happened to him? Is he still referenced?
I haven't seen him in a while. I think I saw him at a kickboxing event many years later.
He said that dude was not going to work again. Like, that's why I should say it.
Yeah. People make mistakes.
Yeah. Well, what was his fuck up? He fucked up bad.
Right? He fucked up a few of them. There's a few of those guys that fucked up a few too many fights, and then they just, you just can't after a while. But we need someone reliable. When you got a guy like Mark Goddard who almost never fucks up, everybody is going to fuck up. They have the second hardest job. The first hardest job is the fighter. Second hardest job is the referee. Third hardest job is probably the judge. My job's
Yo, what up?
Yeah, the ref they can only see from one angle.
So, yeah, but we miss shit all the time, and we have monitors. At least the refs have, the judges have monitors now. They didn't used to have monitors. In the early days, we had to fight to get the monitors. But we should be able to show them stuff in the replay that the crowd is seeing. Because sometimes you think a guy got knocked down, but he didn't. He just tripped. And it looks like he got knocked down, but he just got punched on the shoulder, and they just fell down. That happened in that fight with Islam Makhachev and Moicano. Moicano caught him with a right hand. It looked like he hit him. We thought he dropped him, but really what happened is he kind of hit him in like the shoulder, and they tripped legs together, and Islam fell down. And then Islam we thought he was hurt. So if you were judging that, Islam finished him in the first round. He subbed him in the first round, so it didn't matter. But if you saw that fight, and if that went to the distance, and you said, "Oh my God, he's hurting him,"
Yes, they did. Absolutely, I'm here to answer that. That's my ability. I'm 39 years old. No, thankfully, but maybe perhaps one day that will. No, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed in Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, Disneyland. I like to do IRL streaming. It's just expensive for me to do. So generally, I have to be where my Wi-Fi is the strongest. %. I've had fans of mine who have actually met me at my house. We've had picnics in the local park. I enjoy going outside. Yeah, definitely. My ID's online. Well, let's talk about that. There's that kind which I'm not an advocate. And then there's the kind that's done in Dubai regularly, once a week, that provides for the necessary hydration to keep the city going. And I think that type of pure cloud seeding is beneficial. I also think that cloud seeding would be very beneficial to stop wildfires, and I don't understand why it's not utilized for that. Soul knows what's up, 100%. If I were to say so, this is such a privilege. You have huge spaces, and I want you to know how much I respect the efforts that you put in. I've seen what your work. It's amazing. Oh, absolutely. Oh, I understand that. I'd like to get attention in any way possible. Just to show you how docs stay on, if anybody sends me a DM, I'll send you my ID. Yeah, I mean, I have no fear. 100%. You never know who you're going to find on Twitter Spaces late night. One, 100%. So, like, wait, I do want to say, and there's a key word that I say in my spiel, which is with your consent. And I heard what you said. You just want to live a normal life and die at a normal age, and I want that too. If that's what you want, that's what I want you to have. I don't want to have anything forced on anybody. I'm a libertarian at heart. I'm about individual rights, so I respect that as well. That, that's my last name. I wish, but perhaps one day I might be extremely rich. Yeah, if you want, anybody can send me a DM. I'll send you my ID. It's my family, man. So go ahead, Okay, just one moment. I'll get my ID right now and I'll put it on the camera on my screen. Just one moment. I understand. Just one moment. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. I just gotta get my phone. That's a good question. So, well, one moment before I get my wallet for me to answer this question. The most amount of viewers, the account that I have that has the most amount of followers is one on Twitch that has over 50,000 followers. It's just at Viral Rabbi. I do have the most I've ever had at once. I want to say is like 3,000. I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. If you know who that is, he's a streamer. He's brought in a lot of people. I'm the number one streamer in Music is Marty's. He's brought in a lot of people. I'm the number one streamer in Kai Sinat's Discord of all time. He's brought in people. And then I'm also the number one streamer in iShow Speeds. He hasn't brought in people, but that is the way that people find out about me. Just one moment. Let me get my ID for you guys. Hey, everybody. If you take a look, I've got both my Wells Fargo debit card and my California ID. It's got my address on it. You can take a look. It's on my. I'm holding it in front of the camera right now because, like it. No, I mean I'm covering the numbers, but you can see the name on it. But yeah, I mean that's his. Well, it's about like maybe 15 seconds delayed. So just wait. You'll see. Like, and just one moment. I don't want you to think I'm covering anything.
Just continue watching.
Yeah, just continue watching.
6 point stars.
What state are you from?
California. Absolutely. What's with? Yeah, so I was just watching the Joe Rogan Experience. I really like podcasts, and I like the Joe Rogan Experience. So, while I was waiting to be called up, I watched the Joe Rogan Experience. In fact, you can see I have it. So I just have to hit one button, and the Joe Rogan Experience continues. But this is the one that he dropped
You would
today.
maybe score that round from
I
O'Connell.
like Joe Rogan. I like Lex Friedman. I'm a big fan of stand-up comedy, like Tony is, and just overall like to laugh. Well, I don't want. No, Sassy, you're right to do so. I would be very suspicious as well. Who's this random person who streams their life 24 hours a day? What's going on with them? I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but I do want you guys to know, Slick Rick, I heard about your streams from other people. You have a very good reputation, especially with how you handle your Twitter spaces. I want you to know that I very much have enjoyed being here. I'll be around on Twitter spaces for anybody else. If you guys have any other questions or you want to connect with me, the best place to do so is in my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. And you can always send me a message. And really, just in closing, I want you to know that I'm a positive person. I have an optimistic mentality. I really want to be a light to the nations and a pillar to the community. And if you care about world peace, you care about some of the things that I've discussed, then shoot me a follow and I'll make sure to follow you back. Thank you so much for the opportunity, everyone. Go ahead. Sure. No, I don't. No. Look, let me clarify right now. I did not have any mental health issues. Yeah, and wait. I want to correct you on that. I don't. Go ahead. Excellent. To the best of my ability. Then what? Yeah, I do. I do. Absolutely. Oh, that's a great question. No, not at all. I've always had bad vision. Prior to starting this project, I had saved up the money for the necessary um, cataract surgeries. Just really with undergoing everything that I've done on these streams, I just thought maybe I'll do it afterward when I can afford the better cataract surgeries. I need a special one, would need a special lens in my eye. I could only afford the lesser cataract surgery, so I figured, you know what, there's the opportunity to make a lot of money in this. That's not why I do it, but with data being Earth's #1 resource, I might be able to have the best type of vision if I just am patient. So, but no, my eyes in no way motivated me to do the stream. If you really want to know how it started, uh, that's what I'm contemplating now. But no, that's not what I had. Was it beneficial? Well, I appreciate that. Hi, I'm in the middle of this chat, but I'll talk to you in a second. Hey, I understand. Sure. Hey, thank you so much, Slippery. I would tell you guys this: if I did have some kind of mental issues or felt overwhelming anxiety, I would tell you. I just don't. But if you're curious, just watch my videos. You can see I'm a normal person. Absolutely. 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 It's all love. You should know that if I ever need to, I'll take you up on that. And I'll just be here because you guys are really nice to me. One thing that I heard you say, this is for anyone out there who's ever lost anyone. You know, I'm someone who's a futurist and I study technology as best I can in futurism as well. There's a type of technology that may be available in the future if you want to get with consent and everything. It's called reunification technology, where people who may have lost someone in the past may be able to replicate them in the future if you want. I know that that's a very touchy subject, but just know that there's hope out there for people who've lost a loved one. Basically, quickly, the way that it works is that you use what's called a replicator, also known as a Santa Claus machine. There's some other potential names of it, but essentially what it is, it's connected to all the elements of the periodic table, and you would be able to recreate the person, basically the shell of them. Now, I know people are going to say, well, what about the memories? What about the personalities? There's also a way of using photographs and other ways as well. This is just one way where we can use photographs, remove the different layers of photographs in the future to be able to essentially reconstruct their cranial cavity, to be able to reconstruct their brain, which would potentially allow them to have some of the memories that they had in the past and some of the personality of the past. I know this seems like science fiction, and much of it is, but just know that there may be a future for those people who we've lost in the past. And if that gives you any hope, I'm glad I provided. And I want you guys to know how much I appreciate the kindness that you bestowed upon me here. Slick Rick, you especially, thank you so much for your kind words. I want Irish to know I appreciate your kind words as well. Sassy, I want you to know that I appreciate your questions and your inquisitiveness. And thank you guys so much for the opportunity to be here. And just take care everywhere, everyone. Much love and blessings to you. Yo, Caspian C, how are you, big dog? Oh man, I just showed my driver's license and my debit card on the on Twitter on the camera because I want people to know, who's that. How are you, big dog? Oh, how was your trip? Excellent, excellent. So I was just in the Twitter space with, I think I told you about it in my spiel and everything, and there were a couple that were pretty big Twitter spaces that I've always wanted to be in, but I never had the opportunity. Left, how are you, big dog? Excellent, that's wonderful, man. That's wonderful. So left was in this space. Um, basically, I did kind of like a short AMA and let people ask me questions, and just was able to plant the seed in the minds of a lot of people with some of the ideas that I had, and it was good. It was good. They let me tell my whole spiel, so that's important, for me to be able to sit down and talk with me. I thought it went really well. That's what did you think? Absolutely. Yeah. If you're out there watching, send me a DM. I will make arrangements whenever you want. Yeah, it's a real adrenaline rush when you're there for a bunch of people, and people that you really love, and but I do know yeah, things emails. I get asked a lot of questions. Sometimes like people who are showing me, sometimes people who are hopeful. They see my type of absolutely, man. Absolutely. And I yeah, exactly. There's that as well. Oh, Yeah, I talked to. Yeah, I do that all the time. You absolutely, I will do that. Hey, if you guys see this, I will host a space with you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, people are always want to ask you questions and things like that, and I will answer them, especially at the beginning. But then I always want to tease them a little bit. So but I did come back once the space ended to answer their questions. But yeah, it goes back to an old Seinfeld episode where George, one of the characters, Jason Alexander's character, essentially wants to end on a high note. And so if you end on a high note, people are wanting more from you. And so that's great. That's kind of where I get that mentality. I think it's a pretty good strategy. It's worked for me in the past where people are, I mean, I want to answer people's questions, but certainly if I want people to have more interest in what I do, I'll dig through what I've got on the internet and just really find out more about coming together and unifying as a people. Oh yeah, they have a huge, they have a huge, yeah, yeah, absolutely. If they send me a link, I would make a huge use of them. And yeah, I just really appreciate the opportunity to do that. And when I'm up there, like I don't know, I talk really, really quickly because I have been interrupting so many different Twitter spaces where they don't let me talk or they just kick me out or they boot me or whatever. So, they've nice enough to allow me to say my piece and I'll set something up with them in the future. I'd be excited. I bet, oh, that's just guessing, but I, I know that Left is having some issues with his mic. Um, anyway, so Caspian, since you you did what you needed to do, was it um, uh, with that? Um, any other things that you got going? Yeah. Yeah, 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 most certainly, most certainly. They were uh, they were taken aback by my setup. I mean, I get it. I got pink lights and I'm sure Joe Rogan, 20-foot screen basically. But, and then caught a couple of them up, like, we don't know what's going on this. Is it a dungeon? No, it's not a dungeon, it's a story. It's not a dungeon. Um, but I would like to do something in the future. It's cool. Um, you know, like I said to you, you never know when somebody's going to ask you the question, do you still beat your wife? And so, I mean, it's a difficult situation. I don't mean necessarily be asked the question. Right, exactly. It's very paradoxical. Exactly. Exactly. The key to that question is yes or no. Do you still beat your life up? And then it's like, wait, I never beat my life. And then they say you didn't answer the question. You didn't answer the question. And so there's that. I it's one thing if I sit there and just take every question that they have, but then I use my mysticism a little bit. If I, you know, just just give them a little bit of my pizzazz, and then they can find me. I'm not like a phone. Literally, they'll go away before I go away. So that's good. And I think that it's let's see here. So how did it go? How did I interview? I was in somebody else's Discord or Twitter space, and I didn't know that they were showing the coin, but for what they were showing the coin, but they're like, I'm like, oh, I see that. Like wherever anybody uses the word "show," that's my fucking word because it allows me to tell them about my project. And everybody thinks that I'm going to tell them about some coin, and it's really like, no, I mean, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, and that's the thing. They know about Harry Potter domicile technically, it's a Bitcoin. So they're like, oh, if they have, they if they better you, then you've been writing history this whole time, or something. Um, but what they end up doing is I'm in this small space with like 6 people or something, and I'm like, hey, do you mind if I tell you about my project? And they're like, well, we haven't even told you about our project yet. I'm like, okay, go ahead. And they're like, well, we're just waiting for more people coming in. Basically, like 30 minutes ago, nobody else coming. So they talk about their project, and it turns out to be a project that necessarily it's not my project. It's just it's like a migrant project, and they like have migrants going on, and that's kind of the mission. I do my best to stay away from those, but they give me the opportunity to show. I do, and then they ask me what kind of question I thought about the migrant issue, and I mean it's really the thing that I really do feel that we should allow people to become U.S. citizens. We need to expand that number that we have to expand. I don't like illegal immigration just because it's not fair to the people who came here the right way. And I am also not a fan of seasonal visas or the temporary visas. And the reason why is it undercuts American salaries, the hourly wage. Um, so basically, people say, well, your strawberries are going to be more expensive. Well, if you have to pay, kids who are like 20, 21, 22, 23, $25 an hour to pick strawberries, strawberries won't go up that much. It's not like it's going to like be overwhelmed with, $50 strawberries each. It's not going to be that crazy. The reason why the system is the way that it is because the people take it, the people at the top are taking advantage of people, and I don't like it. And so, basically, was that some of those kind of questions? Um, I but I want it to be easy. I don't want to necessarily say I want to make it easier to be perhaps it should be easier to be an American. We should increase the number. There's so many people that come here. I was fortunate to be born in this country. Other people are fortunate to be born in this country. But I just feel like we should do it in a kinder, gentler way. One other thing I didn't say this, but I have always felt that there should be water in the desert if we know people are coming here. I feel that it's inhumane for people to have to basically die in the desert, especially when it's hot. But just generally overall, I am an advocate for legal immigration. I didn't get too much. But try to recap that. So then I went from there to another person's street, another person's first day. Exactly. Exactly. And the people who take, in my opinion, they take advantage of these people, and I don't like that at all. I don't like it. It actually enrages me. It enrages me as a person. It keeps down the minimum wage. It keeps down the American work. So I then went to another TV station on just show, and it was a pretty quiet night, to be honest with you. And there's this person who I told about her. She said this Canadian nursing student, and so she and I were just like playing a game, and we play like sometimes we play. It's like I think it's called like Magic Games or something like that. It's like I think we've played it before. It's like Uno. And so it was just kind of a chill night. But then, like, okay, once I'm done playing that, we'll play how we go into the Twitter spaces. And so I had that first one. Then I had the second one. And the second one was funny because I kept trying to, get up to the call, and they kept sending me down there. Like, they're like, no, not going to happen. And then I got into, that one ended. So then I got into another person, and this guy's name was, what was it? I think something like that. Some man or something. Anyway, and then he let me up right away. And the guy who kept knocking me down in the other space was in that space. And I start talking, and they're like, oh, he's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't think you were a real person. Your account just, it's like in January 2025, it just looks like a bot account. I get that all the time. So they were really nice. And then they were like just talking about how my account looks like a bot account. Like, well, one thing I didn't tell you, Cassie, is I'm live streaming on video on Twitter right now. So that, and it's on my profile, so you can see it. You can see what I'm doing. And so I'm like, no, I'm literally, like, you can watch my video on Twitter, so you can see I'm a real person. And they're like, oh, okay, are you, so, what's your project? And I go through it, 24/7, all that jazz. And they let me get to the end. Whenever we get to the end, it's like this big weight is off my shoulders. Like, okay, at least now I can brace myself for all that they're going to do. And, they were hesitant at first, which, I talk about so many different things, but then they got into wanting to ask me questions, and I'm like, sure, I'll let you ask me questions, go ahead. And I get into answering questions, and, they're like in docs and things like that. I'm like, I'm as fast as any person that has ever been here. I'll just give you a moment, and I can go show you my ID. And I first said, if you send me a DM, I'll send you my ID. And they're like, well, anybody can just Photoshop it. I'm like, fine, I'll go get my driver's license. I'm literally on camera right now. I'll show you on camera, my driver's license. And so that's kind of, I'm like, I'll show you my debit card too. I want to show you the numbers, but I'll show you my name on it. Like, oh, okay. So then they asked me about there were some things about health. So one of the guys in there, and this is fun, he's like, I have mental health issues, and I'm just curious. Do you have anxiety or anything like that? And I don't. I had said though, they had asked me, one lady was like, look, I don't understand why you have anxiety. I just don't like it. Okay, that's what happened. I explained that I have cataracts, and the bright light is bothersome to me. And so just having a more toned down light makes it easier on my eyes. And so when I said well, then the space ended. It was not anybody who did it purposefully. Just Twitter Spaces is so garbage that like a lot of times you get in a group like having a ton of people in your Twitter space and it just crashes. There's nothing you can do about it. And if you don't know, there is a little secret that very few people know how to reconnect. But most of the time you just don't. So then you have to restart your space, and that's a pain. But the guy restarted this actually. So then I went to looking at the comments in my video that I'm live streaming right now, and somebody wrote, "Hey, they restarted the stream. Is there any way to go and finish taking questions?" And I'm like, "Sure." So I went back in there. I continued to answer questions, and then it was getting to the point where it's like, okay, I can see that they're going to have more questions. Like we can do an anime. Like this is about the right time. I can get what else they asked me about. But I figured, you know, I bet this is about the right time to. Well, I didn't just leave. I was just, you know, like we I talked about the one guy was like, "Hey, I want you like the guy who hosts. He's like, I want you to know that like the reason why I host these spaces and I'm doing it for 2 months a week is because I want people to have a place to go if they ever need anything, or if they're ever, you know, not in a good place mentally and all that." And I'm like, that's what I do too. I appreciate that. And it's always good to know that they're like-minded individuals, and you know that I do appreciate the opportunity to share my project with you. And the person in there had said that they had lost a loved one recently, actually a couple of them. And so I did get the chance to be able to tell them about rehabilitation technology, which is kind of, people think of it as science fiction, but given enough time, it becomes science fact. I know I've said it before, but if anybody else is out there listening, it's essentially where we take a human clone them, use the DNA, using what's called a replicator, also known as a cell machine, and what's connected to every element in the periodic table to make them up as perfectly in the shell of themselves as possible. And then to perhaps using photographs, be able to recreate their cranial cavity. Yo, what's going on, big guy? Living the dream. It's going to be nice. I'm sure. Okay, cool. How are you? Living the dream, guys. I just did an AMA on Twitter Spaces, which was, do you know what Twitter Spaces is? Very cool. Welcome, next time you big guy. Hey, up now. Hey, how are you, big guy? Excellent. I just did a Twitter AMA on some Twitter Spaces. It went really well. I think they might want to do that in the future. So that's really positive. And tried playing some Boys and Gates earlier tonight with Glenn, which is like a little mini game that I play in Discord sometimes. Just watching some Joe Rogan. How about you? Okay. Well, I told you, you got to be impressed with him here. And that isn't a nice question. What makes you think that I'm getting over him? Yo, yes, I told your friend he had to be on the first day. I didn't expect him, but I didn't do him. You guys are going to be, and we're going to ask questions. You gotta have some seriousness to them. I'm willing to answer questions, but I'm not a gracious person. No, would be viral Rabbi 000. Do you know who it is? I can send you. Okay. Oh, perfect. That was the guy who kept sending me down. That was the guy who kept sending me down. Okay. Do you know what his athlete? Oh, okay, perfect. Yes, you did. Okay, good. That's the yeah, it was big. Yeah, that's what I figured. He always has 2,000 followers. Like, those are huge spaces. Yeah. Okay, I sent Heather a message. So how can I send that to something? Perhaps through LinkedIn. I was saying to Patrick, let me ask you this. This is one of the reasons why I answer questions, but you have to understand everybody's always trying to trip me up. And I've been doing this now for so yeah, exactly. Now let me ask you this, okay? And you have to answer as quickly as you can, because this is how it works when you're in the hot seat of one of these Twitter spaces. You ready? Yes or no? Do you still beat your wife? Go. Yes or no? Do you still beat your wife? Wait. No. Then you're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. You don't answer the question. You're anti-question. Yes or no? Do you still beat your wife? So you used to. No, you just said you don't beat her anymore. So you used to beat your wife. You used to beat your wife. Wait. Do you? I hear an admitted wife beater myself. So look, none of us here have wives, but you just have to understand that you have to be on your toes when it comes to these questions. You never know when somebody's going to try to, you know, just be ask a question that doesn't have a real answer to it. And so think about the question that I asked. Yes or no? Do you still beat your wife? We're none of us are wife beaters, and we would say no, I don't beat my wife. No. So you used to. Yes or no? Do you still beat her? Oh, so you used to. So, you know how it is. Basically, people are just trying to get you in a gotcha moment, and then they've got a clip of you saying, no, I don't beat my wife anymore, basically. And so he's hesitant at one of those moments. I know that you should just see how people treat me. A lot of times on, not necessarily in Twitter Spaces, all that much, but in Discord, they can be really, really intimidating. They can come in here and just drop that with me. And so I have to be somewhat protected on some people. And I'm as open as you're going to find as anybody on the internet. But at least with some questions, I know that they don't have the right answer. And if somebody's to ask me one of those questions, I don't want to be caught off guard, so to speak. If that makes sense. So, yes or no, do you still think you're right? I don't have the right comment. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then you get labeled a question. Exactly. Exactly. Well, so if I do, I went to a space with Hatter, but the way that I've seen it work with other people, and we may do this, I'm not sure, but where I think it's probably in my best interest. I take questions on the side from people, but a couple things can happen that I don't like that is it becomes a where people, and I have to make, do you know who Adrian Dittman is? Left?
I think we should maybe like try to discuss like or possibly try to like not like
They'll just try to get him back to them. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So really the easiest way to do it is that you just say, if you have a question, send it to Hatter, and Hatter will answer the question. And then Hatter can go through and anything that's inappropriate gets fixed. Does that make sense? That's the way I've seen that work with other people. Well, just know, just believe that Catholic Zach's telling you about this guy, Adrian Dittman. Do you know who mentioned Adrian Dittman? Not just Elon Musk, but Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn in that we were watching it earlier today. They mentioned him a bunch of times. Like, is he? Yeah, and I'm like, oh shit! I fucking debated this guy. I debated this person on the electric car versus the hydrogen car. I was an advocate for the hydrogen car. He was an advocate for the electric car. And I beat him in this debate, and I beat him without the eye. And I was really proud of the debate that I had with him. Anyway, I will debate people, and I will debate people on any subject. But that's a different kind of setup. But what happens is somebody gets into an hey man, I'm going to ask you a question, and then somebody gets in there and they want to talk over you, they want to debate you or do whatever. And that's not necessarily what the forum was or what the topic was. So I will take debates. Though I like to debate. I like to debate a lot, especially on topics that are near and dear to my heart, like world peace, individual comfort, individual thirst, those kind of things. I so to speak. But there are some other where I will be in like this happened with me last night. That I did my spiel and somebody was like, "Hey, you talked about human growth hormone," and they mentioned a kind of like off brand, not off brand, but they asked me like what I thought about a certain kind of human growth hormone. And my answer to that was, I'm not a medical professional. If you want to seek medical advice, I suggest that you go to your local medical professional. And they're like, oh, so you're not an expert in human growth hormone? And I said, no, I never said that it was. I said that I do have these discussions, but that's not necessarily what I do. I just want people to talk about these things. And I'm sure in the future I will become an expert on human growth hormone. But probably one of the most foremost experts. It's just not something that I built into too much. But then that person wants to debate me on human growth hormone when that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to just tell you about what I do. As I said to them last night, I'm not an expert in human growth hormone. I'm an expert in life shooting my life. If you want to ask me anything about life shooting my life, I can tell you all about it. No, this person last night wanted to give me some type of. It wasn't just they weren't being nice about it. They went into, you sound like the exact thing. You sound like my daughter's principal. You sound like this is just all AI. And it's like, no, it's not all AI. I will utilize AI. It's something that I don't know about. I think that's an excellent tool. I'm not here to be your daughter's principal, though. I'm not here to sound like that person. But it was just kind of like they had an issue with their daughter's principal, and they were taking it out on me. It's kind of how it was. Yeah. In fact, I think it was either the son or the daughter. Somebody had said something to their child, and their child had to hit the person, and then they had to go get them involved. And so the parent had to come in, and so they were just taking it out on me. I didn't necessarily need any of that, but but I will debate people, and I will do it in the way that I've seen it work the best is just send your message to the hey, what's going on, Frosty? Frosty, have you met my friend Lex?
yeah, we met yesterday.
Okay, excellent. Frosty is my good friend. He bounces in and out. You want to play golf? You do that. Oh, absolutely. Dude, you worked on the DGen DGen cabin, and then you know, go ahead. Let's go back to your time. Yo, dog, can you please tell me everything that you know about the Rosa Parks experiments? I don't understand why people are well, I do have the opportunity, however, on this. I think it's one thing about Rosa Parks, there's a measurement who isn't as well known as Rosa Parks, but I like to shout her out a lot on my stream. If I ever think that there's like a trailblazer who doesn't get enough credit, I want them to get credit in the future. So just remember. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about the woman who didn't give up her seat on the bus before Rosa Parks, but was not chosen as the essentially example of the Montgomery bus fleet because I believe she had a child and something else. Claudette Calvin. Shout out or Colvin. Shout out to Claudette Colvin. She was 15-year-old Mexican American girl who refused to give up her seat on a segregated bus in Montgomery, Alabama, way before Rosa Parks did. This happened on March 2nd, 1955, about 9 months before Rosa's more famous protest in December of that year. Claudette's act of defiance was actually a key movement in the civil rights movement, but she wasn't chosen as the face of the movement that year. One of the main reasons was that Claudette was young and pregnant at the time. That's what it means. And she was carrying her child in a relationship that was considered scandalously high at the time, which the civil rights leaders felt was a distraction or would be a distraction or detract from the message that they were trying to send. Rosa Parks, on the other hand, was a respectable woman, married, and had a reputation of discipline and still wanted to control. Even though Claudette didn't get the same level of recognition as Rosa Parks, her bravery is now recognized as a key part of the early push for the Montgomery bus boycott. She was one of the plaintiffs in the Browder v. Gale case, which eventually led to the Supreme Court ruling that bus segregation was unconstitutional. I think that her trailblazing and absolute courage of Claudette Colvin. If you ever see this in the future, we're gonna certainly know about Rosa Parks and what she did, but let's not forget about Claudette Colvin because she did it first. Right? What is wrong with me? Anyway, so I sent a message to my man, Colvin. I'm sure he'll get back to me. Or have I'm sure he'll get back to me. Anyway, with that, you continue doing what you're doing, Rep, and we're gonna let you go over the whole
When if you saw the replay, you go, oh, he knocked it.
He's good.
He just slipped. So if
Can
you
they
don't have
hear
a
y'all?
monitor,
They hear y'all too?
no, they shouldn't be able to hear us because maybe, yeah, maybe we frame it in a way that's different than the way they think it. The whole reason to have three different point of views is to have three different expert perspectives. You don't want them hearing what me and DC are saying.
Right.
You want them like watching the fight.
Any day now.
Because if we're
yes,
on something's
you
nuts,
never know.
you know, and then this guy was like, oh, he definitely is winning. You know, maybe people at home are like, fuck you, the other guy was winning. Like, there's a few of those fights.
Yeah, some were. It's been a while. Oh, it hasn't. Since it was like a really questionable one.
You know what's an interesting one? Not a questionable one, but an interesting one. It's Marab versus. So Marab, Wabash Willie, and Umar Nurmagomedov, they go to the distance, 5-round fight. Marab winds up winning decision.
But those are not saying crap.
Yeah, amazing fight. Amazing fight. Probably the best 135-pound title fight in the history of sport. It was incredible. It was so well matched. They went back and forth. Umar apparently broke his hand in the first round, was still throwing it for the whole fight. He wound up taking Marab down. Nobody expected that. He got Marab's back. He won the first 2 rounds, and the question is the third round. And so I watched it a couple of times, and me and John Anik and Daniel Cormier have been going back and forth with text about this. I was like, man, that third round is so close. It's so close. I could see judges giving it to Umar. He landed more strikes on the feet. He did get one takedown. Marab got a couple takedowns, but he didn't do much with the takedown. But Daniel had a really good point that at the end of it, Marab was accelerating, and it looked like Umar was starting to get tired.
I tuned in at that point.
Mm-hmm.
I started that pay-per-view at that third round. So I hadn't seen the previous 2 rounds.
But at the end of the third round, Umar has Marab's back. He's behind him, and he's controlling him against the cage. And he had wound up taking Marab down at one point in time. So it's like he landed a lot of strikes on the feet. Like, probably did more actual damage. But Marab did take him down more, and Marab was pushing the pace. And Marab did also land shots. Like, it was close. It's the third round that's the real close one. Because I gave the first 2 rounds to Umar, and then you get into the third, you're like, ooh, that's the one. That one's close. Because the fourth and the fifth were clearly Marab was coming on strong. Marab was like, it was astonishing, his endurance. It's astonishing. His fucking cardiovascular system is off the charts. His cardio is fucking insanity. It's insanity. But I would be very happy to see that fight again. Very happy.
I never seen Michael Chandler get tired.
Incredible.
Like, remember his last fight with him? He
was all
lost.
there. Yeah.
But he said they're still with a motherfucker on his back in the last round.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I've never seen him get tired.
No, he's an animal. Well, he trains it like nobody. I mean, his strength and conditioning routines, you can watch them online. They're fucking crazy. Cam Haynes went and trained with him once. So he has a million. But that's his weapon. Like, to have that kind of cardio, that kind of discipline, to have that kind of cardio, that work ethic. Man. It's also the work ethic, man. You have to have that work ethic because he's been doing it for a long time. And to still have that work ethic.
That's what I mean. Even the best people in the world, they get tired. You know?
Yeah, he's not tired of it, man. He's definitely not tired of it. He's still excited. I mean, Oliveira is one of the best in the world. He had Oliveira hurt in that third round. He had him hurt. Like, he had some moments in that third round where, like, holy shit. Like, this is a real fight. And Oliveira is as good as it gets. He's one of the best submission artists in the history of the sport. And he couldn't get him. Got him in the first fight, though. First fight, he KO'd him, remember? He hit him with that clean left hook. I do remember. Chandler had him real hurt in the first round. Rocked on his back, fighting him off in the first round. And then they start the second round. Chandler moves straight to him, and Oliveira just pieces him up.
Oh, yeah, I do remember. Yeah, I do.
Ooh, he hit him with a clean left hook. He was clean.
I think he was there.
He might have been.
Yeah, man, we had some good ass fights this year. And now, now Crawford's about to fight.
Yeah, he's gonna fight Canelo. I just hope he's big enough. I hope he's big enough to keep that dude off him because Canelo hits so hard.
That's one dude that, like, I believe all the shit he be talking.
Crawford, yeah. Oh, he's good.
He don't just be saying shit.
They tried to say that, like, Errol Spence was damaged because of what Crawford did to him because he was damaged from the car accident. I'm like, maybe. Or maybe Crawford would have done that 3 years ago. I think he's that good. He's just so skillful. He's so slick. And when he's also the best guy in the sport at switch hitting. He'll go from southpaw to orthodox and be just as good and trip you up. Like, you think he's going to start southpaw, he starts orthodox. You need to prepare for Orthodox. He's fighting Southpaw. He feels like he's got you timed better Orthodox. So switch it up. You know? Oh, I just know so much about boxing, about where to be and what's coming.
He makes it. He's a strategist that's also entertaining.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's an artist.
I remember like a young D-Hop.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
just so sharp that made it look
Yeah.
almost entertaining. You know what I mean?
Roy Jones in his prime. It was art. You were watching art. He's piecing up people. It was an art form. All right, Brian Simpson. Let's wrap this bitch up. Bring it home. Everybody, you BS Comedian on Twitter, BS Comedian on Instagram.
Comedy.com for tour tickets.
Netflix special.
Live from the mothership.
Bam. That's it. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Oh,
all right.
What? Thank you for sending people to go watch that clip of that. Oh, they got a lot of
one of the best videos, one of the best bits of all time. I'd love that bit. All right, go see it. It's on YouTube.
Good job. Program. Experience.
Showing my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Okay. Meet the Cosby Kids. Oh my God! Look at this. The thing says "Meet the Cosby Kids."
Who wrote this sketch?
I don't know. But what's funny is that back then that was ridiculous.
Yes, hey, I mean, Phil Hartman's gone, but all the rest of us, thanks for speaking up. Hey, this reminds me of a sketch that we did. How come I just heard of this now?
How come I just heard of this?
Boy, SNL was funny.
Oh, SNL was great when Phil Hartman was on it. The early days of SNL were amazing.
Was Al Franken working there when they did that? Because I would think Senator Franken would have said something.
I got caught hugging a girl.
Yeah, I would think after you got screwed over like that, you wouldn't still do Blue Magna, but I guess you would.
He's just locked in.
Hey, man.
That guy's great, too. Al Franken's a great guy.
Yo, he had a funny, sometimes on Conan, this made me laugh so hard. He was saying how the internet, how great it is for kids. You know, my son, my kids just did a third grade report on bestiality, and the other kids just loved it. Like, you know, delivered.
That was a preposterous sketch.
Well, you know, John Money, I'm sure whoever wrote that knew about John Money, right? The guy that came up with that. I seen it on
I bet they did. I bet they
just did. Lampoon Harvard people, right?
Right.
So you're like, oh, the Simpsons, they predict the future. No, you're near the people that pull the levers of power in college. Like, you're just going to osmosis up their fucking plans. It ain't psychic.
Like, yeah, but they don't like broadcast their plans to students, undergrad students.
Yeah, they do. How do you think what do you think a Rhodes Scholar is? That's them broadcasting their plans. That's what with the great Bill Clinton. I believe you had a meaningful eye contact with.
What do you mean by broadcast their plans?
The plans have never been seen. You know, like
but the plans were never in the 90s or the 80s. The plans were never turn boys into girls.
Well,
this was
not in your department, but I mean, you know how far back this should go. You know, in Rome, the galleys of Cybele. You know what that is? When they were losing to Hannibal, and the priestess of Cybele. It's like Ceybele. It's like Cybele, but it's Cybele. Okay. And the myth behind it is insane. Like the story is this one guy, there's two horny that had both sets of organs, so they trick him. I love like they trick him with wine, and they tie his dick to the ground. And come on, somebody went to church on Sunday. Somebody went to a church and learned this.
Tie his dick to the ground like how they do a bull, like through the nose.
Yes, exactly. And then he jumped up and ripped his dick off.
Oh Jesus!
And then so he starts hanging out with his handsome nephew, and his nephew is faking like he's a great hunter because this Dickless uncle. He sounds a pussy uncle. But these gods sure sounds like just LA people. Why do the gods just sound like LA people? Okay, so my favorite, yeah, the eunuch priest. So my favorite writing about it is like when they celebrate Kyblee, and then the legend or the myth has more of like this wedding gets sabotaged by the jealous ripped off dick guy, and the women cut off their own breasts and the men cut off their genitals. And there's an early Christian, I can't remember who's writing it. He goes, they cut off their genitals and go about shrieking in the street.
They castrate themselves as a sign of devotion to the goddess.
Yeah, so I don't think nothing's new, you know? I think it's all the same shit repackaged in different ways. So then, you know.
They wore saffron, rose, and clash symbols together as they walked down the streets. So they were basically having like one of those women's protests.
Kyblee was also known as Magna Mater, the Great Mother. So the doctor, if you heard Phil Hartman, he goes, "Mommy says that," you know, like, this is like a theme that goes through history.
Well, you know what Nero did, right? What Nero did to him.
Yeah.
He took that boy when his wife died. He found a slave that looked like his wife and chopped his dick off and turned him into his wife.
Remember when you had that guy, Thaddeus, whatever, the postmodern guy? I was just watching.
Oh, yeah.
And I happened to just rewatch it. And he basically told you, like, nothing's anything.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I think, like, the simulation talk is like, I look at everything as what's the marketing here to me. And a lot of it's like, nothing means anything. So, you know, like, what's a big deal? If you were kids, you could do stuff with, right? It always gets to that eventually.
Well, most of those guys who say that don't have kids.
Yeah. You absorb your, dude, these like middle-aged men. You know, by the way, I'm heavily invested in hot tail coin. What are we talking about these idiots?
We should talk about that because I want to know what is going on with the MAGA coin. Here's the thing that we were talking about last night.
Yeah.
The MAGA coin was worth $36 billion.
Yeah.
So here, it's not the MAGA coin, just Trump. Okay, Trump coin. So the Trump coin, I'm calling it the MAGA coin, sorry. The Trump coin's worth $36 billion. What that means is 36,000 people put $1 million in. That doesn't even make sense. So that's 36,000 million. That's what 36 billion is.
I believe
right?
it. I'm not good at math.
Isn't that right? That's right.
I know Hawk 2
That sounds insane.
Yeah.
That you could get 36,000 people. Yeah, right. Let's say it's way more people, way less money they contribute. It still seems insane if you're using real money.
You've been to a casino or something?
But that's the point. We talked about
this.
Yeah. You and I talked about this. It's essentially gambling.
It's degenerate gamblers is how the people that make the coins talk about the people.
Right, but the argument is that Trump is ripping off his fans with this Trump coin. But my question is, like, how is he ripping off his fans? It's basically like DraftKings.
Okay.
Like, what are you doing?
So it's a casino.
I'm always very active, especially as long as I'm streaming. I'm always active. And then when I have downtime, so to speak, and I'm not promoting myself, I'm on Reddit, and Reddit keeps my mind going. I'm in a lot of subjects that I normally wouldn't be in, but it helps me learn a lot about the community and experience on the subject. You have government. Yeah, the one thing I don't have is data. He's got data, so it's easier for me to stream around some of these things. But I don't have to give it like anyhow. But yeah, I do at least do my best to exercise things. But really, at the end of the day, I know that people want to be fun and communicate. So this is the best way to do it.
And the thing is, the reason people like, you know, hot tail coin, people know it's stupid, right?
Right.
But the kind of what people say the scam was, as I understand it, is they thought they were getting in on the dump phase too.
Of course.
So the trick is that almost everybody getting in on it knows they're going to have to dump it, and they think they're going to dump it first. So they're not. The pump is for other idiots. I mean, it's built in that another idiot's going to shoulder the whatever happens to us. But what happens is every so often, this is my buddy was telling me he works on it, one of it does turn out to be real. So something like a Trump coin, like now I'm more of a Warren Buffett where I wish I had golden Trump shoes because I bet those will retain value.
I think I have a pair of those. Tony has a pair. I wore them to the club.
I'm like, I wouldn't even wear them out. Why not? Those are going to put my kids through Trump University.
We have that hot too of that. They're sweaty. Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym. It's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts